Good morning, everybody. Managed to get out of on-site work again today. Every day that I get out of it is one less quarter tank of gas spent on it. And believe it or not, that is the most important thing to me right now. I'm going to start moving special book categories, RPG manuals, photo books, catalogs, that sort of stuff, over to the comic book collection for now. That will eventually become untenable. But it will load balance the containers for now. So that's hotties, comic books, photo books, picture books, RPG manuals. Those can all get their own box for now. But as you can see, that was 20 encumbrance right there. So that's unsustainable. We'll figure something else out later. It's kicking the can down the road on storage problems. Got a car seat for heavy duty and a brake for... Hey, good morning, Mario. And a brake for sports. Something I've been putting off for a while is direct transfer of stuff from one ambulance to the other here. The engine quality, I believe, is exactly the same. Yeah, they are both exactly 100 engine quality. Probably both performance tires and brakes. Yes, okay. And so, at this point, the only difference between them is light bar integrity and aesthetics. This one up here has the dirt stuck on it permanently. This one here does not. And so, the one that does not gets to be my new primary. And that means a full transfer of stuff that's inside of it. So, tent on the driver's seat. Everything in the passenger seat into one bag. Everything in the glove into another bag. Yeah, forgot that I'd left some loot. Now, there was a light bar that I picked up in the field. But I didn't actually put it on this ambulance, and the reason for that is I actually want to put it on the fire truck that's going to be our new Horde vehicle, because I intend on using the light bar in the ambulance a lot less, wherever possible. Ambulance, if I'm using the light bar in the ambulance, it's a convenience thing, not a, like, you know, planned, targeted thing. Alright, now I can transfer kit. We'll just have to get the rest of the loot out. Good morning, Louis. How's it going? So before I get the field supplies in the trunk of the old ambulance into the new, We actually have some loot in this one to empty that I forgot about. And the light bar that we picked up is going to go straight onto our Horde truck, which is the one right up here. This is a fire truck with a 100 engine quality. Best one in the lot. Yeah, that is, it's on the agenda. I will definitely get to that. But yes, as we can see, this one has a 100 engine quality, but the light bar is only 20 because we found it as a wreck. I also need to get new tires. I keep forgetting about that. Brakes are perfect. Suspension's perfect. I feel like the tires were good, but I probably took some serious damage on them at some point. I can't remember. These were probably like at least 15% higher. That's okay. Plenty of opportunities to repair them in the future. For now, light bar repair is a go. I do believe this is going to take it from 20 to 40. I think each light bar, when your mechanic's level 10... Hey, KTO, good morning. I think at mechanic's level 10, I should be getting 20% per light bar, but let's verify that. Yeah, okay. So, light bar is up to 40% on our primary Horde vehicle here. And when we hit, we're going to hit Brandenburg today, as I mentioned in the stream title. And hitting Brandenburg gets us access to a... I think there's both a PD and a fire department with potential... with a potential for... I don't know. We're going to have to find out. I can't remember if the PD and the fire department in Brandenburg have, there's the PD right there, I believe. And I don't remember exactly where the fire department is. I didn't finish the sentence. Light bars is what I'm looking for, so we can finish up repairing the fire truck here. Alright, let's get the loot out of this bad boy. Some laundry that I picked up. Doubt I'll ever use these, but I always like collecting them. The Long Johns, that's actually part of my main kit, but I think we're done with it for the season. Waistcoat too. It's starting to get too warm to wear that. It would be good ambient chest protection if it was winter, but winter is definitely over. Spring is upon us. I really should have gone through my other clothes and actually pulled out the stuff that needs to be washed. Why do I have a bulletproof vest in there? I mean, I think I know why, but I shouldn't. That's silly. Bulletproof vest should either be in the armor container or on the floor up here in tailoring. Gunstorm PD are close, but yeah. We're here for both the 3 cheapskate bomb mags and the Ekron mail. What? Okay, what loot containers exist in the Ekron mail facility? I don't remember there being any loot containers there at all. Um, did you need did you mean you found like a mail van there? Books. What books? Well, Carpentry 5 would be amazing. Carpentry 5 and Pottery 5 are the only books I don't have. Carpentry 5 and Pottery 5. If we look at my book collection here, we actually have... look at all these sets right here. All these are complete sets. But yeah, Pottery 1, 2, 3, and 4. Carpentry 1, 2, 3, and 4. I still haven't gotten Carpentry level 10 thanks to not finding the book. These are things that I'll be reading in the not-too-distant future. Some of them duplicates. 6 bags from the shelf. Okay. I don't remember there literally being any loot containers in there. Maybe they changed something about that. We will possibly have an opportunity to pass through Ekron on our way to Brandenburg, so I might do that. I did a lot of skill building last time. I don't think I'll be doing too much skill building this time because we're in a pretty good spot. We're very, very close to aiming level 6. I'll definitely get aiming level 6 this stream, and then I'll have to read the next book, which we have on standby. There's a part of me that really wants to start using the 1911. I want to get my reloading skill up just a little bit before I do that. It's definitely been nerfed. Carp 5 for Longblade 1 and 2. I might even have a spare copy of... I never found Longblade 1 until long after I was done with it, but I feel like 2 is one of those ones that I got several of. Hang on. Nah, Longblade 3. I think I got like 4 or 5 copies of Longblade 3, to the point where I've turned them into base decorations. But no, I don't think I get too many of 1 or 2. I mean, I've got an entire set right here, in addition to the fact that I've got Longblade 5 standing by for reading whenever I'm ready, because I found 3 copies of Longblade 5 on this character. It's fucking wild. I can't explain why I was able to find 3 copies on Dani here, and never a single copy on Annie or Nora. 1,400 hours of Project Zomboid right there, and I never found a single copy of it. But the one thing I did different here on Nora, or I'm sorry, the one thing I did different here with Dani that I didn't do on Annie or Nora is I avoided residential. But that being said, it was not even a survivor house that we found our first copy of Longblade 5. It was a random cardboard box in a residential home. Just a regular residential home. It was that I'm I don't have the words to describe how much that baffled me. Doing something I should have done a long time ago. Anything that is dirty or bloody over here on my shelves is getting the wash. I'm partially doing this because my rain barrels for laundry are 100% full, and they have been for a while, so this is objectively not a problem for my water supply. There is no electricity, 6. With Nora, we never found long blade 5. I think we did find aiming 5 on Nora. Actually, I can check. Yeah, with Nora, I'm pretty sure we got the aiming level 10. All I gotta do is look at my last screenshot on her. We go back in time. Here we are. So that's when we go to Dani right there, which means that this right here is my last screenshot on Nora. Of course, I don't have... my last screenshot on Nora doesn't actually show her aiming. Damn it. Let me go to like my second to last here. Yes, she got to aiming level 10. So we definitely found aiming volume 5. Electrical 8. I don't think I've ever... I might have gotten electrical 9 on Annie. But I mean, you know, after electrical 6, there's literally no point. You unlock all the recipes at that point. It's kind of wild to see that I probably am going to get to butchering level 10 on Dani, even though I never did on Nora. I've already exceeded the first aid skill of all of my other previous characters. And the funny thing is, on Nora, we got 2 levels of first aid because of all the stupid shit that I did. Nora took damage from zombies twice and actually never got infected, so that was sheer luck. But there were plenty of non-zombie injuries that we had to that we had to heal from. I can't remember if I had specific plans for these fluorescent wall lights. But while they're right in front of me, I'm going to grab them and see if there's anything I can do with them. Did I leave this thing running? Of course I did. I always do. Of course, there's very few places that the game will let me place one. It's one of those sensitive things that won't even let you put it on top of a bunch of wanted posters. But you can put it over doorways. Now that's interesting. You can put it behind all these crates too. Can't even see the light, and yet it illuminates enough for it to be useful. Of course, this grass just appearing through the floor, that can go away. That's actually not a bad light right there. That's not bad. As long as I shut it off before I leave for expedition. I wish. Luchador, I wish I could pick up a bandsaw. We should be so lucky. Okay. I think that's everything else I have that is on the shelves but dirty or bloody. I'll be very happy to be done with all that. Never should have put things on the shelves in the first place if they were dirty or bloody. That was sheer laziness right there. Alright, having a couple bites of egg and then hitting the sack. A little bit more organizing overnight, and then I'm hoping to be fit to deploy to Brandenburg tomorrow. Hoping. I don't know 100%. Maybe tomorrow afternoon. That'll also depend on weather. Okay, I do have to start paying attention to when the last rain was, now that I'm growing a couple of crops that are going to be sensitive to water levels. Just a couple. We've got the basil is, as far as I know, the basil is the most sensitive right now. Some of the herbs are a little bit on the sensitive side, but mostly the basil is like min water is 7 or like 80. These carrots are days from their next phase. I don't think they go straight from young to harvest. I think I recall carrots not having a blooming phase. What am I going to do with all that food? Got a lot of food. Way more than I can eat at the moment. I'll eat it someday, perhaps. There are a few things here that are bloody and dirty. Just gonna hand wash those. It's not enough for another laundry load. Put the bicycle helmets, the gaiters, knee pads. We'll put those in upstairs with armor. If I really want it hard enough, I could consider leather jackets armor as well, but not quite there yet. I mean, it's not like I have an excessive amount of room in the armor storage anyway. In fact, we're starting to run low on both sides. That's what I get for not doing a full wardrobe like I do at my other previous bases. That's fine. "42 hours. You haven't even survived 1 to 2 weeks yet." What seems to be what kills you most often? Is it the getting grouped up by zombies, or is it that random zombie that just nails you from behind when you're not expecting? So when people struggle to survive in this game, it's usually certain specific mistakes. If I had to think of the most common one, it's probably going to be people not understanding when to just turn around and walk away. Believe it or not, that's probably one of the single most common ways to die. A little bit of stuff left in the vehicle, but it's mostly cleaned out now. All the field kit is prepped. In regards to what I keep on my passenger seat here, I'm going to remove the hunting vest because that is something for sleeping outside in the cold. I don't think it's ever going to be... Oh, well, I mean, not during this expedition. It's not going to get cold enough for me to need that. Now, what I would like to replace that with is my coat of plates. But that's going to cost us 4 encumbrance. Coat of plates is incredibly hefty. Let's do... Yeah. That's, it's always difficult to advise on that, but I would always recommend, understanding the audio cues and getting to understand what zombies sound like when they're aggroed, and listening to see if you can hear the sounds getting closer to you from different directions. Maintaining your distance from the zombies while you fight them is probably the single most important thing you can do in combat. I'm using a very long-range sword right here. It's 1.6 tile distance, I think. Can easily swing all the way through a diagonal tile here. But remember, you only have to hit the very edge of the distance for your weapon. Also, I've seen a lot of people, including like YouTubers who make content for this game, I've seen a lot of people get really close before pushing. Remember, you don't have to get close to push. All you have to do is have the zombie be like at the edge of where your hands are. Keeping distance from them, easily the most important thing in combat. Second is just constantly checking your six, have your head on a swivel, and constantly look over your shoulder. Even if it doesn't feel like you have to, do it anyway. Oh yeah, okay, so that they're right there. If you're out of energy, you shouldn't be fighting. If you are if you feel like or if you have the moodle that says tired or exerted, turn 360 degrees and walk away. It's never worth it. No matter what it is you're trying to accomplish, if you're tired, it's going to be 100 times harder and more dangerous. It's just turn 360 degrees, walk away. Like, even if you're trying to, like, defend your safe house or something, just walk away and try to find a better one. It's not exactly the most compelling gameplay prospect. It's probably actually kind of boring sounding, but, yeah, it's nothing in this game is worth dying for. It really isn't. Any sort of task or goal you're trying to do, short of literally dying of something like hunger or thirst, which is... It takes a little bit of effort to actually get that far. And also, I would strongly recommend, if you don't do this already, try to plan your character to use a certain weapon type, and then stick to that weapon type. Muscle strain is one of those things that comes along, regardless of what. Well, it doesn't affect older versions, but the same kind of fundamental is true. If you're stacking a specific weapon skill, you're going to do a lot better than starting from scratch on one. Okay, let's get the inventory of field supplies from the old ambulance to the new one here. So in my old ambulance here, we've got... I forgot about the generator. We've got 1,000,001 things. Spare firearms for when mine degrade. A whole bunch of weapon parts to upgrade firearms you find in the field. Medical supplies. Blades. This is what I wanted to look at. 2 machetes and 2 swords. So before we deploy today, I'm making a couple more swords. This is my field supplies for food. Everything looked good there. I can probably empty this. This is just a duffel bag full of nothing but empty magazines. It used to be worth it to carry these around because it would help me, it would be more efficient to carry ammunition if it was loaded into a magazine. That has been nerfed. So the vast majority of these empty magazines can now be just distributed amongst my storage containers here. We do have some coffee. What is that? 5 that are full, and then these are in use. We can hold on to those as is. And I would like to milk the cows into these fountain cups. Otherwise, we're doing a direct transfer of everything except these empty magazines and generator. Maybe I actually am taking the generator. Maybe. We'll see. When was the last time I got bit? I'm gonna be real with you. I don't even know if I did take a full-on bite. The last time I lost a character, and I'm a I should probably back up and explain. I'm a coward. When my characters are dead and I know it, I don't sit around and watch them die. The last time I lost a character was almost a year ago. It was June of 2025. Barb the Builder was her name. If you go on my channel, look through the playlists, go to Barb the Builder, which is 42.8 Longplay, and go to the last video in the last minute or two. Basically what happened was we got surrounded in kind of a checkmate scenario. There was a zombie that flipped over a fence and did the little rush at me and tapped my feet. Because I got my feet tapped, I was like stunned for about 1 second as she stumbled around, and then 3 zombies were on her from multiple directions. At that point, I saw her start getting grabbed and taking damage. I didn't even bother checking to see if she was bit. That was over. There was no getting out of that. It didn't matter whether we were bitten or not. They were going to pull her down and kill her. So, rest in peace, Barb the Builder. I have no idea if it was an actual bite. I'm pretty sure she probably got bitten, but it doesn't really matter because she wasn't getting out of that. That right there is what I like to call a combat death. And it's unfortunate, but it happens to all of us at some point. Okay, so all of my empty magazines have been consolidated. I have 148 empty magazines of 1911. That is, yeah, that's I don't even know what to say about that. So many empty magazines. Alright, so this little gun case right here, this is full of books that I can't read any of them right now, but I will be able to at some point, and that's why I will be carrying it around with me. So I will, for example, aiming 4 is in here, and I am very close to aiming level 6. As soon as I get aiming level 6, I stop using guns completely until I have finished reading this book. But yeah, it's it's definitely a thing. Okay, so here's the thing. I do actually have enough room for another generator in here, and that's what I'm going to do. We're going to put a old generator in here. Because I have several of them, and I would rather not use the premium tech ones for Brandenburg. So now we'll have 2 generators in the trunk. One for the nearest gas station and one for our actual base. Yeah. So the vehicle is now pretty close to full. Meanwhile, my other vehicle is pretty loaded. I have no complaints about it. Weaponry. My current L92 is in pretty good condition. That is something I need to be carrying around a spare of. So I have a spare M9. I have a spare patrol revolver. I should also have a spare carbine. L92 carbine. I have 7 spares at perfect condition. So let us take just 1 for the ambulance. We don't want to keep too much stuff in the ambulance because I do actually want to have plenty of room in it for supplemental loot transfer. We're in a weight loss phase, so I do not care about what I eat or drink. It's just going to be something to get the hunger to go away. And we won't have to be in weight gain again for quite a while because we're just at 83 kilo. and we don't want to have to worry about weight gain for a little while, so. I think we're just about set. I do need to make some, the only question I'm thinking about now is, do I want to... Let me top up my M9. I don't have any loose boxes of 9mm. In that case, I'm not going to top up my M9. I'm just going to leave those bullets behind. I need to have a full magazine if I'm going to be carrying the gun around on my hip. I keep thinking that .2 is enough for another magazine. It's not. Because that's been nerfed. And that's okay. I just need to... Let me test something really quick. I had this theory that as long as you're wearing the Alice belt and suspenders, it doesn't actually matter where you store your magazines. Like, I'm pretty sure the reloading speed bonus that you get just by wearing the Alice belt and suspenders, I believe it's going to be present regardless of where the magazines are that you're getting. But I'm going to verify that right now. So I'm just going to time the reload speed. So we've got a spare magazine on the ground, but then we've also got 2 in my Alice kit. So this is the reloading speed with the magazine in the Alice bag. Okay, and then we're going to take the magazines out of the reload, or out of the Alice kit, and now monitor the reload speed. That... It didn't feel substantially different. The number, I believe, is 15%, is what it's supposed to be. See, that's all it says, is it says reduces magazine-fed firearm reload time. That's what it says, as a buff. I feel like the green bar, which is the act of loading or unloading it from my containers, I feel like it's going faster when it's in the Alice kit. But that's really hard to measure without, like, going frame by frame. Alice kit. Versus backpack. It doesn't feel that different. I think it's fine to keep the magazines in my backpack. I'm going to continue to keep 2 in my Alice kit. But if I go and start using 9mm a lot, then I'm going to store them in my backpack instead. Yeah, okay. Now that's going to be more relevant if I start using 1911 with lots of magazines, because 1911 only has 7 bullets to the magazine. So if I do start carrying around a lot of magazines for that, I'm going to want a big container to put them in. And that would be my backpack. So before we leave, I'm going to go milk the cows into these fountain cups. at Muldraw we have a bunch. We have two, I think, two what are they called? Dispenser bottles full of milk. But I don't feel like going to pick those up. And theoretically, I shouldn't need them. We're coming in there with like 30-something cups of milk, which is, divide that by 5, that's how many days worth of hunger supply. And I've already got like 5 sticks of butter. I think we're going to be good if I need to go into weight gain. You definitely got luckier than me then, KTO. We did not come out of there with more than like 8, I think. Kind of pulling that number out of the rear, but I think that's what we got. Something in that neighborhood. Yeah, 36 fountain cups of cow's milk. 5 fountain cups is a day's worth of hunger supply. So that's literally a week. And I'm also going to be carrying around some cooked eggs when I leave. Alright, let's get, I was going to make 2 swords. Yes, I was going to make 2 swords. My current knife is also in need of, it's like at 70%. I'll repair, I can, I can make new knives, as the wind blows, so we're going to do that. There's actually a part of me that wants to start using, fighting knives. I have a few. Fighting knife actually is best in slot for your, if you carry around a dedicated knife on your webbing. Fighting knife is best in slot for webbing right or left. You cannot, unfortunately, make fighting knives. There is a knife that's better than the fighting knife or the hunting knife, and that is the, what's it called? Handguard dagger. But that does not go on your webbing slot. It's too big. You have to put it on your belt. So that's for the people who are obsessed with the short blade. I'm not. It's an off skill for me. So, regular sword. And we're just going to forge 2 of these bad boys. This is going to take quite a bit of time. And it's going to be annoying because it makes a loud noise. Sorry about that. Alright, that's 2 sword blades crafted. Slap some handles on them. And then turn around and sharpen them both. And then into my duffel bag of swords they go. It's so hard to convince myself to put a fighting knife on my belt. It's so hard. All of this, these bags on the floor right here, that's all stuff I should have organized by now. But I'm going to be lazy and do that later. With the exception of these hides. I knew there was something grating at me here. Jeez Louise, we came home from the Irvington area with more than 50 sacks. That is wild. That is actually wild. I will never be hurting for compost again. I literally can't fit more sacks into that duffel bag. we can actually use these laundry bags for laundry, because I no longer feel any compulsion whatsoever to save them for rip them up and make more sacks. I don't need to do that. I have so many sacks now. I probably have more than I'm ever going to need to use. And I'm perfectly okay with that because, yeah. Another sledgehammer. I don't even remember where I got this one. But we'll just add it to the lineup, shall we? I'm sorry, Luchador. I really am. I know these are so hard to find. Sometimes. I mean, this particular character has just gotten so lucky on some things, and then ridiculously unlucky on others. I would literally trade one of those sledgehammers right now for a copy of Carpentry 5. Hell, I would trade them both for a copy of Carpentry 5 right now. But that's the game we're playing. You find some and you lose some. This garbage bag full of sacks, I'm just going to go put it up here next to the, well, I suppose I can extract some of the compost. Yeah, I might as well. Any sacks left over will stay up here. These two garbage bags are full of tapes. I don't have my cinema built yet, and it's going to be a little while before I do. So those can just chill there until we're ready to build my cinema. I never got around to building it on Nora, so there is a small possibility I might just never be able to build it, but that's okay. It's not a hard requirement. That's a fun thing. And we can do that whenever we feel like doing a fun thing. Today, I feel like getting some real shit done. This backpack sprayer is a different color than the other ones we picked up. If anybody's not familiar, I enjoy backpack sprayers as a 16-liter water container. 16 liters is just high enough for me to usually be able to pick it up without having to drop any kit. We can make bigger buckets. We can make 20-liter buckets. But those 20-liter buckets get so heavy that I can't pick them up without dropping some kit first, which that's literally something I have to plan for these days. I hate the fact that we sometimes have to drop stuff before picking something up that we would otherwise be able to carry. I'm not a fan. I've complained about that a lot, though. New battery for the flashlight. And you know what? Let's listen to the radio. It's about to cut over. Here we are. Max power grid blackout. Good weather today, as I've already noticed. Humidity 17, max 50. Mild wind from the west, clear skies, periodically cloudy. No storm warnings. Okay. So no precipitation tomorrow and no oncoming storm warnings. That tells me that I cannot expect a deluge of precipitation anytime soon. So we will be watering the crops before we leave. And then we will be setting a timer after we leave. We'll be gone for no longer than 7 days. Unless it rains. So while yeah, that's basically the plan now. I will be leaving tomorrow morning instead of I wanted to be leaving today, but it's already 1700. Best to leave in the mornings. Let's get our crops watered and then give her a bath before we go too. Otherwise, I think we're pretty close to being ready. Well, it looks like we have, is that dead? No, it's just got some mildew on it. That's an easy cure. Mildew is just, a water-based cure. Or, I'm sorry, milk. Think of milk as if it's water. I will go make a mildew cure after we get this, watered up here. Alrighty, so I need to now keep track of when the crops were last watered. That is going to result in me carrying around a notepad of some sort in my Alice kit. Usually a simple piece of paper is good enough. 0.1 encumbrance gives you an entire page. I could use a notepad, you know, IRL notepad, or a just tab over to my other computer, but that's I don't mind using the in-game mechanics once in a while. That being said, I might not actually have a simple piece of paper. Usually I pick up stuff like that as decorations and then toss them in bags like these. Not this time, though. So what that means is... I'm actually going to go look really quick. I mean, I have a notepad, but that weighs 0.2. That's actually... No, I have 0.1 in my Alice kit right now. This game's going to try to tell me I can't write a note on the back of somebody's ID card. Guess not. Not enough room. The rest of the stuff that's here, I don't really care about. The glue. That should go in my bomb kit, always. If anybody's not familiar with bombs, there are certain specific materials that you have to be on the lookout for. Specifically in my case, I like to do remote bombs instead of thrown ones. In order to make a bomb remote, I needed to craft a remote trigger. And in order to do that, you need glue. Glue is one of those... It specifically has to be glue. There's no substitutes. And you also need duct tape. Duct tape is a little easier to find. So I don't carry around quite as much, just enough to handle what I need to on the fly. Glue, however, every piece of glue that I find, every single stick, makes its way into this kit here. So that I can craft more pipe bombs as I need to. In the spirit of having a throwaway vehicle on hand, I am going to set out in search of a piece of paper, but also of a throwaway vehicle. There are 2 Nialas down here that I dismantled for parts, just to get a little bit of mechanics experience. I might put one of these back together. And also should have no problem finding a piece of paper somewhere in here, right? It's a library. There it is. Look at that. First container looking sheet of paper. Last watered crops. 418. Last checked generator. I'm going to put 419 preemptively because tomorrow morning I will fill it up before I leave. And with that, notes gets to go in my Alice kit there. I use other bombs only if I don't have... I'm definitely not scared of the fire, but it's not... obviously, you don't want to use anything with fire if you have to work in proximity to a building full of loot that you actually care about. So that's a consideration, but then the on this character specifically, I've never used anything other than pipe bombs or campfires. I think I used a Molotov once. Yeah, I used a Molotov once as a thrown Molotov. And I didn't dislike it. It worked, but the results would have been the same as if I just set a campfire, for the most part. I forget which part it was, but in one of my character's parts, we set a campfire and then lured a huge group of zombies around the campfire, and then just backed away and watched them burn. That's definitely one way of dealing with them. So a lot, to be honest, when it comes to a throwaway vehicle, I don't need much. I just need the basics. Well, so it used to. It definitely used to. Now, it does not spread quite as much. The Indie Stone recently nerfed it because people were using fire to grief each other in multiplayer. So fire does spread, but it does not spread anywhere near as much as it used to. I do actually have a screenshot that I can show you. If I look back through my Zomboid Steam screenshots here. Just a little ways. I do not remember exactly which part this was. But on this character's journey, in order to take a chunk of Irvington early on. Here it is. So this is a bit of a meme. In order to take a chunk of Irvington early on, we set a campfire and just took a huge crowd of zombies from the gas station area in the northeast-ish side of town. And what happens is, after enough of them set each other on, After enough of them walk over the campfire and catch on fire, and you stop trying to get their attention by making noise and whatnot, the fire that they create actually attracts them to that fire. So it's kind of a self-sustaining thing where a group of zombies will catch fire and then stay on fire until they all explode. As you can see by the burned tiles, it doesn't spread that much, but I have no idea if that's because it's grass or if it's, maybe it spreads better in buildings. I don't usually ever want to risk setting fire near buildings I actually care about, so that's one of the reasons I let all these guys out to a field and just did it out here in a field. So it works pretty well for us, though. Definitely worked pretty well for us. I do not believe I left any good batteries up here, and that's fine. Yep, sure thing. So we are in need of another 2 suspensions. Otherwise, 2 suspensions, a battery, and then the tires. Probably plenty of tires on the floor here. I think both of these vehicles had semi-decent suspensions, and so I took them back to my collection. I don't know why I didn't tow this forward. This is a race car. The towing vehicle, the vehicle being towed has no wheels. Hey. There's also probably some more vehicles at the residential houses to the south and the north. Geez, there's an entire parking lot back there. I keep forgetting about that. Behind the, whatchamacallit, this little triple unit shopping center behind, or next to the farming and rural supply. I have a separate mechanics area for standard over here. Hey Richard, good morning. We are just about prepped for a little expedition to Brandenburg today. Trying to get a couple of throwaway vehicles on deck so that I can do back and forth more easily. We have about 30 minutes before bedtime. I'm going to go grab one of those vehicles that I just keep forgetting about back here. Behind the triple shopping center here. What the fuck is wrong with me, man? There's 4 of them back here and I keep forgetting about them. Yeah, let's get... I mean, I need to get all these over to my lot at some point, but just one for now so that I know that it's there. For anybody joining, welcome. As the title suggests, we are going to Brandenburg today. It is going to be tomorrow morning. Hopefully the weather's good. If it's not, I'm going to go anyway. I am 100% done letting the weather stop me. I did not actually hear any warnings about inclement weather tomorrow. I don't know if the automated broadcast always catches things like half a day of fog or whatever, but it said nothing, and so I'm hoping we'll be good. Having a few throwaway vehicles like these on hand, that will make the back and forth after we're done with Brandenburg much easier. $2,300, there we go, bedtime. I'm just going to give myself a bath as an overnight task. That will get us through fast forwarding. And it'll be useful. A bath, and there's some armor we can wash here. I can't believe I did the thing again. I am so bad about leaving my own vehicles running, especially. Another big problem is everything's got a performance muffler now, so they're even harder to hear. So, when it comes to Brandenburg, I have been there, and I have actually hit I think I hit the fire department, but I have not fully cleared the town. My early game tour took me to, this is our map of Brandenburg right here. So what I did was I passed down the main road here, Boyd, and I got all the way to the end of the road and then turned onto Lawrence. But otherwise, the rest of the guts of the town I have not touched. And I think while we were on Boyd, I forget which building is, this right here, I think this is the fire department. I remember getting a couple of vehicles from the fire department. I don't know if we've actually been inside. But otherwise, yeah, this is literally just a pass through. Now, the thing that I did do at Brandenburg that I consider, in my brain meat, I consider this completely separate from this town itself, is we hit the checkpoints, and we wiped out the checkpoint, and we looted everything that I wanted from it. The Brandenburg military checkpoint is something I always do very early on. This was our field base at the time. I always do that very early on, but I don't usually hit Brandenburg itself until later on, because after I've hit the Brandenburg military checkpoint and I get what I want from that, it's usually off to Ekron so that I can get all the books that I need from the college. And then in this character's case, we ended up going to this side of the map next to Ekron afterwards. So yes, the looted and trashed mechanic. Now, that being said, literally me, on previous characters, I would explore residential during the early game tour so that I could stay ahead of any residential places being looted and trashed as much. On this character, I avoided that, and possibly as a direct consequence of that, I have gotten a lot more books that I would not have gotten, because your chances of looted and trashed increase over time, but so do your chances of survivor houses. And because of that, I think this character has had more survivor zombies, same survivor zombies, but more survivor houses than any of my other characters. And yet, despite all of that, for some reason, she just can't seem to nail a copy of Carpentry 5. Now, I usually like to sleep at 5 a.m., but that's fine. I cannot think of anything else I need to do to prepare. The only other thing I can think about right now is I do have some meat in the fridge as opposed to the freezer, and we're gonna get those. Into my backpack, so I can do something with them later. There is also one other thing. There is a duffel bag full of leather right here, and I want to get some of that onto the drying rack, because I do believe my current set of leather is done drying. I should have room for both of the larges, and I should have I feel like I should have a medium. I don't know if I do. If I had the materials to make one, I will. And if I don't, then we'll do it later. But it would be good to get this stuff started before we leave, if I can. Animal brains and sinew put away. I do have 2 medium drying racks. I'm going to put those directly into my backpack. We'll deploy them out in the drying room. So because I only have 2, I'm going to put away one of these Landris pig hides. Otherwise, I should already have 2. Yes, I should already have 2 large leather drying racks. Alright, so it's kind of hard to see, but underneath the stairs here, we've got our softening beam and our tannin barrel. I'm going to go ahead and soften the Angus hide and the Ginfidel hide. This means I'm removing the flesh. I'm then going to remove the fur just from the Ginfidel hide and one of the 2 Landris pig hides. So there's 2 steps to this. You can remove the flesh. You have to remove the flesh from everything. You do not have to remove the fur. If you leave the fur on it, you can do different things with it with tailoring. However, some of those options are relatively limited. I'm keeping the Angus hide furred because I'm quite interested to see what happens if I use Angus hide to make a jacket or something, because that would probably result in a black jacket with pretty decent protection on it. In any case, I now need 4 bowls of brain tan here. Got plenty of brains, just got to fill 4 bowls. And then tan each of the leathers. So all in all, we've got a medium crude, a large crude, and then 2 furred leathers. And I'm going to take all those out with me to the drying room before we leave. The generator on the roof should get topped up before we leave as well, so I'm going to do that while we're up here. I do need a new can of gas up top. Try to remember that. Alright, so in our drying room currently we have deployed 2 large leathers that are, thankfully they're done. I was really hoping they'd both be done. They were very close last I looked. And we've finally got some heat that doesn't require me to fire up the fires. So I'm going to go ahead and just turn around and replace the leathers we just took off with an Angus leather that is furred and wet. So as you can see, this the Angus leather that is from a black cow. So we can turn that into a black leather piece of clothing of some sort. I've never done that before on any of my characters, so I'm interested to see what that looks like. And then we've just got another regular large crude. And then we've also got 2 mediums to work with. So I went ahead and brought my medium drying racks with me. And I'm placing them so that they are still within 1 tile of the fireplace. You cannot see the fireplace due to the isometric stuff, but it is, you can see the outline right here. This is where a fireplace is. I might go ahead and light up before I leave. There's no reason not to. I'm right here in front of it. I might as well. So we've got 1 crude and then 1 pig leather. So here's the crude. Here's the next drying rack. Remember, the goal is to make sure that we have at least 1 tile of each rack within 1 tile distance of the fire pit. And we have been able to do that here with a combination of different sized racks, which is cool. So as you can see, we've got 2 leathers that actually have the fur with different colors. And then those 2 right there are, the fur's been removed. This one right here is a Holstein calf leather, so that's a small leather with black and white spots on it. So I'm not going to mess around with the leather that's already finished drying yet. We're going to just leave that behind upstairs and deal with that next time we're feeling creative. Oops, woman, put your hat back on. Did not have to jump over that. Cheeky early thoughts about where I would base next run. So one of the biggest problems I'm having right now about where I decided to base here, where I've decided to base here, Phallus Lake is amazing for its position. It is in the dead center of the west side of the map here, at the central point of within pretty good driving distance of Riverside, Rosewood, March Ridge, Muldrow, and even West Point. Echo Creek, Ekron, and Irvington are a little farther away. Brandenburg is pretty, Brandenburg is, that's where we're going today. But the downside is there are not as many throwaway vehicles here. I made that statement the other day, but then, of course, I realized that I was forgetting about all of the vehicles that were literally right behind this building here. There's literally 3 more of them right there, so I don't know. There is a possibility that this is actually not a bad spot at all. I do like being on the Ohio River, so Riverside is always a place that is congenial to my interests. But yeah, it's in flux. I don't actually know. That would also depend a lot on changes, any changes that the game makes next time that my character's save gets broken. I do like Phallus. It is amazing position. Okay, we are now out of here. All of the lights should be off. And do I want to bring a gate bag with me? I don't think I do. I don't think I need to be building gate bases at Phallus Lake. I'm sorry, at Brandenburg. One of our bases is this house right here. We haven't built it yet, but that is a house that I like a lot because it's central, but the initial spawns around it are always pretty low. The base we've used already up here, this is a field base. That's way too far away for anything but the checkpoint itself. So I like using that house, and then there's another house in this area that I sometimes like to use. And we'll see about that later, because right now we're going to be going for that one. Okay. But what that means is I don't need to be bringing a duffel bag full of welding materials specific to make a specific to make anything like a sorry, lost my brain there. To make a gate. I'm going to take a few torches, though. I always like carrying around a few extra torches. And you know what? I'm also going to take any torch that needs to be refilled and refill it using the propane that's going to be available to us when we get up there. I've talked about this a few times, but it is worth remembering that currently propane is more space efficient to store it in torches instead of canisters. I used to always want to store it in canisters, propane tanks. And then I realized that a propane tank is worth about 7.2 torches, and yet a full propane tank will fill 7.2 torches, something like that. And yet 7.2 torches weighs a lot less than a full propane tank. So basically the most efficient thing to do with propane is to just constantly fill up your torches and leave the torches full. The devs might change that someday. They might introduce a leakage mechanic for torches or something. I don't know. I feel like they're going to do something about that, and I don't even know why. But yeah, got to keep that in mind. West of Phallus Lake, near the river. River, near Phallus Lake. River near Phallus Lake. If you mean Ohio River, let me know if you meant something other than the Ohio River. Because I don't think there's any rivers. But then again, there are some rivers that don't always make their way onto the map. And I don't even know exactly where the Otter Creek one there goes to, so. Alright. Logistically, our plan is to take the ambulance first. I'm just going to move it into an easier position here. Oh, it was absolutely intentional. Oh, you know what? I think I need to be using the other race car. The other race car is slightly better. I do like the Spiffo race car, but I'm gonna primary the other one. Let me double check their engine qualities. Spiffo is 82. LBMW is 81. Really? Really? Okay, so they're basically the same. The parts on LBMW are much better for now. But does that mean I should be taking Spiffo with me and then using parts I find out in the field to replace? Yeah. Okay, so we are going to take Spiffo. And not even because it's better, but because it needs better. Off we go. Little River west of Phallus. Okay, I'm not even aware of that. Oh, we're going in that direction now. Maybe I'll take a look. Since we're talking about a place that After all this time, I'm still not familiar with. I'm going to go ahead and whip out b42map.com here. Lovely website, always shout it out. So here's Fellis Lake, and people are talking about a river to the west. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've never gone down this dirt road here. Now, problem with dirt roads. If you know, you know. If you don't, you probably need to survive longer. Because dirt roads are going to be overgrown with everything. I will show you exactly what I'm talking about here. So I need to... Yes, we need to go in the bend instead of turning north. So we will go in the general this-away direction. So let me show you guys what happens if you base in one of these pretty houses up here. It's not the worst thing in the world, and it's something that with enough diligence you can get ahead of. But if you don't have enough diligence, then it's going to be a persistent thorn in your side. Bushes is an understatement. So we're just going down this road. We're not going to take the ambulance. We'll just take the race car. Yeah, and I mean it's a don't get me wrong. The houses probably are beautiful. I've seen some really beautiful houses in this game. But in this case, the dirt road is. Now that we are, what's the date? It is currently April 19th, 1994. We've survived for 9 months, 14 days. And this is what every dirt road in the game looks like. Just covered, absolutely covered in these trees. And that sucks. It really does, because there are some cool things down these dirt roads, and not just this one, but other ones. But you're fighting nature now, and I've always found this to be a bit silly. Shan't have any zombies in anywhere. That'll probably bring some people out of the trees. Now, there's ways around this. I mean, the silliest thing is that you can just completely bypass the dirt road, and you won't have anywhere near as many problems. Yeah, this looks like a place where you can just bypass the dirt road because the forest isn't quite thick enough for it. Now, of course, the tree growth is random based on your world seed. So, the placement of these random trees is going to be different for everybody. I've never seen this wooden bridge before. It's kind of cool looking. Hey, look, free butchering experience. There's also, Zed up here. I'm going to delete Zed. These things, I despise the fact that they cause damage to your vehicles. Probably much, much, much lighter than it used to be. I don't even see blood on the vehicle. I still hate it. I hate it on principle. Bombing Op in Ekron. If I had to pick a spot, I'd try to do the church parking lot. That's a bit of a problem. I mean, you're on high pop, so trying to do the church parking lot means you're going to have to like remove a lot of vehicles if you want to do like the way I do it. But if you, at least the church parking lot, if you remove the vehicles, which removing vehicles is, yeah, you're gonna have to lure the zombies away first, probably. I mean, always remember, you don't get any experience for bombing ops. It just deletes zombies. It doesn't give you any, there's no bombing skill that you get experience in. This is, I always find this so silly. It's just so silly that the trees only grow on the road. This is how you know it's 100% intentional by the devs. If tile equals dirt or sand. Sand, that was the worst part, is that sand roads have trees growing out of them. Apparently in this universe, sand has enough nutrients for mini forests full of trees. Yep. It's not like specific plants like palm trees are the only ones that have evolved to actually be able to grow in something as nutrient sparse as sand. Oh, there's a lunch break up here. I'm gonna end that. There's probably other Zeds up here too. We'll have to see. But yeah, look at this. We got a nice little, what is this, a saloon sort of house? Now, of course, this is the clusterfuck that I'm walking into right here. I have shit line of sight everywhere I look. So discharging the firearm is actually a terrible idea. And I shouldn't be doing that very much. Feel like I've got an okay line of sight around me here. Split these up. Head on a swivel. Yeah. I'm assuming that this is probably not one of the prettiest parts of the houses in the area. Probably some prettier options down the other road. But yeah, I was just curious because I had never been down that road before. Wait. Oh yeah, no, Ekron is, remember, if you can't spawn in it, it's not a small town. Even Fellas Lake, it is probably smaller than other towns, but don't underestimate it. You'll have a bad time if you do. You know, I don't expect anything, but let me check the shed anyway. If there's a yellow generator or a blue one, if there's any generator. Good to know. Thumb on the space bar in case somebody was right in front of the door. There's somebody in there, but they didn't hear anything out here. She's hard at hearing. Oh, that empty gardening spray can reminds me. There is some mildew on one of my crops. I completely forgot about it. I am actually really glad I came here because then I saw that and it reminded me. So we are going to handle that really quick before we head to Brandenburg. Now, off-roading does give you a small chance at damaging some components in your vehicle. I'm not as concerned about it on this one because I plan on doing an upgrade in the field when I get a chance on it anyway. Another thing you can do when you're doing off-roading like this as a substitute for on-roading when it's a shit road covered in obstacles, you can take a scythe and eliminate all the grass. That is a temporary fix. but it does, I do believe it, it assists. I think you're only getting potential damage if you hear this sound. Very light damage, obviously, but it adds up over time. Long term, if I had to live in a place like this, I would absolutely build my own road. Probably out of wood, because they've severely reduced the amount of experience you get for carpentry floors now. So if you want to actually level carpentry, and you want to do it efficiently with the lowest amount of materials used for the amount of experience gain you get, floors are still the best. They're just not the best by as big of a margin. So if the devs wanted people to stop grinding floors, mission failed. Maybe you'll get them next time. All they really succeeded in doing is wasting more of our fucking time, which, well, yeah, they tend to do that sometimes. I'm sure anybody watching has played the game. Yeah, you've probably noticed by now. I should have bypassed this part entirely, like I did on the way in. But yeah, that is, I kind of wanted to demo a little bit of off-roading there. It is still possible. Just annoying. And the thing is, Mario, is that the damage is very, very subtle. And it's only a chance, it's only like a percentage chance every time you're kind of off-roading over a bunch of tiles that cause that little noise to be heard. I think, and it's mostly, I think it's a little bit of tire and a little bit of like gas tank and muffler maybe, but I don't remember exactly. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it's degrees of time wasting, right? I quite literally am playing this game specifically because I want to blow time while also enjoying myself. In order to make a mildew cure, we need but a humble spray can here and some milk, 1 liter, which I already had on hand. So now I've got a sprayer full of mildew spray. And this was the bastard here that still a little bit moderate there. And the mildew is cured. I don't even think that it's possible for there to be mildew without you seeing it. But you know what? Yeah, I was going to empty the rest of it on the neighboring plants just in case. So all these crops I've planted, that's the only problem I've seen so far. So that's nice. I don't actually recall if I have a spare box of nails in the ambulance. Now I'm gonna have one in my inventory. And actually, now that I think about it, I do intend on logging when we get to our destination, so a wood axe is coming with us in addition. Alright, now we're off for real. No more detours. Now, of course, that being said, I say no more detours. We're going to take the most efficient road to get there, and that is possibly going to result in us having to fight a lot of zombies. Because there are some roads that I did not clear, moving in the direction of Brandenburg. And it's possible that those roads, if I'm thinking of the right ones, some of them might be crawling. In which case, we will be getting out and clearing our supply line. So, when I say no more when I say no more distractions, That does not mean we won't be getting out and killing zombies often enough to need to... We might need to establish a place to sleep in the field. We'll see. So we're headed north currently, and we're going to be taking a left. 2 lefts, I believe. Ah, remnants of a herd that we've mostly wiped out. Remember, when I talk about clearing my supply lines, I am also talking about clearing all obstructions, and that includes rabbits. Rabbits are absolutely obstructions. What the hell? Where the hell is it? It was like right in the middle of a tree. You know what? I'm gonna let it rot. I could use the butchering experience, but I don't know if it just wants to hide under there and die, then it can hide under there and die. I don't think I actually managed to land either of those shots. I've noticed that animals are actually surprisingly hard to hit. Surprisingly hard to hit with guns. For anybody joining, welcome. We are on our way to Brandenburg at long last. But, unfortunately, we're probably going to need to stop in the not-too-distant future. There is going to be a swathe of zombies on the road that I need to take. This one up here. So, where we're at right now, we're on the road that would lead us to Riverside. But Otter Creek Road here would be more efficient to take. So, Otter Creek Road is unfortunately crawling with zombies. I do not know exactly how many zombies, but it's going to be enough that it's going to take us a while. So I'm actually going to establish a field base, just a safe place to sleep, and bridge to get my perishables stored. We're going to establish one at the first house on this row here. So this is a gated community, but the zombies will attack the gates. So gates are hardly overly useful. Forget exactly where the first house is. There it is. Yeah, I forgot. You can easily see it from the road. So, of course, I always carry around a sledgehammer in my ambulance field kit. We can also use welding to dismantle these iron gates, which I might actually do. Yeah, we've got some torches of incomplete value. Now, the moment I disassemble that, any zombie who's trying to get around the fence is going to realize that there's a way to get around the fence. So it is actually possible now that zombies will have motive to try to go around the fence and use the hole that I just created. Like, they will know, even if they're like 60 tiles away, they'll know that there's a hole in the fence now. Because that's how the off-map movement works. Incoming, that is aggro. I would like to finish clearing this gate, or clearing this fence before we go loud, so I'm going to go ahead and kill this one quiet. Come on. Get your ass out of there. Crafted denim shirt. I was wondering why that looked interestingly unique. Green rubber boots. Callie Lance. That's an interesting name. That hat is a potential match for Scrubs. She's fixated on the door. I'm just checking our corners before I engage her. I don't like having corpses inside the houses I'm going to base up in, so I'm just pushing her down and then opening the door and leading her outside so that she can bring her corpse out here for me. You can move the corpses yourselves, but why would you do that? Why would I do that? Just make the corpse walk to where it needs to be before you kill it. What'd she say to me? Outside. God damn it. You really have to break the window that fast? I don't know if I have a crowbar, so I probably can't fix that window. Come on out of there. Probably just gonna hit that window with a steel sheet. Except I didn't bring one with me. Damn. Tiresome. Garage is the only other place on the first floor where they might be hiding. Look at that. Red generator already in the garage. That is beautiful. I don't even have to get out any of the generators that I brought with me. Checking the second floor. Top of the stairs clear. And check the open doors first. One outside, he's spotted me. Gonna go deal with him now, otherwise he's gonna break one of my windows. Bastard. Bed with a pillow in there already. Another bed with a pillow. Oh, okay, so if let me show you real quick what the crosshair looks like when you have a target. Ignore the fact that the window is highlighted red and just look at the crosshair itself. You see how the center of the crosshair itself has a we can actually see it if I step back a little bit. So right now, the crosshair itself, the little circle in the center, when the circle in the center turns red, that means your character is targeting something. Now, stairs in this game, I hate them. I despise them. I can't stand them. They're fucking stupid. You cannot see anything at the direct tile on the top of the stairs. So this is my first time exploring this place. What if there is a deaf zombie that is just facing the other direction, just standing right there on that tile at the top of the stairs? I wouldn't be able to see them. You're telling me that in this universe, people who look at the top of the stairs cannot see somebody standing at the very top of the stairs. Thankfully, we do have a workaround for that, and that's the aiming system. The new aiming system actually does give you a red crosshair if you're aiming at something that your character should be able to see on an upper floor. So if there was a zombie on this tile at the very top of the stairs, by aiming at it, there we go. By aiming at it, I would actually see the crosshair turn red if there was somebody standing on that particular tile. So that means that if the crosshair doesn't turn red, I can at least be sure that this tile right here does not have a zombie just immediately waiting for me. Now, that doesn't mean that this tile right here might not have one. Maybe some asshole is going to come around this corner. At least in that case, there's not somebody already on top of me. But yeah, that is, no, VTSS, I'm not going to do that. I think everybody can use their intuition to know exactly what's going to happen if you choose to left click while aiming at a window. I'm calling this the country club residence because this gated community is close to the country club. So we just got to do the rest of the upper floor rooms here. Open door rooms are clear. 2 bedrooms left. This is another thing I hate, when there's door tiles directly across from each other. Whenever you hit E, the door that you're closest to is the one that gets opened. And so, for example, let's say that I'm facing this direction, but I'm closest to the door behind me. I close the door behind me. I also open the door behind me. So let's say that I'm in this situation right here where there's 2 doors, 1 tile away from each other, and I want to open one of them. I have to make sure, for damn sure, that I'm on the right tile. Otherwise, I'm going to open the door behind me. And how do we know there's not some asshole who doesn't attack doors standing right on the other side? We don't. So whenever there's doors right across from each other, I got to be very careful about that. I, in fact, am willing to incur a small amount of risk by just making sure that I'm in front of the right tile and not moving backwards. Because usually my instinct to approach a door like this that's closed, my instinct is to move backwards. Because if I'm moving backwards as the door opens, that maximizes my chances of getting a good pushback on any asshole that's waiting for me on this side of the door. But yeah, this is just one of the many things that I think about when I'm doing a clearing like this. Closet, clear. Bedroom, clear. Alright. I'll show you exactly what I mean. If I hit E too early, it's the fucking door behind me instead of the one I'm looking at. Ugh. Okay, house clear. The chances are pretty low that there would just... The kid's room has a fucking MSR 700 in it. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 would Kentucky again. Alright, let's get the lower floor boarded up. All these disassemblies, and we still only got a few steel bars. I think I saw another one in the building. If we can at least get 6 total, then that would be fantastic, because then I've got 2 windows worth. it's three barricade objects per window. Now that time we got a bar and a rod, but there's no other rods here. And this is one of several reasons that it was a good idea to bring my wood axe. We'll use it a lot more once we get to our destination, but for now, this will just clear us a really easy way in and out of this particular safe house area. She is quite winded from that. Which I understand completely. Wood axes are like sledgehammers, but for trees. So I think for one night we can squeeze past this tree right here, and at least make our way around front if we need to. In a perfect world, all the bases that I build should be able to be driven around, should be able to drive a circle around them. My corpse placement was not very ideal for that in this case. However, one thing we did successfully here is chop down one tree that gave us 12 planks. That should probably be enough to get the whole lower floor barricaded. No, you know what? I'm not risking this. My ambulance is just too good of condition for me to want to risk a collision over something that I'm just going to drive it myself. It's fine. That was a meta event on the right. A meta event on the right, so if there's zombies to the left, we have to be mindful of incoming now. I mean, we were going to have to be mindful of incoming anyway because we're planning on deploying a generator. But now I'm officially annoyed. We're stage 1 fatigue, so we're still pretty combat effective, but doesn't mean that I want to be getting into any engagements right now. What I'm going to do is just park the ambulance facing this direction so we can come around and pick it up at the race car tomorrow morning when we're set to go. If I wanted to build welding-related barricades, I would need dub rods in addition to the steel bars we picked up. Now, I got 5 steel bars. I swear I saw another one in here somewhere. Yep. So there's 6. I can now do 2 windows. Gonna do the kitchen. Actually, I'm gonna do the 2 forward-facing windows here. The 2 forward-facing windows here. I do believe the metal bar barricades are more protective. The zombies that are in the area are most likely to come from this direction, so yeah, we'll go ahead and do the barricades here. At least the stronger ones. We will barricade all windows, but those ones get the metal. Now I just need to saw some logs. I'm going to use my flashlight for that. perfectly good headlights here. So that's 4 logs sawed into 12 planks. Planks into my off bag. And let's get the windows barricaded, and then we are going to be mostly on time for bed. We're going to do 2 each, and we can afford to do 6. I think we have exactly the correct amount. It's cool that every once in a while shit just works. I hear some breathing. Doesn't sound like aggro breathing, but I can almost guarantee you that if I fire up any generators tonight, that will turn into aggro breathing. I'm just going to turn it on for a moment, see if it powers the fridge. It does not. So I need to move it. Backyard was always the best proposition because less chance of pulling zombies from the adjacent houses up there in the top left, and also closer to the fridge. So I'm going to put it like right here. Now this will likely pull them a few from around the fence. I'm not as concerned about that. It now powers the fridge and 3 lights. Now remember, just because a zombie hears a generator doesn't always mean that they're actually going to be aggroed onto the player. They will break their way through anything in their way if they hear a generator and the player's nearby, even if they do not directly aggro the player. But I don't think there's going to be too many obstacles for anybody who is in the area. They're going to go around the fence probably. At least I want to say that they're going to go around the fence. I'm going to close the curtains upstairs so that I can at least sleep in the bedroom up there and they won't see me. As I predicted, some of my rabbit meat is already stale, and I don't really care about that. The rabbit meat I just harvested is in the freezer now. And the rabbit meat that is but stale, we can start putting that in recipes tomorrow. So these 2 windows here, I'm going to close the curtains for them, because if zombies are attracted by the generator, they're probably going to go kind of around like that, most likely. Yeah, I suspect anybody in the top right corner there. So by closing those curtains, that at least prevents them from having direct line of sight on me. I kind of expect that tomorrow morning we'll have somebody, some people hanging around down there next to where the generator is. can actually probably just turn the light on in here. Oh, not close enough. Never mind. This one is. And I find that to be kind of funny. Okay, I'm actually genuinely surprised that there's not more back here. I heard at least one zombie making mouth noises. Look at that. So, look, okay, quick 360 check. In the top right there, you see that guy up there? He's just chilling. I'm well within noise radius, but okay. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to come down here if he doesn't want to. I'm not going to make him. There's a light switch for the kitchen. This one here. Too far away for that one. I'm going to go ahead and just close all the curtains down here. No need to attract too much attention to myself. Alright, consolidating everything locally sourced now. Jug of vinegar. That is 10 10 jars of food right there. A jug of vinegar that's twice as large as a regular bottle of vinegar. So that's cool. Ooh, look at that. We got locally sourced cookware. How are those dry ramen noodles fresh? That's interesting. That's very interesting because dry ramen noodles that I found previously are starting to go stale. I have no explanation for that. Hey there. Yeah, spring is not usually what you run into. The canonical start dates are always midsummer, so you're in the hottest months, and then you start, as you survive, you start getting into the colder ones. But we are, what are we currently at? 9 months, 15 days, 12 hours. Assuming that all months have 30 days, as this game does. Alright, moving all cookware into the... I always keep cookware directly next to the oven there. And then foodstuffs directly on the other side. Garbage up here. Okay, so we've got some stale rabbit meat, but the fact that it's stale doesn't mean that it won't make for a decent recipe here. What I'm going to do is cook some of it so that I can actually put it into a bowl here. So like these two slabs of prime, I'm going to cook both of those. In the meantime, we'll start using up some of these. That's irritating. Tried to use frozen meat. I need to up my diligence when it comes to never using leftovers, because leftovers are even less important than normal when it comes to stuff that's going stale. And those prime cuts that are stale are now cooked, so I can put them in salads. Now, I will use the leftover eggs, because, of course, eggs are... I don't have quite as many of them. I probably should have taken more. I didn't want to, like, overload myself. Oh, 5:30 already, okay. That overnight hour burned up faster than I expected. You know what? I think I will just go ahead and use up these ramen noodles. So that's going to be rabbit, egg, and ramen stir fry. That sounds interesting. It depends on what you do with the egg. I feel like the egg could be a pretty good binding agent. I might, like, if I was doing that in real life, I might scramble it a little bit, maybe cube up the rabbit. Yeah, I would cube up the rabbit and maybe scramble the egg. And then I would cook the rabbit I would cook the rabbit separately, because you'd want to cook that at a higher temperature than the egg. The egg was already cooked too, so it would probably just be I would like cube it up and then only toss it in there after I did the meat. The ramen. Imagine cooking ramen without water. That has always felt very weird to me, that this game lets you cook ramen without water. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I would make the ramen. I mean, if I had to use ramen, I do this all the time. I would make it make a bowl of ramen first, and then add things to it afterwards. So I'd really just be cooking the rabbit, like cubed sort of, and then cube the egg. And so that's just, you know, cubes of rabbit and hard-boiled egg. And then I would cook the ramen and add it to the ramen. That's what I would do in real life. Alright, so there's my second sleep. As a restless sleeper, I gotta sleep twice every night. And we should now have a full day of work ahead of us. I'm gonna top up my water. You know, the funny thing is, I actually think I'm going to go ahead and leave the assets that I found. I'm going to leave them here, including the generator. I'm going to leave it running along with the foodstuffs, because I now have a couple days worth of food. And what we'll do is, once we've got our roads clear and our field base at Brandenburg established, we'll just come back here and pick up the perishables. It's a very easy trip for the race car, especially once the roads are clear. You guys will see what I mean by roads not being clear soon. We haven't had that problem just yet. There's been none of these zombies have been in the road, but they will be soon. This particular road was a sore spot for me earlier on. I left a large conga line of Zeds on it. So we're just going to turtle our way through all of them. If it sounds like the music died a while ago, you're 100% correct. Regrettably, I am not always on the ball with that. You can fix the music if it dies like this. You just have to intentionally trigger the combat music by allowing a group of at least 3 Zeds to be within a few tiles of you, which is not something I normally do. I don't normally allow that to happen. And sometimes there's just not enough Zeds to even make it happen. In this case, I'm pretty sure she's a loner. But I think as we get up to the gated community entrance, I think we will start to see a big old group up here. Yeah, here we go. I'm just going to assume that we're in for a fight here. There's the music. I'm going to go ahead and drop my backpack. We are currently in a state where if I don't drop my backpack, then I'm at stage 2 encumbrance. And I don't want to be at stage 2 encumbrance. So I'm going to drop my backpack and put on one of my, what's normally saved to be a handbag. So that I can just have some food, and that's it. I don't need anything else right now. I'm going to remain light while we kill all these guys. I would like to use guns, and I will. This opening group here, when I start going loud with guns, I want to be in a position where I'm not going to, like, lure 500 of them up to the fence. Right? Well, if this fence... There's no wooden fences here. So maybe that's not a big deal.
Hey!
I think wooden fences still cause stress. I'm not 100% on that. Now, one thing I should keep in mind is I don't have my active boxes of 357 right now. Those are in the heavy combat truck, which is going to be in the second wave. There was supposed to be a lot of them up here. There always are. Did I just spill them all out of here? Or were there never that many in this world to begin with? On my previous characters, this entrance is just loaded. It's absolutely loaded with Zeds. Guess we're just dealing with stragglers. Okay, I'll go get the vehicle then. That was rather anticlimactic. I expected there to be a lot of them waiting for me up here. But it's possible that I've gone back and forth on this road enough that there will be plenty waiting for me. They're just all going to be in a conga line going down the road. That is actually a very likely possibility. And, damn. There's the music. Back right on schedule. All we had to do was trigger combat. Don't hesitate to be a dumpster diver. Never tell what kind of interesting stuff might be in these. One behind. How good are swords? It depends on how vigilant you are about sharpening them. If you never sharpen your swords, I mean, it's almost the same as axes in that regard. Just the same as with axes, you have to stop and sharpen them all the time. And if you don't, they stop. They don't last anywhere near as long. But the shortcut is R, so there's providence to that. Basically, all I do is after every couple of kills, I tap R, and if she doesn't try to sharpen the sword, then I know it doesn't need to be sharpened. Otherwise, it is a one-shot kill weapon the vast majority of the time once you're past a certain level. We're currently at 6. I don't think I ever have a problem one-shotting zombies with no modal debuffs and the sword at perfect integrity and sharpness. Once I'm level 8, I almost have no problem ever one-shotting a zombie. Yeah, swords are amazing. They are best in slot, and the devs have openly stated that that's the direction they're going with it. So even if there's situationally better weapons, I don't recommend getting used to that because they're trying to move in the direction of swords being the best. All other weapon skills are just basically self-defense or tool crossover. On my other characters, I would do short blunt until I had plenty of swords and the ability to make more. On this character, we took Fire Officer with no other weapon skills, so that was a +1 to axes. So we're currently axe level 7. Yeah, you just need a whetstone, and then time. It does, I was fast-forwarding just now when well, actually, I don't have any blades to sharpen right now, but yes, it does take time, and it scales with your maintenance. So when your maintenance skill is higher, you will sharpen faster. Right now we're maintenance level 7, close to 8. Slaughters an entire family of rabbits. Refuses to elaborate, leaves. Fuck no, I don't really care about axes that much, but see, I'm convinced now that wood axes will never be efficient for anything other than clearing a small number of trees really quickly. Yep, I know. You're just gonna have to deal with it, my friend. If I don't do this, they'll do it to me. I didn't create this situation, the devs did. Never forget about that time that you flipped out over a bunch of rabbits. Never forget. Never forget. Never forget. I forgot. Speaking of never forget. This is like the tombstone that says gone but not forgotten. And the name is not there anymore. Engine quality is only 70. Not really worth anything. I'm pretty sure that the reason it's off the side of the road is because I, That's really funny, because I already looted it. On what mode? It's linked in the description. We keep everything default apocalypse. No sandbox settings change, ever. That is what the devs are trying to build. Well, now they're also working on Extinction. I've given my spiel on Extinction. I don't hate it, I just don't think the game's ready for sprinters yet. As soon as we have some sort of movement-based superiority over sprinters, I'll probably play Extinction and nothing else. Oh, this leads to the sanitarium if I follow this road. I play lore cannon mode. I didn't call it that, the devs did. Well, that just means that they're going to group themselves up for you, right? You've still got power on, don't you? Yeah, and it's, again, like, I'll always talk about sprinters in context of other games. There are plenty of other games that do sprinting enemies, and they do them very well. And you can look back through the videos on my channel. You'll see that I play a video game with where sprinters are basically considered normal. It's basically 40. Dark Tide is basically 40k, but Left 4 Dead. Ah, okay. So here we are on the highway towards Brandenburg, and I forgot that I left this car here. This car is a sports car, and I never touched any of the parts because I was not high enough level at the time. Not that there's that much in it. That's actually perfect. I care most about a windshield right now. I'm just going to put that straight into the trunk of the... I'll take its battery too. Put that straight into the trunk of the sports car that I'm currently using. Did have a homie up here. Depending on the type of power grid, there are some power grids that would last quite a bit without human intervention, assuming they were, like, you know, left that way. But if it was like coal, for example, I'm pretty sure coal would not last very long at all. The military wasn't giving up, then they would be protecting critical infrastructure like that a lot. But in this universe, the military more or less gave up after the first couple weeks. Yeah. Always collect those generators, even if your power's still on, because it ain't gonna last forever. Unless you cheat and make it so that it does. RVs are, in real life, they are maintenance hazards, massive maintenance hazards. A lot of RV owners are surprised at how difficult they are to maintain and expensive if you pay somebody else to do it for you. Shout out to anybody who's ever considered owning an RV in real life. Go to a campground and just sit down near, just set up next to somebody who has an RV there, and just maybe in the evening, just go talk to them. Just be like, hey, what's it like owning an RV? And just listen to all the things they talk about. And suddenly, you probably won't want to own an RV. Probably. It depends. From what I understand, you have to be very handy with your own repairs. And if that is the case, then you can handle a lot more than your standard RV owner. These wrecked vehicles are not the kind that you can destroy with welding, so they are not a strategically useful thing. What's my current kill count? 7,000 something. Check. Yeah, 7165. That does not count anybody that I've killed with fire or remote explosives. Currently, remote explosives do not get attributed to anybody without mods, and even with mods, from what I understand, it doesn't get tracked properly all the time. We have probably killed, we did a 500 at least, 300, and a couple of multi-hundreds. I would probably add 1,000 or 2,000 to that total. Kill count's just a number. It goes up when it needs to go up. Okay, we're getting into heavy combat again here. Or, not heavy, but just heavier. I need to not be carrying around this much kit. Otherwise, I will get winded. So I'm going to start taking some stuff out of my backpack and putting it into this bad boy here. Okay, that finally resolved my weight problems. I am now able to be at encumbrance 1 as opposed to 2. That is going to make it so that I can actually run around without getting exerted. There's another copy of Longblade too. Fishing line, bobber. Of course, picking up that one book was enough to put me back over the weight limit. It is so silly. Sensitive, very silly and sensitive and whatnot. I'm just going to take a few things out of my whatchamacallit, military satchel. Honestly, that is far more encumbrance inducing. Very nice. What level aim are you at? For an M16 to just wipe a group? Nice. Just under an average of 2 shots.
Hey!
On out of there. I know there was a third. Suppose we'll find it later. Maces are indeed heavy. You can make the same mace head and to turn it into either a long mace or a short mace. So it's maces can be either long blunt or short blunt depending on the handle that you put on it. If you want short blunt, you've got to be really high level carving to give it a good handle. If you want long blunt, you only need to be medium level carving. You can get yourself a large handle much easier. Found your cure. Why would you need a cure? And my question is, of course, does the cure work on people who are already zombies? Or does it only work on people who are infected and will become zombies? Ah, yeah. So there's the sharpen effect. I just tapped R while standing still, and she started sharpening. This is without fast forwarding. This is what it looks like at maintenance level 7. See somebody with a hiking backpack there. Might be a survivor zombie. He's got the hood up. Backpack plus hood up. Oh no, she's just got long hair. It's not a hood. Oh no, it was a survivor zombie. And a bag full of books, not a single one of them that I'm capable of using except... that's a spare copy of Napping 3. Every single one of the other ones I've already read. Bitten 12 times. Okay, then. That, I want to get that sorted out. That's no good. So we have entered tornado damage zone. If anybody's not familiar, Brandenburg was hit by a tornado just before the apocalypse. So sucks for them. Double sucks. Personally, I don't like having my highway blocked by zombies and cones. Give her a little poke.
Hey!
Now, I can't be going too loud with guns here. If I do, I will bring an absolute shit show down on myself from the north. And I'm not interested in that right now. Eventually, we'll clear this area much more thoroughly. Right now, I just want the road clear of existing obstructions. Two incoming from that side. Alright, now I need to be able to deal with people on the other side of the fence. So, do I just go around? Do I create a hole? I may create a hole in the fence. But if I do, it'll be near a drivable area. Don't judge me. I don't like running over cones, even though I don't think they actually damage you. Actually, do judge me. I don't care. I ain't here for too much social approval. Just a little bit. Okay, so actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and leave the ambulance here just slightly off-road so that it's not in the center of the road. So reduces my chance of accidentally running into it. But I will run out of daylight to work with here. Hey, we got rain. That extends the amount of time we can spend out here. As always, towing makes a lot of noise. So all these guys heard us and are now coming our way. Guy had to go check the driver's side door. That's what they love. Yep, I should do that. I encourage people not to take damage like that. I'm not going to tell you how to play the game, but I'm an advocate of avoiding damage. Zacto, how's it going? Yeah, we are off schedule today, but I'm here for it. I'm not going to actually place all of those after picking them up. I'm just going to, most of them I'm just going to go ahead and drop. I don't know if I've ever actually cleaned up this highway. Mostly because it's very annoying to try. But we can do that now. So it's about 50% less annoying. Alright. Expect fatigue in the next hour to 2 hours. We did go to bed a little bit late this morning for our second bedtime, so we may have a little bit more time than I normally would before the fatigue pops up. But I know I have a couple of new viewers in the audience, if anybody's not familiar. The moment I see that fatigue moodle pop up, I leave. I do not pass go. I do not ask for $200. I leave. I do have coffee. I'm not that desperate to continue this fight. The fight will still be here tomorrow. So will everything else. Now, I'm not even going to bother with the barricades right there, or this this little row of cones here. I'm not going to bother with those because, as you can see, a chunk of the asphalt is literally gone here. So this is not your average, everyday set of cones. This is literally telling you that the road is about to turn into dirt. So I actually do not care about these cones on the left-hand side of the road, just the ones in the middle. I'm okay with dropping down to just 2 lanes. See all this torn up asphalt. The pothole update isn't here yet. I'm sure it will be here any day. I just hope that when the potholes damage your suspension update comes along, I hope they also give us the ability to patch potholes with concrete. I don't know, make it a maintenance level 5 requirement or some shit. I don't care. Just give us the ability to do it if you're going to make it so that these potholes actually harm us. For some sinking suspicion, I feel like that's gonna happen in the future. And I feel like it's going to happen before we get the ability to patch potholes. Because remember, if it makes life inconvenient for us, they're going to go for it. And they're not going to give us a way to work around it yet, because that's not the priority. In fact, some of these cones, I'm actually going to bolster the presence of the other ones here. It needs to be excessively obvious when we're about to lose the asphalt. I always base, I have bases everywhere. I make a base every time I enter a new area. So I would have to answer chronologically or alphabetically when it comes to where my bases are. My biggest one is the central hub in Phallus Lake. One south. Other side of the fence. Top. Bulletproof vest. Radio, possible gun. Gun, but no ammo. I don't recommend getting tunnel visioned on loot unless you really know what you're doing. If I didn't trust my audio senses, I would not have done that. Yeah, well, this is, the tornado was, what, 5 days before the apocalypse? Hey, this guy had a machete stuck in him. That's one less machete I gotta forge. Thank you, Reggie Nix. Get up. 3 hits to kill a zombie is a red flag. It's probably my sword. What is my sword? Yeah, sword's down to 2/3. That doesn't mean it's not good. I mean, I can still use it and it's still pretty good. But that's when you start entering the, can't always kill everybody in 2 shots at my current level. You gotta be fucking kidding me, KTO. Where was it? On a person or a loot? Very nice indeed. If I found a katana before I had blacksmithing infrastructure, I don't know if I would ever use it. I just put it on the walls of decoration. I wouldn't touch it until I was like level something with Longblade, because otherwise I would not be using it even close to its full potential. That sounds right there. That sounds like making sure you're not going to be using any fire. On a Z near the church. Alright, so that is 1 in a million right there. Quite literally 1 in a million. Good though. Very good. I think with these we'll have all the cones cleared. At least all the cones that need to be cleared. Again, this is, the dirt is something I don't want to drive in, so I'm actually perfectly fine with the rest of these cones. See all those zombies up there? Those are quite tightly clustered. But yeah, those are examples of zombies that I'm not going to worry about for a little while, because as you can see, they've not seen fit to come down here into the road yet, and I'm going to do my best to keep it that way until I am ready to wipe out a huge chunk of the guys here. Which, as you can see, there's the fatigue. So what I'm going to do next is actually we're going to do a bit of a logistical thing. When we came here before, we've actually been here a couple times. As you can see by this one that's crawling, we bumped into her. I'm going to go and grab a vehicle that I set aside for myself. And I'm intentionally driving through the mall up here, which is loaded with them, because I'm not interested in bringing people closer to the road right now. Do not do this unless you know what you're doing. Cars can technically fit through a 2-tile space, but you gotta be very careful with it. You know, I actually think I probably still have a red generator at my field base. You know, I can't remember now. I can't actually remember. It's been that long. So I have a field base that I use to take the Brandenburg military checkpoint. And in the process of clearing the checkpoint, I acquired a generator. A red generator, and I can't remember what I did with it. So this right here, this is one of my assets. I picked it up a while back. So because it is one of mine, I can leave stuff behind that I picked up that we're going to do something with at some point. Especially local use stuff like these nails and rods. And this truck is also parked right at the spot where I'm going to make a little hole through the forest. A little hole through the forest, and we'll use that house that's kind of only partially visible at the edge of the screen there. We'll use that as a field base. Although, you know, that was a bit of a figment. That, to be entirely honest, the reason I chose that house in the past is because there were very few spawns there, and hence very few respawns. We don't have to really worry about respawns the way we used to. But yeah, I'm actually going to drive all the way up to the chateau, which is the field base that I used for clearing the checkpoint. And when I say clearing the checkpoint, what I really mean is leading all of the zombies away from it and then extracting the loot from the checkpoint. I didn't actually clear the zombies from the checkpoint. That's way too many zombies for early game. Now, another thing about the Brandenburg military checkpoint is you're looking at 1 billion trees on screen. Only about like 2% of these trees were actually here when we came here early game. This would have been like part 2 or part 3 of this character's journey. Playlist in the description. We just did a lot of horn honking out in the fields and pulled 1 billion zombies out there from the checkpoint. And then specifically targeted zombies with military backpacks so that we could grab their backpacks and steal some gear from them. And after killing them, we would lead the other zombies away from them to make them easy to grab their loot. And I remember being able to extract most of my stuff from here, but I do not remember if we actually brought the generator back with us. I probably did. But it's worth a quick check. I mean, hell, I'll probably sleep here regardless. If I did leave the generator here, it would be in the field to the right, I believe. So I do think it does not have a generator here, and that's okay. Yeah, I can't remember what I did with it, but that's alright. It might actually be the one that I ended up taking to Ekron with me, which is also perfectly okay. It's 22:30. That's close enough to one of my bedtimes. I'm going to go ahead and sleep here. I have a little bit of meat. It's not a lot. You know, after my bedtime, I'm probably going to use the overnight hour to cook some of this rabbit meat. Cook it using the... I'll just make a campfire. I definitely didn't leave any other assets here. But it is still a safe place to sleep. Second floor behind a door. With a pillow and everything. I even left one of the axes I was done with here. Rainy and spooky indeed. So, a campfire is 3 stones, and then tinder, kindling, and fuel. So here are our 3 stones. Just right-clicked on them, hit remove stone. And here, this log right here, this is our fuel. And we also right-clicked on some twigs. So that's our kindling. And I always carry a lighter with me everywhere I go. If I didn't, this would be a lot more annoying. And all I'm going to do is cook the rabbit meat that I picked up so that I can use it in my, whatchamacallit, use it in a salad here. I also overate just a little bit. So that I could clear up another cooking utensil. What that does is that resets the freshness. I'm also going to check and see if I left any cooking utensils behind. I don't think I did, but if I did. Yeah, probably, yeah, nothing of substance here. Probably have plenty of overnight time to go ahead and take care of securing the house that I want to use as a field base for our local operations. Did I actually drain that sink? No, I just interrupted myself. Okay. Now this truck right here is what we use to handle the horde clearing of the, or not clearing, but horde luring of the zombies. I did not leave anything in it, as I am supposed to not do. I don't want to be leaving in anything in my throwaway vehicles. Now, 2 hours probably should be enough to take care of the securing the house that I'm thinking of, but I don't know for sure. If it's not, we'll just turn back around and sleep again. We are going to delve into unexplored territory after the next intersection. The house that I'm thinking of has just gonna steal this. This is a bunch of... When I look at this, I don't even see a wrecked vehicle. I just see a bunch of iron pipes, iron bars, steel bars, that kind of stuff. And I'm in a race car, so I can tow anything. But yeah, after this intersection, we are now in unexplored territory. I believe I'm just taking the first left. And then we will be at a destination. If I'm wrong about this, then this will be a dead-end road. And I will be sad that I brought the car down it. Before I engage these guys, I am going to try to make sure that I'm on the right track. Because if I'm not, then there's no point. Okay, that wasn't my car. That was the one I was towing. That's okay. I don't care about the integrity of that thing. If it wants to veer off-road, that's just going to slow me down. It would be realistic, but I would hate it if they made it so collisions on vehicles that you're towing cause like suspension damage or something. We don't really have a way to simulate chassis damage, but that's what would happen in real life. The frickin' what's it called? The drive frame, the undercarriage of the vehicle that everything important is connected to, that would get damaged. But I think, yeah, this is our house right here. So yeah, that road was the correct road. So I can just leave the car here, and we'll disassemble it when we get a little bit of action economy for that. I mean, I'll disassemble it now, why the hell not? You just move it right there. I'm gonna have to barricade the windows anyway. Might as well make it so I can barricade them with a little bit of steel. And I always carry around a full welding torch, in addition to the one I've been using. Alright, so we got only one window's worth. So we've got 4 steel rods. So that's 3 steel rods. I'll take that, and that is 1 window. We also got a steel sheet, so I could completely block another window. That cooked off the only full torch that I have. So we are now in high needs to steal the next available propane tank. It was in this house on another character that I explored the viability of building stairs into a garage and then sledgehammering my way in down from the roof. Well, that's somebody breaking a window. Guess I know what I'm doing the steel sheet with. Saw you. Long, simple metal knife. It did look like something I hadn't seen before. The one who broke the window was right here? Okay. Was in the bedroom. That's good. Keys to the house. Sweet. Brandenburg West. I don't want to hear any, I don't want to hear any thirst in the chat. Nope. Just talking about Brandenburg West. There's no other acronyms for BBW. You come out of my house. Come die out here on the lawn. I hear another one. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Jody McEwen. Wonder if that was any distant relation of Ewan McGregor. Hello there. I hear some mouth breathing. Possibly in this room. No, this is the kids' room. We peeked through the window, so that one's good. Probably the bathroom then. This is the bathroom right here. Really? There's nowhere else it could be. I heard something to my right.
Hey!
Yeah, he was around the corner in the bathroom. I haven't seen one like that in a long time. That could have been a severe risk to me. Because if I had popped that bathroom door and I had not heard him, if he was a quiet one, that would have been extremely dangerous. Because he was standing in a place in that bathroom, which had no windows, where I could not see after opening the door. So I'm just glad that he responded to my shout. Okay, that should be everybody who is inside the residence. Was it a deaf one, Mario? That's no good. Okay, so I can actually weld up the bedroom window. We got 2 windows there, and I've got a steel sheet to replace the broken window, and then bars for the other one. I just need shit, I put it away, didn't I? I need my I need my dub rods. I need my dub rods and I don't have them. So this garage, I'm gonna do the same thing I did last time I was here and build a way in through the roof. But yeah, we're not gonna be able to barricade the bedroom right now, or at least I don't want to. We're just gonna barricade the. I'm gonna sleep in the kids' room, since that only has 1 window. I should have an axe with me. I always carry an axe in all my primary vehicles. We'll just cut a random tree and get a log and get some wood barricades on the kids' bedroom window. We'll only end up being about an hour and 20, maybe an hour and a half late for bed. Worse things have happened. So I have an order of operations in mind. I have not articulated it out loud just yet, but we're getting there. The actual order of ops will depend on how annoying it's going to be to drive through these trees without cutting any of them. Oh shit, I didn't even bring nails. Alright, fuck. Where did I leave them? I should not have, that was a mistake on my part. I should not have left nails and, nails and dub rods somewhere. I forget where, but I should not have left them there. Can live without a table, I guess. Assuming it would give me nails, but it didn't. Let's try that again, shall we? That's more like it. It's enough for a window. I will not sleep anywhere without there being at least a double wooden barricade. Don't care how well I've cleared the area. No pillow on the bed. Stealing one of these two. This window has no curtains on it. That's rather silly. I'm gonna put curtains on it. That way, if somebody does walk up to the window, they ain't got nothing to see. Second bedtime is go. Okay. Order of operations is thus. I'm going to leave this stuff here. What? What are you doing? No, don't. I tried to have her drop the thing and she started splitting sheets because I must have collected wrong. My torches, which are all empty, getting dropped here for the refill. This bleach is for local use. The cooking ingredients we picked up are also local use, and therefore can just get left in the fridge here, even though I don't have anything to power it yet. There's no point in carrying it around. It's going to stay here eventually. I mean, same with these food items. I'll be coming back here very shortly. No need to carry them. That's my food for the day. Bleach to clean this place up later on. That was my Discord. Sorry about that. Guess there's already coffee here. That's unexpected, but I'll take it. Till I get a trash can. Firefighter axe goes back in the field kits, as it always should. And now I'm going to try and see if there's a way I can navigate through this forest without cutting trees. There probably is, but it's going to be a little tricky. I absolutely will cut trees at a certain point, but for now I just want to get to the other side, because I got some perishables that I need to sort out. So it might not look like it, but there's a way between these trees. It's just that the trees are so tall, it's hard to see it. See how it all gets worse as we get out of the forest and into the, all this stuff right here? Tiny little trees? Alright. Oh, I must have... I probably left them right here. The nails and dub rods. FML. See, I knew I'd be coming back here. I just didn't think it would be on the other side, but that's how the cookie crumbled. Now, the reason I picked all that up is because we are going to actually take this back with us. This vehicle has no need to be here. It is one that I want for my collection. But we're going to be bringing the Horde truck with us. Your D6 will make a fine addition to my collection. Senya, how's it going? As a recap for anybody joining, we are currently in Brandenburg. and I'm in a logistical phase here. We are bringing home a vehicle that I set aside for myself a long time ago. Or actually, we're not bringing it all the way home. We're bringing it like to the halfway point. And then I've got an ambulance waiting for me. I will leave this at the halfway point, grab the ambulance, bring it forward, deploy the generator that's in the ambulance, and then we will resume our back and forth until the ambulance, race car, and the horde vehicle is out here. So here's the quote-unquote halfway point. I will just leave it right here-ish. And the ambulance has 2 generators in it. One of them is for the gas station here. Or rather, it shouldn't be this gas station. It should be the other one, because this one only ever has 1 shot at a pump being full. There's only 1 intact pump. Where is it? We'll drive past it in a moment and I can show you. Brandenburg was hit by a tornado before the apocalypse, so that's where all this destruction came from. And there's pile of crepe, and there's the FOSS oil. So as you can see, there's only 1 pump that actually exists, and I think we might have even saw, while the power was still on, that it was empty. But I don't remember, and I actually don't care. 1 pump is far less important to me than a couple of pumps. Now, in order to get to where I want to deploy the generator for the gas station, I will need to not be towing it. I'll need to actually drive it, so we're going to actually drive the ambulance for a minute. I'm just going to bring it up here so that the race car is waiting for me at the mouth of the entrance to our base. I'm also going to go ahead and get the generator deployed. It's fine. So I need some kind of a marker. I should have kept some of those cones. The shit that's on the ground right here. It's actually not the worst. Actually, not the worst marker. This is just a visual marker to remind me that the off-roadable way to my field base that I've chosen for the area is right there. Oops. That's a pretty good, straightforward route right there. I literally couldn't finish the sentence. Because there's, right there in that tile, a fucking massive boulder just hidden behind the goddamn tree. I hate the isometric bullshit in this game sometimes. That right there, that is what I like to call classic isometric bullshit. Now we can thread this because we can fit through 2 tiles, but yeah, that was probably a good 5% to our hood right there. Equivalent to running into a fucking rabbit. You can see why I'm gonna actually get out and cut down trees eventually here. Oh, there's some guys over there too. We're gonna have to deal with them if I want to set up a generator here. I believe my preferred spot was on the roof, but we're gonna do in the backyard here, next to the play place, I think. all my generators that I bring with me are always fueled ahead of time. 3 lights, 1 fridge. I'm going to shut the lights off. Okay, I guess there's no light there. Where are the other 2? That one's not on. These 2 rooms are not on. Oh, exterior light. Right. Okay, yeah. Should just be the fridge now. And that's why I said earlier that we are in no need to worry about leaving that stuff in there. Establishing a general storage over here. The dub rods and nails are local use, so they do stay here. Memorabilia and reading material over here. This is just stuff I found on the way here. Okay. Having a bite to eat, and then we're going to go deal with those Zeds outside. Yeah, I have no idea how long it would take them to come from where they're at over here to mosey on over to where my generator is, but 1 or 2 trips back and forth with a vehicle would definitely do it.
Hey!
Right out of there. And going in there to those trees. Y'all can come out here and fight me. There's a chicken coop down there. Yeah, when it's called Zone Ranch. The zone name is Ranch for both of them, which means there's no living animals there. If there are living animals there, the automated title of the zone would match what kind of animals are there. So if there were chickens, this would be called Zone Chickens 31 whatever. Random number. So that means that we're relatively secure up here, and we've got our perishable storage established. So we are now going to drop off the generator for the gas station. Right? I suppose there's no rush. Yeah, there's no rush. I'll use the, because we're going to have to fight our way into the gas station. There's definitely going to be some distributed Zeds from the checkpoints in that area. I don't think I'm going to need it, but I'm going to replenish my field torch anyway. So I've got the generator for the gas station in my hands, and I'm just going to run back through the forest to the race car. And I'm going to leave the generator by the side of the road. We'll deal with that when we actually get our vehicle here. Okay, so now we're headed back. Gonna grab that truck that I want to bring home. We're gonna head home with the truck. Gonna drop off the truck at home. Grab the other truck, the one that's prepared to be my horde vehicle. Gonna bring that back with us on our way back. We're gonna stop by the field base we established at the other house. and pick up all our perishables, shut down the generator there, and then settle in here, and we are set at that point to begin operations in this area. What I'm going to do is get the I'll come back to that thought. I'll come back to that thought because now we're starting to move a little bit farther ahead in time than I'm used to thinking. Short-term strategic and tactical I'm great at. Long-term strategic I'm fucking terrible at. I'm trying to improve it, but yeah. Actually, I'm not even that bad at extreme long-term strategic. I'm really slow at it. There's nothing exactly wrong with being slow. It's the medium long-term strategic that I'm actually truly terrible at. I make the joke that I have two forms of time, now and not now. But the truth is I have now, not now, and someday. I have no problem planning for the someday part because that's easy and abstract. Alrighty. Not 100% sure where these guys came from, but it was probably me towing vehicles on this road. Pulled them out of the woodwork. I would prefer there to be not any unexpected zombies. Yeah, there is. And King says it like it is. Fishtailing is a big problem if you try to start towing faster than 40 miles an hour and then you take the slightest turn. You're going to fishtail a little bit. So if you ease down on the turns, it's a lot less unstable. If only that still worked. Man, do I miss the Spiffo battle axe. Why am I uncovering new territory? Oh, I started following my reflexes and going back to in the riverside direction. Oops. That's okay. That's okay. I just need to take a right up here at Long Needle. That's fine. I don't mind a little bit of exploration. It's not going to be that big of a difference in time. However, this road is also not going to be clear, so there's a possibility of Zed on it. If there's a survivor zombie, we'll get out and kill everybody and see if they have carpentry or pottery 5. Hey there, welcome. Mod policy linked in the description. Short answer is no. Long answer is a couple of custom texture refits that we made ourselves here on stream. look at that. It's a lunch break. I do not accept this. I don't know what they were eating her for. They didn't even have anything on her. Alright, so eventually this is going to link up to Riverside. Electromax specifically. I'm going to take a right at the gas station there. And that would be right here. I wiped out part of this place already, but not the trailer park. I believe I explored the trailer park. Let me double check that. Yes, I did explore the trailer park. And make sure there's no survivor homes up there. Which we did make sure of. I still don't believe I've fully cleared you stored over there. And I couldn't now even if I wanted to because it needs a sledgehammer. We never did get keys to the storage units, so I'm not going to stand there with an axe for 20 minutes breaking all the doors down. No, I'm going to come back with a sledgehammer someday. Today is not that day. Tomorrow won't be, nor will the next day be. Storage units are of limited use to me at this point. If it's convenient, it's worth hitting, but if it's not, the chances of the books that I need being in one of those random cardboard crates is... I don't see it happening. We probably won't find a copy of Carpentry 5 until long after I've finished the painstaking grind. I'm so sick of being Carpentry level 9. Alright, so that was a little side quest there. Spontaneous side quest from a accidental going straight instead of turning. That's fine. I can't wait to see that there's actually 50 zombies back on this road again. Just one up there. Yeah, as long as he stays up there, I don't care. Alright, so that's a little field sleeping spot there. Does have a generator running, does have perishables in the fridge. We are picking those up on our way back. Yeah. Special. Imagine doing it with an HDR monitor. 1000 nits HDR monitor. I actually feel my eyes strain a little bit after a while. So if anybody joining is not familiar, we've got a base in Phallus Lake, and that is where we are bringing the fossil truck here. We've also got a billion chickens. I'm going to take a couple eggs. I had to say what my most commonly used cooking ingredients are late game. Eggs, rabbit, and potato. Because, well, we're still a little ways out from our potato harvest. Once we have it, we will have a massive amount of potatoes. Potatoes have a very long shelf life, so they're very easy to bring forward from fridge to fridge. You know, I might start using shopping bags for potatoes. Yeah, shopping bags weigh as little as trash bags, but that allows for smaller increments to be carried around. Yeah, I might do that. I might actually collect a few shopping bags when the potato harvest comes around. I'll portion the potatoes into shopping bags full of them, some of which will go in the freezer, some of which will go in the fridge. Easter salad. Ah, yeah, well, that's not the worst idea in the world right there. Cursed, but not the worst. Yeah, now you're talking. Now you're talking. We'll chase it with some whiskey, and then it'll really be Irish Easter salad. Your D6 will make a fine addition to my collection. Alright, now I do have to step away briefly IRL. Probably just be about a minute and a half or so. This is the truck that needs to come with us. It does not have room in the trunk for a whatchamacallit, for a generator, so I need to fix that really quick. It's got some battery-powered floodlights on the passenger seat there. I'll put the fire... Nah, the fire extinguisher needs to stay in the trunk. That is part of the appeal of a vehicle like this. Okay. So while I step away here, I'm actually going to have her go ahead and wash up a little bit. We're going to use the second rain barrel on the roof. And it's okay to do this because we don't often use the second floor rain barrels. Alright, I will be right back in just a moment, folks. Oh yeah, no, this is a great place. Regardless of what stage you are in the game, this is a fantastic base location. I've definitely expanded it farther than I intended to initially, but that's okay, nothing wrong with that. Water source and gas source right next to each other, and an easy place to sleep on the second floor. Fantastic. Alright, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Catch you guys later, or catch you later, Mario. Alright. Perfect timing, too. I'm gonna take a few roasting pans with me here. And you know what, while we're here, I am going to go ahead and just forge a new sword because my current one is down to 2/3. I may need more charcoal. Yeah, so whenever I need more charcoal, just got to stand over here next to where all my logs are and burn a couple into charcoal. Oops. I usually just do a couple at a time because I don't see the need to burn all of my logs. I can saw them for planks or use them as fuel. Now the days of what I just did with the charcoal, the days of being able to do that are very limited. Someday it is going to be a multi-day endeavor to burn wood into wood charcoal. Because I just know it is. After seeing what they did to leather working, and the fact that we've got to sit around and wait 7 days for our leather to dry, absolutely, you bet your sweet ass that they're going to eventually make it so that we got to do the same thing for charcoal. They just haven't done it yet. So, it's coming. Question of when, not if. I can fit exactly one generator in here now. And that's exactly what I want. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it is. That's the game what just got bought out by the Dead by Daylight people. So, now we return to Brandenburg with our fire truck. Our fire truck is a bombing vehicle, as well as just general combat, heavy combat. Ambulance is expedition, fire truck is heavy combat, and whatchamacallit, race car is towing, exploring, transport, scout car, that kind of thing. The ambulance is a multi-tool. It can technically do a little bit of everything. But I prefer to have my vehicles specialized these days. It's true. That's very true. Realism only when it inconveniences the player. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I'll throw some personal experience in there, like I like to do whenever it's relevant. I know what it's like to go for a decade without ever going to the dentist. And especially when you're an American and you're eating American food, which is a little bit more refined sugar than actual substance a lot of the times. And if it's not, it's usually high fructose corn syrup. And I don't know if any of my molars are fully intact anymore. 2 of them are just craters. One of them is a sharp fragment. What is it, 23 on the lower side here? I forget the numbers. One of them is still, like, I would call it 80% intact. But it's not like a back molar. It's one of the crushers that's a little bit forward. I actually got I got estimated integrities for each of my teeth. They're not good. They are not good. And that's just 1 decade is all that was of not taking care of myself properly. Can't imagine what 2 or 3 decades of it would do. But that's what you would face in a game like this, because there ain't going to be no more detectives out there, is there? Oh, look at that. We did get somebody wandering on out here into the road. You're not supposed to be here. Alright, so now, here at our field base. Yeah. The medical system is, well, I wouldn't call it useless. It's just that if you never get injured, you don't need to engage with it. But, I don't know what they mean by adding more features to it. Does that mean that there's going to be different ways of getting injured? If so, I'm not necessarily interested in... Well, depends on how preventable they are, right? That's the most important thing to me. I don't care about more preventable injuries. I deeply care about more bullshit injuries. Like right now, one of the biggest bullshit injury in this game is if I were to try to walk through this tree right here, there would be a percentage chance of getting a scratch on my body for no reason. It makes sense. Kind of. But also, fuck you. Stop looking for very tiny pissant ways of damaging us, please. Just give us some more interesting, genuine threats. You know what? I don't see any strategic value in leaving a generator here. So I am going to go ahead and take this one with me. And then we're going to leave it at the... I'm actually probably going to swap out the blue one that I'm using currently at the field base for this red one. Blue ones are more valuable because I can transport them more easily. But now we have picked up all of the perishables and all of the... and the remaining generator here. Fuck you, KTO. I'm gonna use thin skin because I don't intend on getting hit. Nah, that's probably definitely one of the factors there. One of the contributing factors that KTO mentioned is we always use thin skinned on our character because I don't get hit, ever. But apparently thin skin contributes towards getting hit by trees. I mean, just in case, just to drive it home, if anybody was ever sussed out when I said that trees are one of your enemies in this game, they literally are one of your enemies in this game in every way imaginable. Aside from the fact that they look pretty when they're far enough away from you. Kind of like a bear, you know? From a distance, what a majestic creature. Anything other than a distance, fuck you, get away from me, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Right? Yep. Oh no, Nora took a laceration to the torso and a scratch to the hand. Laceration, lower torso, scratch to hand. Laceration was 7.5% chance. Scratch was 5% chance. And we survived both. But yeah, that was the first one. I almost blocked this out of my memory because the first one was 42.13 when that dropped. That was also when they first added the silent zombies, the ones that never make any noise. And of course, that's one of the ones that nailed us. I was so reliant on my hearing at the time that I entered a house, I heard no zombie, and so I just proceeded as if there was no zombie. And then somebody comes at a diagonal out of the bathroom at me, and I'm just like, what the Yeah, that was an interesting time. It was so interesting that I actually and it happened within the first couple of weeks. That, I definitely blocked that one out of my memory for a little while. Last is 25%, you fucking kidding me? Fair enough. That means we missed we won the double coin toss, I guess. I'm not a statistician, I don't know how that actually works. 25% chance feels like we won the lottery, knowing my luck. Desolate tailoring. Yeah, tailoring is I have a feeling that the devs are going to nerf my current preferred way of leveling tailoring. We planted 30 flax crops, and we only needed to use about 20 of them. I planted a third row that I didn't actually need. I wasn't supposed to turn here. I was not supposed to turn here. I'm just going to go ahead and go straight, because I think that'll just take me to KY60, and I think that's fine. I don't know how many Zeds will be in the way. This place is a question mark. We're going to drive past... I know we're going to drive past a very interesting place. We're going to drive past a very interesting place. Now, you guys notice that I just got here. First time I've ever been here in this character. And yet all the windows are barricaded. Strongly barricaded. What's going on there, I wonder? Why is it that every single window here is covered in bars? Well, there's a reason behind that. There's a reason behind that. And I'm not even gonna tell the story. It's a fun one. But instead, I will link you a clip from my channel here. The name of the video is Worst Situation in 2,000 Hours of Project Zomboid. And I'm just going to let that video speak for itself. If anybody's interested. It is fun times with this building here. Fun times. Only one way in or out. Unless you fix that ahead of time. Which I didn't do. Technically 2 ways in or out, but you don't want to think about the other way unless you're ready for it. Yeah. I survived, but it was only thanks to a quirk of the fire system. And I never did go back and... Oh, no. I did go back and find out that stairs don't catch on fire, at least as far as I can tell. I don't know about the rest of it, though. I was supposed to pick up some more egg. That's a whoopsie. Getting Longblade 5 before the rest of them. I feel you. That's exactly what we did. Flax is my favorite way to level clothing now, or tailoring now, because you can get infinite thread, which means infinite bolts of cloth, as well as infinite twine. Well, infinite, meaning as much as you'll ever need, because you can literally grow it out of the ground and then leave the flax toes behind. But yeah, we ended up just... the recipe that I used was Long Johns. We built 1 billion bolts of cloth and then just made Long Johns until we got to level 10. We did have all of the... Welcome to High Pop. It is nasty. That was a Smash Mouth moment if I ever heard one. I would play that on stream every once in a while if it was not, believe it or not, it does trigger copyright. Especially if you use the pitch shifted version. I love the pitch shifted version, but of course that basically plays the full instrumental of Smash Mouth, which means, or All-Star, rather. It's the only Smash Mouth song that I've ever heard is All-Star. I mean, I grew up in the 90s, so of course it is. We are now fatigued, so I do not care about, getting out to kill individual zombies, especially now that I've cleared out part of this, part of the obstructions. Well, I mean, it's not like it takes that long. Assuming you know how to hit the fast forward button. The processing of the flax itself is a little bit of brain dead stuff, because you got to dry it out, and then you got to scutch it, and then you've got to soften it, and then you've got to heckle it and comb it. That's a lot of dumb words for saying that you need to turn it into something usable. but it is one of the few non-food related crop things that you can do in B42 that's objectively very useful. And there's other recipes than Long Johns. I just realized that Long Johns were the most efficient use of your resources. Oh, right. Yeah, no, that's, there's no getting around that then. It doesn't matter what you do. There's going to be, you're going to be sitting there staring at a little green bar traveling across. This is one of the many reasons I don't touch multiplayer, ever. Oops, we just ran right past my generator. I can do this. I can do this. I know the road well enough now. Or I know the path. Yes, I can do this. We will not be hitting the rock this time. We will not be hitting the rock this time, he said. And then he proceeded to immediately fucking hit the rock. I have nobody to blame for that but myself. You see why I like to be able to drive around my bases. That'll be one of the first things we do here, is make it so that I can drive around the place. Fresh stuff into the freezer, not fresh stuff into the fridge, or immediate use stuff into the fridge. We'll make some roasts tomorrow. It's no longer a super rush thing. Why do I still have my flashlight on? These couches prevent access to the window there, unless you move them. Rocks. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. That's very... That definitely rocks. Okay, I brought a wood axe for this. I don't remember exactly where it is. We'll find it. Getting back here. Taking the... We're going to swap the generators now. Electromax for the blue one. The blue one should be on standby. Trees. I don't like them. Not a race thing, just a personal preference. wood axe in the trunk. I need to drop some kit. I want to be as over-encumbered as little as possible. I'm going to be using the wood axe. Here's where the wood axe shines, is these single trees. Yeah, that's probably, yeah, I would probably agree with Dark. That's a pretty solid take right there. And it's also, in terms of zombie population, it's actually going to depend on your spawn map. I could see there being worlds where Brandenburg has, especially if you count the checkpoint. If you count the checkpoint, there are definitely times where Brandenburg will have more zombies total than Irvington. But that would probably be the thing you have to worry about counting. In terms of priority, I would like to at least make it so that I can go up around this way first. I was supposed to eat, that's why I went inside. I'm not going to wipe out all those trees just yet. Just going to make it so I can get around them easily. And get through here to the driveway. I'm actually going to let her get a little bit exerted here, because then we're just going to go straight to sleep. Alrighty. Now I'm going to focus on the single most important tree. Mostly out of spite. You know, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, yeah. But now, there will be no more fooling, because this thing has been fucking cut down. So now I will not fail to notice the boulder, because the white leaves will not be blending in with the stupid thing until the last goddamn second. Oh, man. Isometric bullshit. It grates, it really does. So in terms of just being able to drive in a horizontal line here, we only have a few trees up here to get rid of. The big ones, there's only a couple that are actually truly in the way. And this is the moment where I would really love to have a book to read, because of course the sledgehammer for trees here has already winded me. At least I can sharpen it. Hang on a second. Okay. This was not one of the trees where there's like a little one behind a big one, so we're good. I do want to get rid of a couple more here. Now what I'm going to do with all these logs that we're acquiring is I'm going to... we're going to build some floors, even though we don't really need to, in order to get the next level of carpentry. I'm literally just going to grind floors. Even though that has been severely nerfed, floors give like a fraction of the experience they used to. It's still, as far as I can tell, one of the most efficient ways of expending materials. Because you're just spending one plank and one nail, and you're getting about, at my current rate, I'm getting 5 experience each. So yeah, we just got to build like another 100 or so floors. Yeah, campfires are easily one of the most deceptive things that are actually solid brick wall objects. I definitely didn't kill some of these guys in the most optimal spot. I might actually bury some of them. Yeah, I might actually bury some of them. I mean, well, no, it would literally be less effort to cut down these trees. Most of these are one-shottable. Or two-shottable. Also, everything stops growing after erosion hits 100%. I don't know if it's going to be that way forever, but I think we've already reached peak erosion. Wait a minute, did KTO, did you say that it was 500 days now? I actually thought you mentioned earlier. I wish. I wish. Scrolling up through chat, I don't see any numbers. I swear I heard somebody in chat mention something about 500 days for 100% erosion. I feel like we're not quite there yet. I mean, hell, we're not even halfway there yet. It's only been 9 months. Game title. Day 283 was when we started. So yeah, we're not even a quarter of the way there. 300 days, I would absolutely believe. What the? I couldn't fast forward for a second there. Okay, now I can. Maybe I just moved too quickly. Whenever I can't fast forward, my sus-o-meter goes up to 1,000, because the game won't let you fast forward if zombies are nearby. Here's an interesting thing. If you are capable of just sitting where you saw where the logs fell, you can actually go ahead and saw the logs while you're sitting down to rest. You don't have to get up to finish sawing the logs, so you'll actually recover stamina while sitting. So you can fast forward while sawing the logs and regain your stamina while doing it. I'm sure the devs are hard at work patching that out. It would be a bit of a stretch to say that it was really necessary to do this. I'm also doing it because I just want to get my carpentry leveled already. I'm going to go ahead and build a roof access here. And some rain barrels, since I do have some Garbo bags to use up. You know, there's actually something, I've used this house particularly to test things before, and I'm about to do it again. I have a theory, and I would like to find out if it's workable. So you see how there are roofs to this house. Normally, you cannot disassemble these roof tiles. However, what if I put down one of my own wooden floors and then disassemble it? What if I do that? Does that leave it open? And if so, I would probably want to put the staircase... I'm going to move this chair right here. And then put the staircase like... See, I cannot remove this, I can't remove this wall here with the, light switch on it. So honestly, one in from there feels like a good spot. I don't really care if it goes in the kitchen a little bit, so maybe 2 in. Yeah, let's do 2 in. So here we go. I'm going to build wooden floors 2 in, starting 1, 2, and 3. And then what I'm going to do is turn around and disassemble these floors. And my theory is, if I disassemble them, then it will be as if I removed the floor completely, and I can access the interior. Would you look at that? It's as if... Okay, so you do not need a sledgehammer to get into virtually any home, if you... Or rather, you don't need to, like, break your way in. That's great. I can do the same thing to get into the, garage, because the garage for this house does not have a window. It's only got a garage door. That garage door is locked, and there never will be a key for it, because we have the keys to this house, but those keys don't open the garage, because the garage is considered a separate building for God knows why. So by clearing out those 3 tiles, we can build an interior staircase, which is what I always prefer to do. Well, I should probably make sure it actually works before I delete the other staircase. Did I leave my... I left my fucking nails upstairs. Whoopsies. Kinda need those. Would you look at that? Interior stairs, boys. No, I don't care about skills, unless they're in my way. Like right now, I care a lot about maxing carpentry because carpentry is in my way. I keep breaking shit that I want to pick up. So I care very deeply about maxing carpentry. But after that, skills are means to an end. I don't really care about maxing them. Like, for example, I recently leveled pottery and glass making. Not because I actually needed to necessarily, but because I have some crops that are growing, and when they finish growing, there will be a possibility that I'll want to try the jarring system again. I've tried it every major version of B42, and it has actually gotten worse since it started. The perishable times, or how long it takes for jarred food to perish, has gotten worse, making it feel like it's just fucking pointless compared to just freezing things. Freezing things seems to just be the way to go now. Which, I don't know. It's like the devs gave us this alternate route to preserving stuff that doesn't require burning fuel, and then they made it fucking suck. So, did they really give us an alternative, or did they give us the illusion of one just to make us do what they wanted us to do all along? I don't know. Everything about the jarring system right now feels flippant and not actually what players wanted. I mean, players want canning much more than jarring, but, well, we got jarring for now. So, next I'm going to build some rain barrels. We have a bunch of garbage bags we found on the way here. 14 total. I'm going to use, like, 12. And we'll put them directly above the sink, which is right here in this corner, very easily accessed. That just means we need some bag. I mean, I might as well just use my main backpack. So we're just going to take 4 logs, and then 4 logs up to the roof, and that will be enough for a metric lot. Yeah, that's actually enough for 4. But I will need to build... I want to build a path over to the garage. So we'll have some spare plank for that. I wish I could mix... I mean, I guess you could say that jarred food counts as salted food because it requires salt to make a jarred... But no, there's nothing else to do with salt other than just add it. And adding it does not do anything to the preservation value. I don't really need rain barrels here, most likely, but I need carpentry experience, so I'm gonna keep building them. Now that I have roof access, I'm going to delete this staircase because it is no longer needed. Recover some planks, recycle the materials, and then we're going to continue bridging the gap up top. And we are going to run out of nails at some point here. Hopefully I'll run into a box in the garage or maybe somewhere nearby. But I'm not going to be too broken up if we run out of them and don't find any more. We'll find more eventually. It was always going to be the case that we would have more nails than planks around here. Because we can just go out and chop as many planks as we want. Yeah, and then you know, the best part about that gab is the whatchamacallit, they added the ability to make pizza, but they never gave us the ability to make cheese. I didn't realize I was that close. Carpentry level 10. I never have to worry about breaking a fucking bed again until I make my next character, but whatever. We're there. We're in there. Yep. That is the real question, isn't it? Alright, putting my bags back on in the correct order here. I have 3 steel rods. Am I frickin' supposed to do something with that? Bandolier first, satchel second, backpack third, and then we're going to fix the satchel because I took stuff out of it. So we've got 3 steel rods, 1 steel sheets, and then some welding rods here. We can now barricade the bedroom. Gonna do a steel sheets on the broken window and metal bars on the intact window. That bedroom is now the most fortified of the rooms, and it even still lets some sunlight in. Meanwhile, we'll just use planks for the remaining windows around front in a moment here after we get her some food. There's still leftover water in the sink here, so we're not going to worry about that until we are out of it. Trying to use up the rabbit meat that's already gone stale first. To step away from the source of not stale first in order to do that. Now that I've gotten carpentry level 10, I know that I'm promptly going to find the next book. That's just always how this seems to work. I'm not even mad about it, it just happens. At least I was able to get to level 10 without the book. It's annoying, but it worked. You know what? I'm just going to keep that little arboretum there between the garage and the backyard. There's just so many trees that not even worth the sharpness on my axe. We have a way around the base, and that's the most important thing. Now, we got access to the roof of the garage, but we still have to actually get in there. So I'm going to saw these two up. That gets us 6 planks. That ought to do the trick. What we need is to just delete a couple of... honestly, just one. We just delete one tile of the roof, and then we'll need some sheet rope. I'm going to check real quick for sheets. No sheets. So that means I'm sacrificing curtains. Yeah, we're just going to sacrifice curtains. It's fine, I'm not that attached to them. We may only need one piece. So there is a piece of sheet rope made from the curtains. And now we are going to just make a little hole in the... I'll make it over here on the left-hand side here. So there's a floor, and now I'm going to disassemble it. Disassemble it. And now I've got a way in. All I need to do now is make a fence. And then turn this into a escape rope surface. Maybe I need more than one. Do you need 2? I can't remember. We have the nails. I'll just go ahead and make another sheet rope anyway. I don't do this very often, so bear with me. Alright, we got 2 sheet rope now. Oh yeah, we're talking about the... Yep, okay, so you do need 2. Oh well, okay, so we got a quote-unquote escape rope. And now we don't have to worry... Oh, woman, go down. What are you doing? What? Did you just... You what, mate? It just respawned the floor. Are you shitting me? Okay, let's try this again. Good thing there's not a zombie in here. So that's how you preserve a garage door without having to break it open. If you... Obviously, you'll never find a key to this place. Hey, we got dub rods! Oh, I'm happy now. I am actually very happy now. Yep, we got dub rods. That's this. Everything about that, it was worth it. Dub rods are just so useful. I wish they weren't as necessary as they are. But it be. I don't know why I put those planks down, because I still got windows to board up. What was it, just 2? Yeah, so let's saw another log here. Oops. Yeah, door circumvention. Yeah, I mean, I like those garage doors. They're very useful, but I would prefer not to have to break them down when I don't have any other way in. Remember, anything the player destroys and rebuilds is just a attack surface for the zombies. I believe that's all windows barricaded. Front window. Yeah, it's this one right here. Okay. Yes, all windows are now barricaded. Bedroom is extra barricaded. So now I can leave the nails in the construction site here. Look at that guy to the north. That was the meta event that got his attention. I'm curious if he'll even notice the generator. Like, look at him. He's not even turning to the right, even though the generator's right here making all that noise.
Hey!
Well, he's not turning to the right either when I yell, so he really likes that gunshot that he just heard.
Hey!
That's right. I'm right here, buddy. He had a butter knife in him. Any other movement from that meta event? If he was going that direction, then we would be moving from the bottom left here. Looking okay back here. I don't like how many trees there are. I can't really see very far. That definitely was not supposed to be a song title. These bellows in here don't have a use yet, just like the bench anvil. It looks like it would be useful for something, but it's no. Doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'm just going to remove everything from here and let's take the shelves inside. I'm going to be real, I never really even needed the garage for anything. I just wanted it. It was a point of principle to have access to my own garage without having to delete the garage door. Building materials can go over here. Don't even know if I'm going to need a stack of logs, but I happen to have rope and a billion logs. So, look, there's a stack of logs. Until I have a trash can. You just have to put trash here. Don't be fooled. The looks like that. It looks like that would almost work, but the once you start putting things on the shelves, it will spawn stuff, and then it won't work as well. That's all right. Material container right there, and we'll come up with a different use for these later. I would put this couch somewhere where I can sit down and actually look in the stove, but I can't do it from there, and that's unfortunate. It doesn't feel right in the kitchen. I'll just use a regular chair because you can walk right through the chairs. Now, one of the ideas that I had was just to delete a couple of walls right there, just to improve base flow. So we always carry around a sledgehammer in our expedition vehicle here. Now we got a little bit better flow. Staircase does seem like it's a bit obtusely placed, but it ain't no big deal if you can go around it both sides. Now the railings on the back porch here are not destroyable by anything other than the sledgehammer, which I always found very stupid. It's not like I'm going to be driving over here on this side, though. We're going to be going around it no matter what anyway, so... Taking this one around front, The red one will stay here. I'm going to move the red one to the roof now. Because I can. So it took us a couple days, but we got ourselves situated here. By the time I get the generator on the roof, we will probably be good to go. I do need some gas in it. I only put 0.2 liters in it, or 2 liters rather. So before I power it back on, I am going to go ahead and go siphon 10 liters out of... who gets it? Ideally, the one that I'm going to bring to the gas station with me. That's going to be the truck. Truck is going to go to the gas station because it's got the generator in it. The other generator. Other generator. A lot of generators. I'm totally okay with that. So now it's powering 5 lights. I just want to make sure they're all accounted for. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, I think? Yeah. Okay, all of them accounted for. And we've got power to the garage now, too. If I needed it. So first bedtime is a go. As an overnight task, what I'm going to do is just transfer most of our locally available water into the rain barrel. I always like to spread information about this whenever the opportunity presents itself. Rain barrels do a thing where you plummet, and there's a fixture directly beneath it. That would be the one it draws from first. So this one in the middle, it gets drawn from first, and then it goes counterclockwise from the north. So what that would mean is if there were a 3x3 grouping of barrels up here, the first one would be here, and then I think we determined it would be up here. Yeah, here, there, 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 there. That would be the order of the order of which barrel it would go to next. So that means we can say that for these 3, it'll pull from the middle first, and then this one, and then this one. I'm going to use this gas can as part of the water transfer, because I ain't got a lot for that. We got a gas can and a bucket. That's 20 liters. It's good enough for me. I do not ever use toilet water anywhere in any of my, except maybe to wash my weapons or armor, anything that doesn't come in direct contact with my skin. So there are a few uses, but they're few and far between. This just also gives me a way to pass the time overnight. Well, they definitely don't anymore, Katia. Once, perhaps. Now it just falls out of them. It was rather horrifying to learn how that worked in World War Z. The zombies, they eat stuff, but then it just falls out of them afterwards. Doesn't get processed or metabolized or anything. Because remember, zombies are infinite energy machines. They do not need to eat or sleep. They do not obey the laws of thermodynamics. And this is the last transfer necessary. That will drain the bathtub entirely. So what is that? That's 120 liters up there now. So I'm just washing my elbow pads and my sword and then my knee pad, and that does it for all of the fixtures in the bathroom. Bucket left outside, and gas can back where it belongs in the field vehicle. Yeah. Let me tell you a little something about backwash. You think it's clean that it comes from the cistern? No, nope, 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 nope. Oh, I had a couple of extra gas cans in there too. Oops. Too late now. Let's make another one of them salads, shall we? Let me just say that there's a good reason that water is considered potable versus non-potable. And I don't care what other people say. I will not consider water from a cistern to be potable under any circumstances ever. Unless I'm using that word incorrectly, which is always a possibility. Uh, 4:40, that's close enough to bedtime. So, now that we're finally stuck in and well established here, of course, that means that the next morning is going to be fog. Tiresome. Truly tiresome. But, welcome to Project Zomboid. Fog happens when it's least convenient for it to happen and no other time. Gonna go ahead and get some cooking out of the way since I ain't got that much else to do right now. I am gonna go ahead and go out at some point. Regardless of the fog, but I would really prefer to be able to shoot, because this is Brandenburg. There's going to be a lot of zombies, and I would love to get some more aiming experience. There's literally no seasonings in here, so I'm actually going to take a couple from my field kit. I'm not even going to, take them inside. I'm just going to use them here. Eventually we'll have some stuff locally sourced. For now, hot sauce from the field kit works great for me. Just something to shove a little happies into it. Definitely tossing out the crap that is too small to be worth it. Could not pay me to worry about that at this point. Like most of these going to come out to be 50 roasts. Close enough. Mid-40s. Three helpings of rabbit and one helping of egg is actually a pretty solid, it's a pretty solid recipe. That's going to get me a 60 stir fryer. $67 stir fry. Zoomers are gonna go nuts for that one. Okay, we've got food for well over a day. Gonna top up my water. Alright, so now we take out the fire truck, and we're going to fight our way to the gas station here. On our way out, we're grabbing the other generator. There is an old generator that I left by the roadside. We're going to pick that up, and that is going to be the generator we use for the gas station. Now when I want to go through the forest, I just follow the logs. Left plenty of logs on the floor. And here be the old generator. Looks like a weapon almost, like a sci-fi weapon, like some junk turret of some kind, because the way the muffler is just kind of pointing out there. Yeah, I got my junk turret here. It shoots noise, lots of it. So forgive me, I haven't been able to keep up with the chat here. I've been trying to focus a little bit. Y'all blow past me sometimes. You can see everybody's enjoying it. Moving on up here. So there's a neighborhood to the other side there that's probably crawling. I'm not interested in worrying about that right now. Crawling in my crawl. Now, we're not going to be shooting, because the fog, I like to call the fog no shooty gas. I'm not interested in engaging with the no shooty gas. If we're lucky, it'll go away in an hour and a half or so here. If we're not lucky, it'll be around all day. And knowing my luck, I fully expect the latter at this point. We're doing pretty good on Longblade, but we're still quite a bit from the next, the point where we got to read the next book. We are about to complete level 7, and we got to get all the way through 8 before we can. Let's look at this distribution. They're all over the place here. I'm just gonna cut the engine here, and we'll shout, because that will be that'll bring a moderate amount towards us. Silent Hill time. Let's go. To the left, probably fast, medium. No, I'm not. I almost. I almost did the thing. We need to sharpen. Swap a machete. Crawler up there who can't get through the fence. Already are. Hey, look at that, another military backpack. Falling back for a sharpen. Really wanted to keep the music going, but it's so hard to keep it going in vanilla settings. The music is just so sensitive. 3 zombies, and they gotta be a certain length, otherwise it starts falling down. I'm getting concerned about the fog. It's already 11:20. If it was gonna lift by noon, it would have started lifting by now. Alright. What's up, losers? Grove Street OGs rolling through to do some damage. Possibly? I know I heard something to the left. Yeah, yes, there you are. I didn't hear you. There's somebody else in those trees, too. But they haven't been aggroed, or they... Ah, there you are! I know I heard some bitch in the trees. Fuck you. Yeah, those fucking trees. I was just getting ready to put on my own combat music. Yeah. Veteran is a front-loaded, a very, very, very front-loaded profession. Oh, my number one weapon, probably machete. Oh no, it's sword now. It got overtaken. For the longest time, it was machete, but it has been overtaken by the sword. While you were aiming and reloading, I was studying the sword. Well, you were a prison guard. Yeah, that's a lot of short-term investment right there. Can't even say that it's wrong. I just yeah. Welcome to Brandenburg. These are the denizens of the checkpoint that I pulled out of the checkpoint. I'm gonna take the backpack off of that lady who I burned up over here. Ooh, I like those. Those are cute. She got an M16 mag on her. But this lady here had a military backpack. Or sorry, William Batchelor. And like Batch, Batchelor. Nice. Okay. 10 out of 10 would name again. You ain't got a lot of room in the truck, so I can only do so much there. We'll get that military backpack added to the lineup at some point. I'm really kind of hoping to just burn the clock a little bit and get the fog to clear. But it doesn't look like it's... I don't know. There's a part of me that wants to say that it was thicker earlier, but I don't know. If I could just get the fog to clear, we could start wiping these guys out with a lot of gusto. But the no shooty gas is really fucking me right now. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can get the generator dropped off. I don't even care about connecting it right now. I just want to get it dropped off. This is a nurse with scrubs right here. Keeping that in mind. Yeah, we can get the generator dropped off. A lot of Zeds here. But like I said, I don't care about connecting it. I just want to drop it off, get it out of my trunk. These are probably perfect scrubs. She doesn't have any visual damage on her. She's one of those people who turned and never even got hurt. R.I.P. I'm in a daze. Oh, it's Zacto. Talking to our homie KTO, who plays in the insane settings. Now, situational awareness. If I start shooting, because it does look like the fog is lifting, if I start shooting, they're going to come down from this direction. And there's going to be a lot of them. Because we don't just have the checkpoint here, we got the court and the prison. Brandenburg has a prison. It's on par with Rosewood. I'm going to do a thing. I'm just going to... Right here. Just 1 toot. I want to see what that brings from the right and the left here. Because if there's people waiting in the wings out there, like these ones here. These guys who are coming out of the forest right now, they would come up behind me and make my life difficult if I started shooting in the more populated sector up there to the north. So, we went ahead and pulled them out the woodwork. I'm going to have a quick bite to eat. And we're going to kill them. I'm going to kill them. Like a pirate, I'm going to keel haul them. Engine cut here. We're going to do an ammo check. We are at 77 rounds. I'm going to open another box, top myself up. And then I'm going to leave 2 boxes in my backpack. so that we are copiously armed. That put me over the limit, so I am now second stage encumbrance, but I think if I pick up a weapon, I can't sword. I hate this. I hate this so much. Let me put my E-tool in my backpacks out of the satchel into my main backpack. No, still didn't work. This is really fucking tiresome. It's never going to be fixed. I mean, there's no fixing this. It's just I'm carrying too much stuff. And I don't know how to not carry too much stuff because the Boy Scouts taught me otherwise. Alright, so most important thing right now is after that toot of the horn, nobody coming from the left side. So tentatively speaking, that's my safe angle of approach. We're still going to have our head on a swivel, but yeah, it's time for some, a little bit of that. A little bit of the 357. And you know what? I'm going to, I'm not going to let the game's combat music tell me how to feel. I'm going to put on my own mix of the game's combat music. This is a custom mix of mine, and I quite enjoy it. I'm awake. One to my south. Medium, falling back. Surprisingly large number of slower shamblers here. Didn't expect that all in the first wave, but okay, let's deal with them. You remember, if the game's combat music was doing the decisions, it would have already gone down, because we killed them that fast. That's why I just play it myself. Split these guys up one by one. You got fast shamblers in the mix, gonna glitch, blink them out. I don't know, Zacto. Remember that I don't get weapon experience for pipe bombing. And now that I have both, I have all the necessary books to level aiming and Longblade. So I might actually not be doing a lot of pipe bombing. Pipe bombing is, well, I mean, it's for zombie removal, the most effective. But it doesn't, it gets me jack shit for weapon experience. I need a level. I want to be able to get to a decent level of aiming so I can start shotgunning a massive death corridor at the Louisville checkpoint. Fast south. Need a sharpened, falling back. That fast one lost me. Got it. I don't like backdropping my truck, but I'll do what I gotta do. And keep the attention of everybody in the area. We have entered the stink zone. We are quite stinked right now. Big stink, as it were. Switch to your side blade. It's faster than reloading. North times 3. Falling back a little bit. Are we ready for another box? No, we're good. Blinking the fast ones. That. Okay. Skirmishing. Shambler on the floor. I'm just gonna shoot. Hate getting close to those fucking things. Get unreasonably close to hit them. We're sick, putting on the mask. Fuck. Fast from the south. Bitch. Two from the right coming around the truck. One fast, or medium. Where's the second one? I swear there was a second. No, whatever. Got fast ones. Guess we found them. Probably definitely ready for another box. Yep. Opening another box. Right at the stink zone, taking off the mask. Come on. Taking off the mask. There we go. Nobody cared who I was till I took off the mask. South? No, we're good. I would be a lot more of a beast with this thing if it didn't jam. Aiming level 8 apparently, but then it starts to depend on conditions, so yeah. I absolutely despise jamming in all of its forms. Should only happen below 50% weapon integrity. Or aiming level 5 or below. This constant punishing people for not being perfect in skills is truly fucking tedious. Mask back on. I'm going to thin the crowd a little bit and then switch to blade. I had a feeling. I didn't hear it, but I had a feeling. Fast to the right. Hope you guys are ready. She about to nab on my L till I high F. Oh no, wait, one more track. Bitch, where are you fast-ass shamblers coming from that you haven't been pulled out of the forest yet? This motherfucker should have been brought out there the moment I honked my horn. But no. Gotta take his sweet-ass time reacting to every single sound that he hears. Ooh, medium to the... okay. Yeah, right here. Welcome. Step up and get flipped. Oh, man, I would love katas right now. Give me a... Just give me like a... Jiyuda no kokyu. Ichi no kata. I enjoy Demon Slayer way too much not to make a reference. Falling back. Oh shit. Fast to the south, of course, because why not? Regular Connell moment. Except unlike him, I will never result to stock strikes if I don't have to. I don't like it. What am I trying to clear out? I'm just trying to clear an intersection. But unfortunately, the Brandenburg military checkpoint overflow has resulted in there being a metric lot of zombies up here. We already dropped off the generator at the gas station that I want to power, and then we had to fall back because all these guys are here. So basically, there's a little bit of crowd from both the courthouse, prison, and the Brandenburg military checkpoint. They're close enough to each other that, yeah, you make enough noise, they'll all merge together. No reload, no reloading the sword. Well, I mean, whenever I come here, I'm always coming here way too early to do anything but burn them. And if it's a checkpoint, I'm not burning them, ever. Even the ones without backpacks are possibly carrying M16 magazines. So, fuck that. I ain't ever going to use early game tactics to deal with the military checkpoint in its entirety. Now, it might look clear, but don't be deceptive. There are still plenty waiting in the wings. But at the very least, I can say that I'm done with this group. We're putting the mask away. I don't know. I think we just hit her off button. We turned her off, boys. 10 out of 10. Realistic game. I shot her and she just stopped moving. And those zombies had an off button. Yeah, look at all these guys. It's like I took one look away and they multiplied. Ammo check. Oh, Jesus. Opening another box. I've been enjoying this 357 a little too much. I'm actually going to fall back. Now she's about to nab on my hell yeah. Alright. Now we're about to get hype. south. Interesting. Okay. All right. Want to do that? Let's go. Want to make me fall back this far? Let's do it. Don't be a little bitch. Step up and get flipped. You're not a survivor, are you? No, you're just a kid. R.I.P. Mostly just to attract them in this direction. And I'm going to move to the other side of the road to avoid the stink zone. For a moment at least. I mean, I don't like this spot. Too many trees to the left there. I'm also going to hold off on discharge for a minute. Maybe till I fall back a little farther. Somewhere with better visibility. See that bitch in the right there? Don't want to deal with her. Not in there. Alright, I feel a little better about this. Left and right. Watch that crossfire, boys. Going back just a little bit. Why did she hit the guy behind him? Okay, you know what? The time has come. The time has come. The M9 is coming out. Just gonna diversify my ammo expenditure a little bit. Gripping my mouse too hard. Brand new mouse of mine. Nope. No, we're good. He's down. Patience. I need patience. Doesn't behoove me to waste a shot on somebody who's not a good shot. Okay. Doing alright. Come on, bring your bitch ass out of the road, bitch. Need a small drivable surface. Just a small one. Thank you. Little bitch up here by my truck. Need to sharpen, of course. No surprise there. And no spare blades in the truck here. That's a mistake. South. Slow. Swapping empties for fulls. And we continue with a little bit of blade work here. Okay, we might have a clear intersection now. Except for that guy back there. Hitbox is so bugged. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. I believe you. Oh, yeah. We are officially done with combat ops now. It is fatigue o'clock. Unless I've been meaning to get rid of this coffee for a while. This coffee is imbalanced. The weight has been thrown off, so we consume it. We've got another little bit of life ahead of us now. Oh, holy shit, we're 5 experience away. Wait a minute, no, we're 45. 45 experience away from aiming level 6. I really just want to be able to read the book. So we're not quite done yet. We're going to do an encore here. But I need to be strategic about where I start discharging. Yeah, okay. Cutting the engine there. We're actually going to use the fact that we need to shoot a little more. We're going to lead them on a bit of a run around here. So as you can see, literal billions up here. And they're hard to see where they're at. And that's okay. I want them away from this intersection here with the stop sign. That is the goal of today's op. And we're going to use some roundabout methods for that. Mostly involving gunshot noises. The goal is not going to be to kill all of them. It's just going to be to get them out of that intersection where possible. Now this is where things get hairy because we don't want them clouding our escape route. This road is somewhat traversable. And now they're all closing in on us. So I'm just going to fall back, attack, and fall back again. We're going to make the Raven Guard proud, boys. Fix my mistakes while I'm here. As you can see, a metric lot. Because this is not the first time I've led them in this direction and ditched them. We've done this a couple times before. And it works every time, as long as you know what you're doing. Mostly thanks to the unattackable fence next to the prison here. I will happily maliciously exploit that. Even on the day it becomes attackable. Just want to get one more level of aiming. We're so close. Now we got a field up here, and random trees don't grow in this field. So I don't know why. So if I wanted to do a bombing, this field is prime real estate for it. But like I said, I'm partially here to level my weapons skills. There we are. That's it. No more shooting. Yeah, this sword is probably on its last leg. Yeah, it's at 2/3. I'll extend a little bit further, I guess. We expended the coffee, so I might as well. yeah, I don't do, I will never do PvP in a survival crafting game ever again. Not even because I had bad experiences in this game. It was other games. And now I know how it plays out now. The lines are different, but the script is the same. Hey, boys! We're just skilling up. We're skilling up all over the place today. I did not think I had balanced myself that well. But we're Longplay level 7 now. And we're still red through to level 8, so I can continue using up this sword, which is kind of what I want to do right now. Since it's down to 2/3, I want to see if I can... I want to see if I can use it up before it, before I run out of fatigue to work with. Probably also get me some good nimble experience. You get more when there's more Zed. That's a lot of Zed, though. And not even half of them aren't even going for me. They're just moving in my general direction. That's all it takes. So in the chat, somebody asked what the main objective was. We're focused entirely on a specific street corner in Brandenburg, and we've successfully lured 1 billion zombies away from it. I'm currently grinding a little bit of skill. We just got a level in aiming, and I'm getting a little bit more long blade while we're here. In need of a sharpen. I can't do that. I need to fall back a little farther. I got this. Yeah. And I would like to keep some of them on me, so I'm actually going to shoot after I finish this. Now I'm gonna run out of water soon. I forgot my other water, so that's fine. As soon as I see the dehydrated or the thirsty noodle pop up, I'm out of here. We're on an encore, but we're not that desperate. Oh, it's a Fed. You can tell by the suit. She might have, yeah, she got a gun. Rosita Hartman, thanks for your service weapon. Extra 9mm mag there. I'm always down for one of those. Especially when it's full. Ooh, where did this one come from? I don't know where she came from, but it looks like from the left. The whole point of me using this field was that I didn't have to deal with them from the left. That's not good. Oh, okay. It's the ones that have heard my gunshot but then moved 30 degrees in the wrong direction. Those are the ones who could nail me right now. More easily than anybody else. Okay. Yeah, feeling good. Now we're going to be a little far away from our truck when we get out of here. What we're doing essentially is we're leading them. This group is going around the prison with us. Okay. Nobody else on us, and we're pretty close to, yeah, we're pretty close to quiet hour here. Alright, we'll give the game's music control back. That was my top 6 combat soundtrack. It actually looped once while we were fighting there. Whenever I'm going to be in sustained combat, and I know that I am, I always like putting on one of my mixes because the game's combat music just fades out so quickly sometimes. I take a quick break, I let 3 zombies not be near me for 30 seconds, and the next thing you know, the music's fucking gone. I have never liked that about this game's music. I love the music. I really do love it. It just fades so quickly. See, only just now are we starting to get a little hot after all this running. That means my current loadout is working exactly as intended. You guys may notice I'm wearing a leather jacket, but you also may notice there's some holes in the chest. That is 110% intentional. The insulation levels, which determine whether we're going to overheat or not. Insulation on your chest, neck, and head is much more important than insulation on the rest of your body. So for the sake of... Why are you running? For the sake of protection, I don't mind having stuff on my arms. But, yeah, my head, my chest, and my neck are nice and ventilated. We specifically chose this leather jacket because it already had holes in the chest. So we didn't quite make it all the way to the gas station, but we made it to the intersection. Now, how long will it stay clear after that maneuver we just did? However long it takes for the zombie migration system to bring them back here. I'm sure it'll happen eventually. It's a question of when, not if. But we bought ourselves a lot of time with that combat segment there, and we also got ourselves a level in both of the 2 most important combat skills, long blade and aiming. And as predicted, there's my slightly thirsty. Probably would have put it off a little longer if we didn't start sweating, but that's the result of... I'm perfectly okay with a little bit of sweating if I'm going to be running. That's almost completely unavoidable. I'm just going to straight up assume that my sword is in need of replacement. Yeah, it's down to like it's down to like 2/5. Yeah, it's below half. That's good enough for me. New sword goes in the belt. How about my shetty? Shetty is still 9 out of 10, so that's fine. I'm just going to go ahead and empty the sink now so that I can start using the water willy-nilly. Forgot we had a couple of extra gas cans here. We're just going to fill the... So the sink is now empty, and I've put all of its water into the reservoir it's about to use. The circle of life. And now all I got to do is go and put the go get the plumbing wrench, which is in the field kit of all of my major vehicles, including this one. We now have access to 136 liters of water. Just going to start by washing this sword, because the sword is now done. We'll turn it into a wall decoration later, perhaps. Petrol cans get put away in the trunk of our truck that's going to make it to the gas station sometime tomorrow. And toss in the pipe wrench back where we found it. I disagree with you, Zacto. And it's mostly on principle. Just because if I start thinking that I've got the game on lock, that's when the confidence kicks in and I start vibing. Next thing you know, I've lost a 104-hour character again. It's alright. I'm not going to deny that I'm pretty good at certain things, but I'm also not going to hype myself up, because anybody can and will make the mistake that costs them everything. We have plenty of coffee here, but we don't have any, we don't actually have a coffee machine, so that is on the get list if we're in town. Gonna go ahead and open both of these boxes, and we're also gonna go ahead and start reading the book. I don't plan on doing too much shooting tomorrow anyway, but I'm gonna go ahead and get started on the book anyway. I'm just not gonna like blitz it, because it's okay if I don't finish it for now. So you know what? I was gonna do a regular chair, but I don't know if the armchairs are actually more comfortable. I'm just gonna assume that they are, and I'm gonna put that right next to the stove so that I can sit in it and read while I'm making stuff. We also carry around reading glasses. Pop those on when it's time to read. One last bite of stir fry. I'll save that for 5 a.m. and then we'll start cracking into our other food tomorrow. Got some 50 roasts. So we've already made, what is that, like a teeny bit of room into the next level, or the next book, but I'm not really, still not going to be shooting really at all until we are fully read through the book, because otherwise you're just not using your ammo efficiently. If I could get more experience per bullet, why wouldn't I? Yeah, swords and gunnery is on the menu, boys. Alright, so right now we're fighting our way to the gas station, getting the generator connected, filling up the tank of the truck, killing anything on our way, grabbing a coffee machine if we happen to see one, and then we're kind of taking it from there. There's a few secondary, tertiary, and primary targets all here in Brandenburg. Lots of zombies in the way of everything. And as I was saying earlier, I would be definitely happy to do a pipe bombing here and there. But what I would much prefer to do is actually just get some more skill levels. Long blade and firearms would be great. Be fantastic right now. I'm going to start using 9mm more often because I actually have more spare 9mm ammo with me right now than I do 357, even though I really love 357. So I'm actually going to put the carbine away for now. Heretical as this is, I love the carbine, don't get me wrong. But there's no point in carrying it around if I'm not read up on aiming. Stand by. Just gotta do something on the other computer real quick. Where it at? Over there. Yes. Coming up on the end of the pay period. That's how I know that the end of the month is rolling around. Start getting those emails. All right. One thing I will say about my current contract company is that they are far less, what's the right word, pushy than they were just a little while ago. About certain deadlines that needed to be done at the end of the pay period. Alright, now look at that, look at that, look at that. We got some people coming out of the woodwork here, and that's unacceptable because this is my base area. So what I'm going to do is actually just get started strong this morning with a little bit of toot right here in front of where the exit for my base area is. Because if anybody's in this area, I need them to come out in the open now. I need to be done and dusted with them. Hear that? No noise when she charged me. Cursed. I might do a limited amount of shooting if I need noise. Or if I feel like there's a unusually large amount of them right in front of me. See, we're still read up to the max on long blade. So we can continue long blading for as long as our blade longs. I like that hat. Let me try that. That's close. It's got an ever so slightly reddish tint to it. That's one of the closest ones I've found in a long time. But I'm always good for LBMW. It's just got the perfect color combo. I would have to find a truly perfect black hat in order to swap it out for this. She long on my blade till I crit. Me love you, long blade. There may be some more in that intersection later. The toot may have brought some people close that we couldn't see. Give a toot and you'll always pollute. But as you can see, we fought diligently for this intersection and some of our results are showing. But it's all a temporary victory until we wipe out everybody back there. I'm mostly deciding to go out right now. I mean, like, let's say I woke up and it was foggy again. I would have just blitzed through the book. But we got good weather. I'm going to keep going. Weather isn't always about shooting. Sometimes it's just about seeing everything around you. Play the music game. music game is a fun little mini game you can play with yourself. Try to never pull more than 3 zombies at once, and you'll never trigger the combat music. So if you trigger the combat music, you lose. It's a good way to learn how to control how many zombies you pull at a time. See, that's a skill issue right there. I have a feeling that South America would absolutely love Wendy's if they could get if they could actually get a franchise everywhere. The fact that McDonald's gets to have their franchises everywhere, but not Wendy's, that's truly a sign of the times. Starting to get hungry already just thinking about it. I could use a double baconator with one of them premium, what's it called, pretzel buns. That was my favorite. Back when they had the pretzel buns for other things, I would get a pretzel bun, but just with a baconator. Add some pickles to it. For some godforsaken reason, the baconator doesn't come with pickles. Pickles, Asiago cheese, and then the bun if it's available. But it's one of those limited time things. Whenever I do fast food, I also never get the combos because I know the margins on soda. It's fucking atrocious. I'm not just going to hand my money away like that. If I actually genuinely want soda, which I don't because it's full of sugar and garbage, I'll just buy it myself. It's about 200% less expensive. Just buy a 2-liter from the store. We've won the music game so far. I wouldn't mind Chipotle being more spread around if they could figure out exactly why salmonella keeps popping up. So, if I could just go 2 or 3 years straight without a headline involving Chick-fil-A and salmonella, I would probably be like, all right, cool. Maybe I'll have a bowl here and there. But no, I haven't been able to go that far. Yeah. I'm not typically the fan of the spicy stuff, but when I do make an exception, Wendy's and Taco Bell's got some good options. I think we've lost. No? Maybe not. We don't have to count the ones on the other side of the fence for now. The game doesn't. So I don't know if you noticed, but LBMW is our, that's the hat. So we actually have a hat from one of these bands here. McDonald's or Burger King? Now that's an interesting question because I actually like both, but the question is specifically what am I going for? If I'm just going for burgers, then triple Whopper all the way. But if I'm going for any sides, I'm going for McDonald's every time because McDonald's fries I actually really like, and I can't even explain why I like them so much. But I would do salacious things for an infinite supply of McDonald's fries. Now but they got to be made right. They do on occasion. They forget how to make them right at my local store. But when they remember how to make them right, they're really good. See, now it might not even be whether they make them right. It might also just be that sometimes they're take the window off, get in without the key. It might just be that sometimes they're leaving them in the basket too long after they make them. At which point they start to dry out, and that's unacceptable. They got to have a little bit of oil still on them. There's got to be a little moisture still in there, otherwise they start to dry out, and then it removes everything that makes them good. But if you get some fresh fries, all that sodium, it rips my tongue up so good. So yeah, massive mountains of zombies everywhere, but we've controlled how many we've pulled. We still haven't triggered combat music. It's great. I love it. can almost call this a stealth activity. It's even playing the right theme for it. See, we've pulled 2. I'm just going to fall back, let them come to me. Now, that being said, if we're just doing 2 slabs of meat, the double quarter pounder from McDonald's is not that bad. Far more expensive than the Big Mac and the other burger options that they got, but you can taste the difference. I know a lot of people are like, oh, McDonald's is garbage, cardboard, blah, blah, blah. Even the people who hate McDonald's are usually going to admit that the double quarter pounder is better than the other burgers that they offer. Maybe they still don't like it, but they're usually going to admit that it's better. Because it is. It really is. They actually use proper beef, and they cook it at proper temperature. Almost everywhere else they cut corners. Even the Big Mac, which, you know, you would think the Big Mac would, their signature burger that they would, 2 incoming, yeah. Now you see we got 1 sign there that says out of gas, but that's just 1 sign. I think it's just talking about the yellow there. If I remember right, there were at least 2 pumps here. Still only 2 on us. No, there's only 1. Now there's more than 3, but if I manage to kill them in bite-sized chunks, remember, combat music only triggers if there's 3 within a short distance. Kill them fast enough, and there never are. That's a little bit less relevant to early game, because early game you're usually not going to be one-shotting them like that all the time. It's only thanks to our lovely supply line of swords that we're able to do this. Believe it or not, after all that talk of food, I'm still not too awful hungry. But I can feel it in the back of my taste buds. I'm like, all right, so what are we eating today? It is full right now. I never fueled it. I'm an idiot. Okay. I don't think I actually filled some of the old generators I picked up. That's okay. It doesn't really matter if I just pull out a gas can and siphon. For all I know, there might even be some gas in that taxi around the corner. I forget exactly why I left that there, but I am the one who left that there. Bitch, don't break that. God damn it. Oh, she's gonna come. Oh, there we go. I love a little ragdoll pop. Gonna line of sight those guys so they lose interest. I can't remember if I took all of the potential. Nah, I didn't. Here's one. That's what I was looking for. See all the blood splatter on the fence? That was from a long time ago. I think I actually siphoned... I think history is repeating itself right now. I think the exact reason I came into this yard was so that I could siphon some gas. Because I also had found the red generator from the military checkpoint. And I was going to use it here. But, you know what they say? It doesn't repeat itself. It's like poetry. It rhymes. so we didn't actually have a full tank in that. It was only 4 liters. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn it on and fill up a little bit of this can. Both sides are empty there. Okay, both sides are full here. That's okay. And all I'm going to do is just turn it off now. I feel like generators do not attract them the way they used to. Even the old, like the really noisy old generators. Because, like, I don't know if you guys saw that, but there was somebody in the road up there who just wasn't paying attention to us. Like, I think this is our only guest for the moment. I'm sure maybe some other people might have moseyed a little closer. But, like, this guy up here, he didn't fucking react. This is an old generator. I would react if somebody fired up an old generator that close to me. I'm saying that as somebody who actually went to a family reunion, like, what was it? I think 8 or so months ago, IRL. And we had it was just a regular generator. But that thing was fucking loud as fuck. That thing was, I was on the other side of the field when they fired it up, and I was like, what the fuck is that? And then I ran out, oh, it's a generator. Okay. Yeah. I'm sensitive to noise, what can I say? It's half the reason I'm still alive right now. Games with good sound design always work out for me. Well, a little bit better than normal. Games with bad sound design I can't stand. I would complain about 7 Days to Die having a bad sound design, but it's not that bad. It's just, it doesn't do surround sound, and that has always bothered me about that game. Ever since I took a look at my channels and I realized only left and right were peaking. And I looked through all the settings and I'm like, wait a minute, where's the 5.1 setting? What the fuck is going on here? Why can't I set... It's a video game. The sound is fake. You can do whatever you want with fake sound. Why not actually make it so that it sounds like I'm there? The fun pimps, man. What can I say? What can I say? They don't know how to do... They're just flying by the seat of their pants. Always have been. Me sense human. Me slap fence. Lap fence now! It's like the human was on the other side of you already. Oh, look at that, look at that. Ah, there's the combat music. Damn it. We lost. I just lost the game. It's alright. Ain't that big of a deal. What are you up to? 6 hours today? Not bad for out of band. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, I have all the materials to make pretzel bread. I just haven't done it. Although it was not legit bread, it's a, oh, what's the right word? It's sort of like a... It's like a flat bread version of pretzel bread. That probably doesn't even make sense. I've been eager to try it forever now, but now that I guys got me talking about fast food and I'm thinking about pretzel buns, I have all the materials. I really need to give that a shot. It's an untested thing, right? Whenever I see a recipe, my first instinct is to swap out all the perishables wherever I can. Project Zomboid has reinforced my already existent disdain for things that go bad in your fridge within a couple weeks. I can't fucking stand that. It blows my mind that so much of the retail economy is based around things that just go bad within a couple of fucking weeks. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Buy stuff that lasts, for God's sake. I've railed against the C word for a very long time, the consumer word. I've railed against that C word for so long. I believe it's one of those insults that you get you punched in the fucking face. And yet, people do it. It's sad to say that people do it a lot. More so than they have to, and that's the key point in it. I don't really care about the ones that are going to come up and slap the fence every time I drive by. Guys like him, I do care about. But if I am going to actually do the thing, then I'm going to need to do it while I'm still awake. So I can't be playing Project Zomboid until I collapse today. You know, for a second there, I thought she was going to sharpen it while walking. No. She'll just get out the sharpening stone while walking and then stop. Alrighty. That's a meta event. Sounded like it was in the center speaker. Yeah, see how they're moving directly to the north, or directly to the top of the screen there? That's actually pretty cool by me. Yeah, I mean, look at these. Look at this guy right here. He's going to go right past the gas station and keep going. Good on him. Good on him. That was a meta event. That actually helped me. Ooh, look at this. Boys, do we see a broken fence here? I guess they might have actually broken a fence. I've never seen this before. No, they didn't. They didn't. That was a gate. That was a gate because you can see the knob on the floor. Okay, never mind. I still have never seen a fence get broken. I was very impressed. Okay, now here we go. Here we go. These guys were the ones I was wondering if we were going to see after that meta event. Any more of y'all where you came from? They were all fast, so where are the slow and the medium? There's another fast. It was a gate once, but yeah, you can the way the sand lot goes up to it like that, and then I saw the knobs on the floor. See this one? These two up here, the slow ones, they can just keep moseying off in that direction because they'll keep doing it forever. Meta events have a very strangely strong staying power. Try saying that 10 times fast on certain zombies. I don't get meta events. I never have. They never made sense to me. And it's because of the way some zombies just seem to react to them, and not just react to them, but like stay reacted. Like again, I'm not exaggerating when I say these guys are gonna like move in that direction forever. They might as well. They're going to be long off my screen before they finally stop. And no other sound in the game does that. Only meta events have I ever seen the staying power, where the zombies start moving and then just don't stop. Like even a car horn, which reaches very far, most people who hear a car horn are just going to fucking stop. Because that seems to be what they do. But no, meta events, man, they just blitz off into infinity. That feels like more recent behavior. I have no idea if that's true, but it feels like that's happening more recently. If so, it would explain a little bit about why I never assumed that meta events were impactful before. But that also means that when I fire up the generator now, we're going to have to be cognizant of our surroundings. Yeah, I'm just gonna chill for a minute. Not gonna start pumping yet. I'm gonna steal some decorations. Yeah, sign. I also need a garbage can back at my field site, so we'll put that in it too. Okay, it's been running for a couple minutes. I don't see anybody getting closer to it in a threatening manner. This one right here seems to be moving. I'll bet you guys $20 that she's just trying to go around the fence. Watch them both just do an immediate U-turn and go in this direction. They didn't even go around the fence. They gave up. They were gonna go around the fence and then they gave up, and now they're just tumbling around. Oh, this one wanted to go around. Now he's going back. It's the group up mechanic. The group up mechanic will actually send them around fences. Believe it or not, I don't think I've ever actually been harmed by a zombie while grabbing fuel. I have been, not while pumping fuel. There was that incident that's got its own video on my channel, but that was before I even started pumping. That was back on Nora at the Irvington gas station, and we were just running around trying to secure the area and double check for lights, which isn't even an important thing. I don't do that anymore, not for gas station generators. No point. We don't leave them running long enough for it to be a problem. Alright, so the main vehicle is full. Oh, look at that. We do have one incoming. Okay. I'm proud of him. You broke the mold, homie. A couple of these gas cans can top up the race car, and then the ambulance should be fine. I don't think I've used any of the ambulance. Now that we've got all of our generators deployed, well, all of them except for the blue one. Blue one's on standby. Ugh. I actually thought that was my vehicle for a second. No, we're good. And look at this. It didn't take them long. It didn't take them long. They've already migrated into the road where we had a... already getting sick of having to put things back in my hands. Clear for now. I have no idea how long. These fucking the trees down here, the forest. So when we get back, we are going to curl up with a nice good book called Aiming Volume 4. And I think we've got enough time ahead of us now if we finish out through the evening, through to tomorrow morning. That should probably be close to enough time to finish the book. Maybe we'll go a little over, maybe we'll have a little left over. I'm not really worried. Hopefully the weather's good tomorrow. Another black hat, but this one's got a slight green tint. So good. The search for a perfect black hat is one of my hobbies, and it's a difficult one. I don't know if Nora ever found one. 600 some odd, maybe 700 hours on her. Ooh, look at all these shitheads. I suppose the horn honk was just as effective as it always is. Lost the combat music game again. Even though we had killed everybody long before the third one got to us, it doesn't matter. Game's music does what it wants. It's Way too temperamental. Where did you come from? This is my base. You shouldn't exist. I hear somebody. Where, though? You! Holy shit, I don't know if you guys saw that. This bitch right here was standing in the blind spot of my ambulance. Of all the fucking places. You absolute waffle. Bring your bitch ass over to the cork pile. Absolute fucking waffle. If anybody's not familiar, large vehicles have a blind spot in them. You have an ID card. Give me your card. Anya Farrell. Anya Farrell. Yeah, I wasn't very amused by your cousin Will. No, it's not that big of a deal. If they want to get to my generator, they're going to have to get to the roof, which means they're just going to break their way in here. But no, this bitch right here, that's where she was standing, right there. Where'd my character go? She's gone. You can't see her because vehicles are bullshit. This place is secure. I'm not gonna like fire up the light bar because that's just gonna bring an unusually large amount of groups from the. We're down to. No, we're fine. I did want to bring that other can up top though. And that other can ended up on the floor, did it? Yeah. Billy stuff put away. Gas by the Jenny. Butt into the seat. Glasses onto the eyes. Nose into the books. Perhaps food into the mouth as well. Yeah, I get it. I'm hungry too. I'm ironically feeling a little hungry. That's okay. We've got another day ahead of us easily. Tomorrow morning in game, I might call it. It'll be 7 hours by then. This is an off day, so I do actually have a couple of things I was supposed to do. But I went ahead and decided that it was going to be worth it to... I mean, I tend to get a slightly larger audience on Wednesdays, and I suspect that's probably because there's a lot of other streamers who don't stream on Wednesdays, so there's a little bit less competition in the space. But I have no idea if that's exactly the case. I just know that if I can manage to do a little bit on Wednesdays, it's always good for the numbers. Bring some new folks in. Show them what's fun here. I'll put the other couch in here too. Gin's Day Wednesday. I wish I could say that I could make that a meme without laughing at myself, because I have no guarantees that I can be here on Wednesdays. It's seeming more and more likely. Actually, there's a higher and higher chance that I'm going to be able to not have to work on site because I'll be getting an exemption from it. That's not confirmed. That is absolutely not confirmed. And even if it is, I still need a couple days off. I cannot be one of those guys who streams 7 days a week. I don't do that. I would never want to do that. I gotta take a little break here and there. But seeing as Wednesdays are probably one of the days that a lot of other people take breaks, I don't mind filling in the gap. It's literally what I do at work. I fill in the gaps. It works out for me. I think we'll be going slightly over. Yeah, 5 a.m. the second bedtime. We got a little bit left to read. And there we go. We have finished aiming volume 4. So we are now getting optimal experience for every bullet shot through the next 2 levels. We can now put the book away, and we are weapons free once again. Doesn't matter whatever weapon we have that seems best for the task, we can use it. We're getting actually surprisingly close to the next level of maintenance. So there is a small possibility we'll be reading another book soon. We're at 5880 out of 6,000. That's like 10 sharpenings or something like that. Sorry, 5 plus 5. That's 12 sharpenings. Yeah, 12 sharpenings, and we're definitely there. I can do mental math once in a while. Maintenance is an extremely important skill. You could say that I took it a little bit for granted previously. It was so easy to level when I had a +1 to it that I kind of felt like starting a character as I have now without any bonuses to it wouldn't be as difficult. But I'm feeling it. It's different. It's still doable. It's definitely nothing like having a +1. Alright, we got food for the day. We got ammunition. And everything else I could ever ask for is right here in the truck. We even got our L92 back. Alright, so time for a little bit of scouting and a little bit of shooting. And look at that, we got another couple of dudes up here behind this tree. I'm going to blame the meta event for some of that. How's this sword holding up? It's at 70, 80%. I'm going to grab another one just in case. We always carry around plenty in the ambulance. I made a couple of extra just for this operation. Just going to put it directly into the trunk of the fire truck with the rest of the weaponry. There's a small part of me that wanted to start carrying it around in the fire, or carrying that entire duffel in the fire truck. The fire truck doesn't have a lot of room right now. The fire truck takes more hits than most other vehicles, because I use it most actively for large combat. So, which way, Western man? Towards the nearest group of zombies, of course, because fuck these guys. First time shooting at aiming level 6, and I already like it. I'm already feeling like that crosshair is getting a little tighter. I know there's one out there. Come on now. I heard some raspy breathing. No, maybe not. Okay. Ah. I don't think I heard that guy, but I do now. You know what? I'm gonna let her get up. Leave a corpse right in the middle of my own road. We're actually close to Nimble level 3 of all things. Maybe I was doing better than I thought when I was up there. I might try that place again. I'm just curious to see what my experience gain rate is. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go do that. Because we could go in either direction and accomplish things. But what I would specifically like to accomplish right now is just see if I can... Because we're actually not far from Nimble level 3. We are like 80 experience away. I could foresee myself getting that in one afternoon, which is exactly what we have right now. We just need a lot of zombies, and we need to safely orbit them. And would you look at this? We got a big old field out here where no trees grow. I don't know why. I've mentioned this before. We saw this on Nora, but this little field to the north of the, what is this? To the east of the, west, sorry. To the west of the, prison does not seem to ever have anything growing in it other than grass. Yo. Alright, so this group of Zeds here, I would like to see what kind of experience I get from just nibbling around them. So we're currently at 220 experience nimble. Got about 1 experience point for that. I don't know if they have to be aggroed onto me.
Hey!
We're about to find out. Alright, so now they're aggroed onto me. 1, 2, 10 1,000. That was 10 seconds with a bunch of them aggroed onto me, and no difference. Okay. So they do not actually have to be aggroed onto me. And that's an important thing to keep in mind. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Now you're actually making me hungry. To go prepare some meat and cheese meal. Meat, cheese, and minimal bread. That's my mealing these days. I don't know how cheesy it would be if I were to just stick around the prison. Painful. Truly painful. Leveling Nimble without a +1 to it and actually trying to think about it. That's a painful thing. Sword is at 2/3. Still pretty good. The castle they removed from B42. I mean, it's not... I never found it cheesy, personally, because castle's just a massive attack surface that all it really is in my mind. Well, I guess zombies can't attack the whole thing. I don't remember. I've never based there myself, but I don't remember what it was made out of. Huh. I guess a lot of them must have dispersed out of the area. It's funny because the slow ones I can probably actually stay ahead of them. Possibly even indefinitely. Yeah, I nimble fast enough I can stay ahead of slow shamblers. So this is one way I could probably gain in nimble experience at an accelerated rate indefinitely. I just gotta make sure I don't get snuck up on. Stone with a wooden gate, right. Ah, there's a fast one. Two fast ones. Too fast 5 me. Two, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006. Yeah, that was about almost an entire experience point. If I just stay out of lunge range, maybe I should get a larger group of slow shamblers together. That's possible. I have the technology. I can do it. I just gotta make sure I don't do that, because that's a skill issue. Every time I accidentally do that, I gotta, you know, get a little space. What is this one? Are you a slow? Or are you a normal? Oi, I'm talking to you, bitch. He's a dumb one. That's all right. Oh no, he's slow too. Okay. I don't wanna like game it that hard, because I get the feeling the devs are probably gonna do something about that someday. I feel like this is probably always going to be a strategy that works, if for no other reason than the fact that you have to put yourself at risk to do it. That sounds like something the devs would be okay with, as long as the zombies can actually get to me. I wouldn't do this if it wasn't for the fact that I'm pretty close to the next level. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm gonna try to pull my face farther from the mic, but zombies. I have very strongly considered taking Gymnast in the past, and now that they've started rebalancing traits a little bit, I'm closer than ever to actually taking it. Maybe. Can use wild animals too. That's fun. Create a trap for some rabbits. But like I said, I'm not necessarily interested in engaging with things that I know the devs are probably going to try to get rid of someday. I'll engage honestly with what the devs give us where I can tolerate doing so. Yeah. You know, I was like, oh man, we only have 70 experience to go. No. I am kind of interested in seeing how big of a group of slow shamblers I can get together. I might intentionally do that. I mean, now here's a slight problem though. If you leave an area, the zombies that were in that area have their movement speeds randomized. We learned this when we restrained Jackie J. That is a tradition that I'm going to have all my characters do at some point. But yeah, we discovered that when we would leave and come back, Jackie was a different type of shambler each time. Sometimes she was fast, sometimes medium, sometimes slow. The first time we ran into her, she was slow. That was one of the reasons it was so easy to capture her. And yes, I do actually consider capturing zombies without destroying them sometimes. This one here is a medium. I would tell you what the other one is, but she stopped already. That's a fast. So we got a medium and a fast here. You know what? I'm not even worried about a medium as much because I can still stay ahead of a medium. It's only the fast one that's going to be a problem. So there did be a total of 2 mediums with the one to the south there. Let's kill the fast. Also pretty good practice to stay out of lunge range. Nah, I'm pretty good at that already, but I'm here for it. We're losing the attention of McGee up there with the, whatchamacallit, with the red hat. There was one to the south. There you are. He's coming. Whoa, we got some fast ones. Let's kill them. I'm interested as to why exactly so many fast ones have shown up. Maybe they heard I was fucking around with the slow ones. They came to protect their homies.
Hey.
Now you can see why I sometimes talk about them as if they have differing attention spans. This guy with the hat, he's lost track of us like 4 times now. Car attracted him? Yeah, that's true. Probably.
Hey.
See, these 2 are medium. The nude one and the blue hat. And now this one up here is also medium. He actually brought on heavy combat music. That's kind of funny. Oh, great, we're sick. I'm gonna freaking lead them away from all the corpses. Critical mass for nimble. Oh, shit. We have critical mass. See, one of the things you got to keep in mind is that going diagonally, or going back and forth and diagonal, is nowhere near as bad as going sideways. Going sideways, you go slower. I'm trying to stay out of the stink zone if I can. There we go. I can't wait for the update that adds just a random chance for people with the clumsy trait to just trip over grass. I can't wait for that update. Just to add an extra fuck you to anybody who wants to take a very low impact negative trait. Let's see. We're down to about 68 experience for level 3. So yeah, this is going to take a while. I'm just going to try for like, okay, we've got 5, 6, 7. We've got 7 on us. Let's see, we're at 233.19. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,004, 1,005, 1,006, 1,007, 1,008, 1,009, 1,010. We didn't even get a full experience point for 10 seconds of that. I don't think this is going to work. Let's just go ahead and kill him. It was a fun idea, but it definitely, there's something that I don't understand going on with it. You don't trip randomly. There are select certain things you could do that would cause you to trip. Most of them require you to be running while you're vaulting over something. You can also trip over zombies if they've fallen to the ground and they're not dead. So, for example, let me show you what could happen with this zombie. I'm gonna push her down, knowing now that I need an example, she's not gonna go down. Okay, if I were to run over her like this, there actually is a chance that I could trip over her. I don't remember last time I actually did that because I was very, very careful to never make sure it never happened again. But that is actually something that can happen. I saw it happen on Nora. Yeah, that was on Nora. Oh, wait a minute. No, that was on Annie. I remember now because that was in my goddammit compilation. That was in my goddammit compilation. Hang on a second. It was like the first thing I bitched about when I started Annie. I have this video on my channel called First 11 Hours of a Zomboid Run, but only when I say blank. So I'm yapping about the script that I made that pulls things out of a... It basically is a script that pulls bad words out of your out of a video. It turned out I tripped over that fucking zombie's corpse. That's new. Like, what the devs are... Okay, so I was right, but it doesn't actually show me tripping over her corpse. I didn't make the clip long enough. Damn. That just means that I need to... I would have to look at part 1 of Annie's journey through B42. It's workable. It's workable. You just got to identify the specific things that could happen. Most of it has to do with running over fences. So don't ever try to jump a fence while running ever again. And you can probably handle clumsy. And then just get used to the amount of noise you make when running around. It will be elevated. I'm just going to zip past these guys because I don't want them to follow me too far in this direction. I do want this road to be clear where possible, so we'll get out and kill anybody on this road. Don't run over fences and you're good. Now, that's also, I feel like the devs are... Maintenance level 8, boys. I didn't realize I was that close. I thought I had like 6 or 7 sharpens left to do. But I discounted the fact that we're getting experience every time a weapon loses durability. Which means my sword probably... Yeah, now it's down to 70%. That's cool. I'm here for it. That means I need to read Maintenance Volume 5. Add a sap. Shut up. As far as I know, it's already been completely looted, but I think the military checkpoint is actually... might as well be accessible, if I'm not mistaken. I'm curious now. I'm going to take a quick peek at it. What exactly is bro in the chat there saying the magic numbers? The magic fucking zoomer numbers. I didn't even say them out loud and nobody else did. So is he just posting them for no fucking reason at all? Because I've seen that too. Okay, the entrance is not clear. But the interior... Look at that. Look at how many zombies are left inside the interior here. Basically fucking nothing. And that's because this is one of the first places we cleared, actually. I recall vividly now being baffled at how many M16s we found. We found an actual correct number of M16s. Everything in here is nice and cleaned out. So despite the fact that it was looted and trashed, as you can see by all the trash, there was still plenty of M16 here. Just a little bit of candy here. 17 M16s. Yep, that sounds right. Our total was 6 fully intact and 2 that were damaged. Now, the only thing that I didn't pick up last time I was here were radios. There's a part of me that wants to take them while we're here. Radios weigh 15, and I can fit 2 in my main backpack, therefore. And then I can carry the other 2 in a handbag, and we can take all 4 of them out here with us. I'm not even going to bother trying to budget the room to bring them home with me. I just want them to not be in the... to not be out here. If I ever want them for a future light bar vehicle that can actually take them, then... so be it. There is no room in the trunk right now for anything, but we do have a handbag. Passenger seat should be able to fit 1, except passenger seat's already got stuff on it, because I'm a doofus. That's okay, I can at least get the radios. And I did see those 2 zombies over there. We'll take care of them. Yeah, the biggest problem with satellites when all people are gone is that satellites do still need to, every once in a while, they need to have a manual eye on them, and they need to get some micro corrections made. Back in the 90s, micro corrections were probably a lot, there were a lot more that were just being done by hand as opposed to automated. These days, it's computationally less expensive to have automated stability control, attitude control, and shit like that. Ground, yeah, that's true. There's plenty of that needs to be done. So even though we got the interior sorted out, the exterior here, plenty of them still migrated up to that. Space is unkind to computers. So I was just thinking about the fact that we didn't have a lot of room, but you know what does? The radio van that I was thinking about taking home anyway. Look at that. There's all my radios. And there's actually another entrance to the checkpoint that we can take from this direction. I don't know what kind of Z activity we're going to run into up here. I did do some killing up here at one point, and then I think I might have ditched them up here. Yeah, so there's going to be a ton of Zeds up here, intentionally. So regrettably, the side entrance is probably not an option. The other side might be. I don't think I ever used the other side in this universe. I don't even think I ever did my trick. There's a trick that I like to do to get in the back door of the military checkpoint here. I don't think I ever used that trick. For me, did it? Yeah, there's no shortcuts here. And that's a meta event that's going to lead plenty of them in the general that-away direction. Oh, look at all those idiots. Wow, okay, look at that movement. That is that's a certified movement right there. That is a large movement. That's the kind of movement that'll clog up your toilet. I'm actually purposely going through this way to line of sight them and to lead a little bit fewer of them directly back to the road. I actually might just go ahead and go back in and take those floodlights that I was looking at too. I have plenty of floodlights back at base right now, but I don't have a lot that I can take out into field sites, and I would like to have a few of those. So I'm going to grab those now before it gets too much more busy here. We have access to 2 right here. You can carry as many as 4. She just had to go 1 tile over. she saw a fence, so she had to start slapping it. But this is where the meta event is actually going to be working against me a little bit. Up here is where the generator normally is, like right around the corner here. But of course, that's actually the first generator we stole, or shall I say, recovered. Oh, this is a little awkward. I guess we're gonna have to fight our way out here. That when I first heard that noise a while back, it freaked me the fuck out. The sound of them flipping over the sandbags. It's a new noise that I had not heard in Zomboid before. It's got a specific cadence to it. It doesn't sound the way they flip over other things. Jerry Baez. That's an interesting name. Tweedledee and Tweedledum here in the matching hoodies. It's an I'm with Stupid tee. Private Nun. We didn't find Nun until we got down to the military research facility. So we might have to go back into hell. We might have to resume Catabasis in order to find Private Nun. I don't even remember if it was a male or a female. I think it might have been a female. I don't remember. But yeah, no, Private Nun was a set of dog tags we found on somebody. You know what? This sounds like a perfect opportunity to find out exactly where Private Nun was located. While I'm reading the book tonight, I'm going to do that. So that video that I linked, did I link it in chat? No, I just pulled it up. The video I pulled up a few minutes ago was one of my videos where I wasn't just doing a little compilation. I was also demonstrating a script that I came up with. I'm not going to use the full script, but I'm going to use a part of it, which involves pulling down the caption files for my own live streams. But then all I got to do is pull down the caption files for the 3 episodes where I went into the military research facility, and then search for the words nun in sequence, those 2 words next to each other. And that will be probably followed by laughter. And then we'll be able to identify the clip. But yeah, I've been looking forward for a proof of concept opportunity, and that sounds like a very unique thing that we could do. All right, so I'm gonna get some food in her, get her some water, and then we are going to start reading the next maintenance book. And while we're doing that, we'll look for a clip. Go clip hunting. Fatigue just hit, so we actually managed to time that relatively perfectly. Haha! Yeah, Richard found Private Nun. Fantastic. I can't wait for Nun to make more appearances. I pop with respawns on. That is, I'm sorry for your loss. If you got respawn problems, I feel sad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but a respawn ain't one. Alright, so while she's reading that, channel content, live. We're going back in time. Looking for the thumbnail called Catabasis. There it is. This, I believe, is when we made ingress into the military research facility. Yeah, it is. This is a fun adventure, a very long one too. So I'm copying the URL. Oh, you know what? There's one of my certified bra moments in here. I forgot that I actually mentioned the timestamp for that in the description. Let's get this shit out of my face. Where's the comments? There it is. Okay. Big mistake. Very big mistake. Triple big mistake. Okay. Okay. That could have ended so unbelievably badly. Easily one of the scariest individual moments in Nora's life. This is my previous character, Nora the Explora. Her playlist is in the description. This is part 40, but this is also, I believe, the part where we whatchamacallit, where we found Private Nun. I've always wanted to count exactly how many Class 1 mistakes we made there. Class 2 were the worst, because technically speaking, I don't think our movement speed was ever slowed. I haven't talked about this recently, but I classify mistakes as 1, allowing a zombie to technically get close enough to grab you. 2, having your actions get interrupted. 3, having your movement get interrupted. And then 4, actually taking damage. So I don't know if we actually had any Class 3 mistakes, despite how bad this looked. Actually, okay, so that was a Class 2 and a Class 2 because I had to push. That was my action economy getting fucked. These two, the suit, the Fed suit, and then the suit behind me there, they both winded up, but they didn't grab me. Yeah, they both winded up, but I was still moving faster. The people who came around the corner, I don't think any of them ever actually winded up. Push, and then push a third time, and then I fucking ran for it, because, yeah. Yeah, so you know what? Hang on a second. That last part there, after that. Okay, I don't know if you saw that, but she did the thing where she kind of did a thing where, like, she trunk twisted a little bit, like she elbowed somebody to her right. That was because my movement speed got fucked with by a zombie. So that was actually technically that was a Class 3. We still didn't take no damage though. But you see, that's a pristine example of a situation where it doesn't matter how much fucking armor you have. If you got surrounded like that, if they had actually locked her into place, that would have been game over. She could be wearing full body armor. It wouldn't fucking matter. She couldn't move. She would have gotten stuck, and they would have sat there and bit her until they got through, and then she'd be fucking dead. So if anybody is ever curious why I don't ever wear full body armor, that's why. Because you'll eventually get yourself, if you rely on armor and nothing but armor, you'll eventually get yourself in a situation where you're fucking dead no matter how much your armor is. Started by ignoring the guy in your back. Well, I mean, it started by shooting the shotgun. I should not have panic shot. We zoom back in time a little bit here to a little bit before the clip starts. What happens is I'm moving up quietly here. I move up quietly, and I'm trying to observe, and I'm just supposed to be killing him with the sword. That's what I should be doing. I should just be killing him with the sword right now. Right there. But I see this shit, and I panic. I see that it's only 3 zombies. I have no idea how many are around the corner, but I'm seeing backfill down this hallway. And that is a massive threat, so I'm just like, alright, fuck it, I'll pull the shotgun out. That was my first mistake. I should not have done that. I should have just quietly killed these guys, and I should have only pulled out the shotgun if... I don't even think there's an arbitrary number. The point is, I could have handled those 3 with the sword. Oh dear. Okay, yeah, that was... I fucked myself right there. And even then, the second mistake was not immediately just running across this hallway, because I knew they were down that hallway to the right. I knew they were down that hallway to the right, but I just, my brain, I was not reacting properly here. The panic got me, and I just, I got really lucky to get the fuck out of there, didn't I? Ignore the yellow and push to the corner. Nah, the shotty was not okay. I would have gotten cornered there. I would have gotten cornered. Maybe not. I mean, I was very well equipped here. I was very well equipped. If I stood my ground, I might have. I don't know. I don't even want to speculate because I don't like standing my ground. That's how you get eaten. Standing your ground is not a good idea. But how do I find out private none? Well, if you turn on closed captions,
Could have ended. So
you'll see that we get exact, precise time codes for every little word that appears. So I have this script. I don't think I have it integrated in my PowerShell commands yet. I think I just have it written down here. Yes. I cannot actually talk to you about the name of this program, because if I do, if I say this out loud, YouTube will actually, the captions will auto transcribe what this is, and then that would actually put my channel monetization at risk, which I'm trying to avoid. I don't even care about monetization. I'm just trying to do the YouTuber thing correctly here. So I can't actually say it out loud what I just showed you, but it's a program that assists with YouTube. It's great. Technically not within the kosher confines of the YouTube community guidelines, as it were. But what this is essentially doing is just trying to acquire the video, but then skipping the download and getting the subs. So now what I have is the sub file for the entire stream, 11 hours of content, in transcribed form. That would have been brought to cbin right here. So if I go over here to my code page and I just, as you can see, we now have exact timestamps for everything I said throughout all 11 hours there. So let me just do a search for none. And how many times have I said none? 9 times. Really? Yeah. Okay, so it wasn't in this time. And that means all I got to do is pull the next one, because I was only down there for like 3 trips. I did not want to spend too much time here. This is not a good place to spend too much time. What is this? Part 40, so part 41 right there at top of... the rest of our... Yeah, see, we already escaped after the end of part 41. So I just used the same script, but with a different URL. And there's TTML for part 41, so I just do a search for none. Wait, really? Yeah, here we go. Dog tags, none. Uh-oh, we have somebody called none. 5 hours, 52 minutes, 47 seconds. I definitely love this script. It's going to make editing my own videos much easier. So is that 5 hours and 52 minutes, 54 seconds? This is me doing a last pass over the corpses at the lowest level before I leave. And boy howdy did I find something interesting on my way out. The key point to that is right here. This stairwell is blocked, and this is the only way up from the ground floor. There it is. It looks like, I believe this is, oh no, this is a female. Yeah, it's a female, so private none was a female. Dog tags, none. Okay. We have somebody called none. Nice. I'm guessing that the word none shows up somewhere in the somewhere in the lexicon for naming. That's my current guess. We're finishing this off, right? Yeah, we're finishing this roast off. And we're just a little bit past our bedtime, so I can time that pretty well. Now, sometimes trawling through YouTube auto captions is a little harder than that, but thankfully the word none was transcribed correctly. I'm just glad that they didn't do something like, you know, like nun as in like a lady of the cloth or something like that. Nah, they understand exactly what I meant by that. So, to be entirely honest, I do really want to finish this book before our next anything. Maintenance is one of those things that you're just constantly gaining experience in as you fight, because your weapons always take condition damage here and there. So, yeah, we're going to finish this book before we go back out there and continue fighting. This is why I bring my mobile library of books yet to be read. That actually was not the lowest floor. This is the stairwell right here. The stairwell, basically this is the landing floor, right? So the military research facility has a surface level, and then the surface level has a set of stairs that goes down many, many, many levels. When you go down those stairs to the many levels, this is the arrival point for the actual facility that's like deep, deep, deep underground. And that's where we located Nun. I'll post a whatchamacallit comment here. 55240. Boom. And that is part 41 of Nora the Explora, if anybody wants to see that. Nora the Explora, her playlist is linked in the description. Leaving our map open, of course. So I do have to step away briefly, IRL. I won't be gone too long. I will have our girl continue reading in the meantime here. And we'll resume the fast-forwarding part of that after I get back. So I'll be back in just a moment, folks. Oops. That's my AFK marker is supposed to be in there. There we go. I'm saving Private Nun. Alright, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Starting to sing Skyrim songs in my absence. Y'all are cursed. Not as cursed as the idea I had as soon as KTO was talking about Saving Private Nunn. The search for the dog tags. That scene. Forgot that we're gonna book it. Get it? We're gonna book it. We're gonna book it straight to the finish of this one. Yeah, light switches doesn't work. Light switches are basically fried, cooked, as it were. Mods are we don't use mods, but the description is in the description rather. Sorry, we talk about what little we do change and why we keep it that way. Mostly just the backpack. I've been thinking about publishing that, but it's not entirely my work. I adapted it from somebody who did a B41 version of this, and then I extended it to a couple of other bags. So we still have a little bit of a day left here. We can still accomplish some stuff. Prime cut of rabbit meat, even though it's stale. That is kind of whack. Alright, so now that the maintenance book is read, I'm going to scout out the town. Yeah, we're just going to use the car And I'm going to scout out the town and see what the residential side of things looks like. I had to swap out my water. Always stay hydrated. Alright, so now the goal is we're just going to explore the entire map of Brandenburg. I think we can do that in this evening. That will help us get an idea of where to go and what to do once we get there. Now you may see that there are markings on the map even though we haven't been to these places yet. Those are from annotated maps, so those are places we're already going to be exploring. And I'm going to go ahead and just start with my own neighborhood, see what's out here. I don't recall there ever being anything of too much substance here. Now, even when a shed is looted and trashed, you still have a chance at a generator in it, so... And that's not even looted and trashed. That's just, well, I can't tell. When you're trying to tell if a building's looted and trashed, you check for doors and you check for windows. But the window is covered in vines and the door is left open. Okay, window's broken. It's looted and trashed. But the point was, there actually could have been a generator here. Doesn't need to be, but... I was just about to sneeze, and then it canceled itself. Hate it when that happens. I think I had a hatchet. Yeah, there's a little roundabout here, but nothing overly substantial. We did have... Homie in the chat was asking about my mod list. I almost feel morally obligated to share the mod list that I used in B41, just because it makes me laugh every time I look at it. Where is it? If I go to Workshop, I need to go to Zomboid Workshop. And then your files you've posted, and then go to collections. Yeah, I don't play with any mods on B42, but on B41 we had a lot of fun with mods. Yeah. I got really mad at modders updating their mods and forcing me to restart the server. I don't think they do too many updates to B41 mods anymore. Yeah, they might. I have no idea. But I'm about 80% sure that B41 mods are mostly stagnant now. But what that does mean is that your save is far less likely to get broken by any updates. Wait, does that continue going? I guess it does. Okay. I don't remember exactly how far the road goes in this direction, but this is part of my local territory, so I won't be, How do I maintain weight? There's the... Okay, so, what we just did, we went into a weight gain phase. What I like to do is just oscillate between weight gain and weight loss. Right now, we're in a weight loss phase. And previously, the last weight loss phase we were in, I stopped paying attention to it for a little too long until I got down to 67 kilo. Please don't spam my chat. But I got down to 67 kilo, and then that was getting me close to dangerously underweight, which is very underweight, quote unquote, is if you fall below 65 kilo. So what I did is I decided to go into triple weight gain. So you may notice there's regular weight gain with the 1 up arrow. There's double weight gain with the 2 up arrows. There's actually a triple weight gain. There are no triple arrows, so you can't see this visually. There's no feedback. But if you look at the game's code, which is something we actually did, I still have it open. It was specifically down here. So on line 145 in nutrition.java is float real weight gain, and it's just some floating point nonsense that it's talking about. But what it does is it multiplies based on certain conditions. So if you are above 400 carbs or above 400 fat, then your weight gain is multiplied by 2, and it is set to increase weight gain lot is set to true. So what that means is you see the double chevrons, you see the 2 up arrows indicating that you're gaining weight rapidly. But there is also an else condition here if you happen to have carbs and fats over 700. Then your real weight gain is multiplied by 3 instead of 2. So there is a level 3 to weight gain. There just isn't it doesn't show you the difference in the UI. And so in order to hit that threshold, though, 700 fats and 700 carbs, that's asking a lot. That's asking a lot. How did I get there? 3 boxes of cereal and 4 sticks of butter in the space of a couple of hours. And what I did with that got that sent my calories to oblivion. My calories were maxed immediately. But that got my fats, which were at a deficit of negative 500, and my carbs, fats and carbs, were both at a deficit of 500. That brought them both over 700. I think closer to 900 actually. So we had a room to lose. We had room to burn fats and carbs rather. And what I did is I just maintained my calories after that through over drinking milk. So if you just want to get the 1 up arrow, that's regular weight gain without any sort of boost to it. You just want to get the 1 up arrow, just drink a lot of milk. Just drink 2 liters of milk every time you get hungry. You will get into weight gain rapidly, or you will get into weight gain, and you'll stay there. So find yourself a cow, milk the cow, get lots of milk build up, and just drink it whenever you get hungry. Drink it by the liter or the 2 liter. You will have no problem staying in regular weight gain. But what I was talking about there is going into triple weight gain, which is really hard to do if you don't have the only reason I was able to do it is because I had a bunch of cereal. Cereal is probably the highest carb food that you can just straight up eat right off the shelf. But unfortunately, you can't get more of it. Cereal, once it's gone, it's gone. There's no making more cereal. In terms of sustainables, renewables, things you can grow yourself, I don't know of anything that's absurdly high carb. I really don't. Maybe it exists. I can't think of anything. All of the crops that we can grow are kind of pitiful on their macros. Yeah, I have no idea what kind of crops you could kind of stack for that. Maybe the beans and corn, like soybeans and corn maybe. I've never tried that. But I do know the heavy form food, like the white beans and the black beans, that's also a close second in terms of getting carbs. Well, no, your game is, assuming you don't have a billion mods screwing things up. Constantly seeing chevrons up and down, that just means that you're not running a surplus or deficit. At what weight do you starve? Assuming you mean by starve, there's thresholds. We actually can see them right here. Here we go. So this is the method called apply weight from traits. This is you are obese at 105 kilo. You are overweight at 95 kilo. You're normal between 95 and 70. You are 70 and then you're underweight. You are 60 and then you're underweight. Actually, hang on a second. Shit. This is the other way around. Sorry, this is the other way around. These are what your weights are if you start with these traits. So if you start with overweight, you start at 95. If you start with underweight, you start at 70. The other way around is... Here it is. This is the way it is. So if your weight is between 50 and 65, you are very underweight, which is a significant hit to your fitness, but you're not losing health yet. If you fall below 50 kilo, that's when you get emaciated, and that's when you start losing health. I don't know the health loss speed, but I do know you don't ever want to get this point. If you get to this point, you are dying. So don't ever let your weight fall down to 50 kilo. Your literal skin and bones, you're like that. If you've ever seen those old videos of the Holocaust camp survivors, yeah, you're basically just a, yeah, you're a dead person walking. Don't want that to happen, ever. Not good. No problem, that's fine. That, YouTube did that, not you. Okay, we have explored our local neighborhood, I think, because we just did a big, nice loop around there. I could have continued along Hopewell Trail. I'm not gonna. I want to see the rest of the residential in the area. We still have just enough daylight, probably, to make that work. You definitely want to be careful doing high speeds in a race car on a gravel road. Spinning out on gravel isn't a thing, but running into a tree because the road is just that narrow is definitely a thing. Of course, I could take a left here and go in the direction of Brandenburg Airport, but I'm not interested in that. There's nothing special there. I got close. When I was screwing around with B41 just prior to B42 coming out, I knew nothing about weight gain at the time, like almost nothing. And my character just kept losing weight, and I actually got really frustrated and quit for a little while because of that. Obviously not permanently, but I was like, man, this is fucking bullshit, and I hate it. So I just stopped playing. That particular character, I don't remember her name. But yeah, that particular character never made it out of like month 2 or 3 because I stopped gaining weight and I stopped figuring out how, and I lost my patience with it. But as you can see, I eventually figured it out. It shouldn't have taken me that long to figure out. I'm a doofus, but I'm also not such a doofus that I can't learn things if the game makes it plain. But that's the problem, the game doesn't make it plain. It's actually really fucking obtuse. Yeah. I mean, even once you understand the fundamental disconnect that, you know, hunger has nothing to do with weight gain, and that just eating enough to give yourself the green moodle is not good enough. Once you learn that, you're still at a loss as to actually, okay, so how much do I actually fucking eat then? Oh, fuck off. I didn't want to do that. Alright, residential exploration is go. Taking a left here. Yeah, I have feelings about the nutrition system. The thing is, right now at the core of it, I think a lot of the things that I would say about the nutrition system is I'm just avoiding it. I really am. I mean, like, I get a cow, I milk the cow, I turn some of the milk into butter, and I use the milk either to control calories or hunger, and then I use the butter to control weight, or lack thereof. So it's like I'm really just avoiding the system, because there are so many other things you could do, but all of those things require time and effort that I'm just not willing to spend right now. So yeah, I mean, I can make it sound like I understand the nutrition system. I'm really just avoiding it because it's just that fucking annoying. I genuinely don't mind cooking good meals for my character, but it's not an efficient thing to do. You have to right click and left click a billion times to cook a single meal, There's no sort of recipe system. There's no bulk cooking. There's none of that. And all of that is just working against us right now. I think I already had this marked. No? Wait a minute. This is not a survivor house. I remember why I didn't have this marked. This is a trap. So, as you can see, there's nothing here. The windows are boarded up because homeless people are living here. So yeah, this is not a survivor house. I would never take it personally. The devs are exploring reducing the point cost. I still wouldn't take it. I would prefer to just. I've gone through the effort of learning what I need to do to maintain my weight without having to see the numbers. So I'm just going to use that knowledge instead of actually spending the trait points on it. If you're still trying to learn the nutrition system, what I would actually recommend is not the nutrition trait, but get a stat bar mod. The one I used for all of my, linked in the description, is my playlist for Annie Mae, for all 70-something parts, or 80 total parts of her series. I had a mod called Simple Stat Bar, and it was a port of a B41 mod that I made. I ported it myself, but other people have ported it and actually kept it up to date. I stopped using it because I didn't feel like updating it after the nutrition system had a bit of a change. Yeah, I didn't feel like updating it, but other people have. So the Simple Stat Bar is the name of the mod. Or Simple Status. I actually can't fucking remember. It might be Simple Status. Yeah, Simple Status. And it will, what it does though is it shows you not just the numbers, but it shows you the thresholds. Let me give you an example real quick. If we go back in time in my screenshots folder here. Go back in time to Annie. Here we go. This is a picture of the parking lot of the Grand Ohio Mall after Annie Mae was done with it. But we also see her stat bar. This stat bar over here shows you all of her values. Now, when it shows you the hunger bar here, for example, it says 88 out of 100. What does that little notch there mean? That means that when we get to 85 hunger, we get the moodle, the peckish moodle. Same with thirst. When we get down to 85 thirst or 80, no, that's like 85. I don't know the numbers exactly. I just see the notches. Fatigue, same thing there. Fatigue builds up from left to right. So when we get to this notch, we're at level 1 fatigue and whatnot. But then when you scroll down to the macros, we see that at the time she was in a weight loss phase at negative 2,200 calories. That's the floor. She was in carbs. I never gave a fuck about carbs on Annie. Fats, because we were using butter to control our fats. She was in a bit of a surplus at 109. The max is 1,000. The floor is negative 500. And her weight was 76 kilo at the time, and she was in a weight loss phase, as we can see from the calories. So let's just say that if I was going to take control of Annie right now in this context, what I would have to do to get her into weight gain is consume at least 3,000 calories, just right off the bat, because she's at a deficit of negative 2,200. And then I would have to consume a couple hundred butter if I wanted to make that into a rapid weight gain. Or, sorry, a couple hundred fats to make that a rapid weight gain. Because this number right here, lipids, would have to be at least 400 in order for her to be in the double chevron weight gain. Now, you were talking about, Gabs, you were talking about this before, about the constantly going up and down on your chevrons. The reason for that is the arrow disappears, as in you're not gaining or losing weight, if your calories are between 0 and 1,200. So because at this screenshot she was at negative 2,200, she was in weight loss, and we would have to eat a lot to get out of weight loss, especially if we're running around all day. But, you know, the stat bar might actually illustrates that to you in a way that the game, not even the nutritionist trait, not even the nutrition trait will actually give you this information. And I consider the stat bar mod at this point kind of like a set of training wheels that I've been able to shed. I can drive the game without the training wheels now, but I would never have gotten to this point without that mod. It made things a lot clearer when it was initially very obtuse. See, for example, you can see that we were in a recent weight gain here because we were at 79 kilo and 300 lipids. All that really means is I either ate a lot of meals with butter in it, or I just ate a couple sticks of butter. Really, eating an entire stick of butter sometimes is sometimes the best way of going about it. As stupid as that sounds. Like just the other week, we ate 4 sticks of butter in a couple of days, just so that we could get out of the below 70 weight phase that I really wanted to get out of. Even after all that time with the stat bar mod, I still don't fully understand exactly how macros decay. So like your fats and your carbs, I have no idea how long it takes me to get from, like, 1,000 carbs down to negative 500, which is the max down to the min. I have no idea how long that takes. And the worst part is it's not tied to physical activity. As far as I can tell, fats and carbs just decay. It doesn't matter whether you're running around or a lot. That only impacts your calories. Yeah. Debug is not the worst thing in the world, especially if you're trying to learn the system. Of course, I just yapped for about, 15 minutes on something that the short answer is just get a cow and milk it and turn some of that milk into butter and eat the butter every once in a while. Eat butter until you see the double up arrows. That's the answer that a lot of people give on Steam. If you go to the Steam forums and you say, I don't understand why my character's losing weight, the midwits will come in there and just be like, eat a couple sticks of butter, dude, you'll be good. But they don't ever try to, I mean, some of them do. Sure and I goes in there and long posts. Sure and I does it for free. But some of the other ones, they'll just tell you to eat a stick of butter and be done with it. But they don't explain why that works. And I feel like understanding the reason why is almost even more important, because if you don't understand the reason why that works, then when it changes, you're just going to be clueless again. I'm sure it's going to change someday. There's probably going to be other consequences to eating butter. Because, I mean, remember, it's something that allows us to disengage from a tedious mechanic. So you can bet your sweet ass the devs are going to nerf it somehow someday. I don't know how, and I don't know when, but they're going to do it. Oh, yeah, no, fuck that. Even with the stat bar mod, back on anime, when I had the stat bar mod full time, and I was trying to gain strength experience, no, that was miserable. I never want to do that again. It was still one of the hardest things I've done in Zomboid. Okay. Okay, not bad. We've explored that area. Let's head down North Brand here. Actually, another meta event to the top right. Are you shitting me? That was exactly the same direction that it just had a billion of them go earlier. I'm actually stopping here real quick because I need some water. Freezers aren't the worst thing. They've bumped up the amount of preservation that freezers have rather significantly. If you freeze things, you can make it last for a very long time. I have decided that for this character's 1-year anniversary, I'm going to make a pizza using some cheese that I managed to save from before the power went out, so that I can actually make a pizza long after all the cheese in the rest of the world has expired and it's impossible to make more. But that will be the last pizza ever made. So that road curved. The bullet curved, Eric. Take a mosey down Anvil here. We are losing daylight. So I'm probably just going to loop around and then go back and then sleep. And then I'm going to continue out the midnight hour. Just continue exploring. See if that helps the target jump out at me. Yeah, sadly, if you don't have cheese, you have no pizza. And you never will again. I can't remember if you could actually forage for cheese. Hang on a second. Hang on. Now I need to know. I'm easily distracted, I know, but I need to know. Because I don't want to make any claims without... You can. You can forage for cheese. Trailer park, urban area, and road. Okay. Now, I always say whenever you're trying to forage for something specific, I always say good fucking luck. Good fucking luck trying to forage for something this specific. However, yeah, theoretically, you go to an urban area, you got a quote-unquote chance. I don't ever want to try to do this, but yeah, you can get some cheese from foraging. Well, yeah, I mean, so that's the thing. I usually max foraging on all my characters eventually. So this just means that I have more incentive than I thought for foraging for food in urban areas. Because if I forage for food in urban areas, that's actually a random shot for cheese. I'm here for it. Trailer park cheese pizza. That's how you get Little Caesars pizza. Is you got to get trailer park cheese. Oh fuck! I should probably actually look forward if I'm going to be going forward like that. That's a very busy road to the to that direction. I'm not going that way. This is always a lot harder to do at night because your view cone is so narrow. But I don't need a big wide view cone to see if a house has boarded up windows. That's all I need to see right now. Windows, doors, doesn't matter. Just show me something. Intact, broken, don't care. Alright, so Howard to Hammer, and then one of our targets is up here on the right. Targets as in from a annotated map. This one here. Probably just going to find a duffel bag with a shotgun in it. That tends to be the vast majority of annotated maps I've found. I found a couple that I never really understood what the difference was. It just seemed like there was one where I was just like, there's more loot in this house than I expected, and that was about it. But yeah, annotated maps have so far failed to whelm me. I have definitely not been overwhelmed. Lots of underwhelmed, maybe a little bit of regular whelm. But our actual base is just right across the forest here. So I'm just gonna... Yeah, let's just cut across the forest now. We're good. A little late for bed, but we're here. I don't have to cut across the forest. I got a road right here. Brandon Blur. He's right, you know. This town is there's a little bit of blur going on here. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but it's got some stuff. Brandenburg is the new one that is parallel on the Ohio to Riverside in the opposite direction of Louisville. Yeah, it's definitely one of those places that has more Zeds than it really should. Alright, as an overnight task, we're not going to continue exploring. We've got cooking to do. I might let the weather tell me what to do tomorrow. If we've got shit weather, I'm going to cook and then I might call it for the stream. Because I don't have any more reading material, so I would be basically forced to go out there in bad weather. And I'm not doing that. Not right now, because I do have a couple of other things I got to do today. I don't mind doing it. If I close out the stream, it would be, we would be continuing on Friday. So that is, but if we have good weather tomorrow, I will definitely try to finish exploration of the entire town, and we'll assess where we're at that point. So for now, we sleep. Seven out of 10. Would loot again. I absolutely hate it when the game can't tell the difference between cooked and not cooked meat. Just because I'm trying to use up the rabbit, we're doing 3 helpings rabbit for each roast. 3 usually means that you're overloading it with a single ingredient. But we have now run out of egg, and that is what it is. I'm not too upset about it. Like I did before, I'm going to go and put some spices on these from my mobile food bag here. I'm actually in weight gain from overeating on rabbit. That is wild. Okay, so I've been doing nothing but food made of egg and rabbit, and I'm actually back into weight gain. Now, part of that is going to be because I have not been burning very much calories by sitting around and reading books for a couple days straight. So that's another factor. The fact that I just didn't burn that much calorie. But that definitely adds credence to the fact that Dad said that they increased the amount of calorie you get from rabbit. Yeah, I agree. I feel like it's a little bit mean that they treat VHS tapes and TV shows as if they're the same thing. Should have just put away the maintenance book. Wow. I'm completely done reading maintenance books forever now. On this character, at least. We're about 1,000 experience away from being able to read the next reloading book. But reloading experience happens a lot more slowly. I don't foresee that happening anytime soon. Looks like a bunch of 60 roasts. More than last time, which is great. Alright, second bedtime is a go. Let's see what the weather looks like today. I wonder if the movie channel is going to start giving us some of those tapes, like some of the new VHS tapes they added. That'd be interesting. Alright. 8 a.m., no bad weather, so we're definitely going to go finish our exploration of the town. Why am I going that way? I parked facing the other way because I want to go this way. Anybody threatening the entrance to my base is going to get whacked. Didn't realize there was a little bit of blood on my hood there. It actually kind of matches the red. Alright, so I do think we explored most of that little residential pocket there. I would like to see the rest of Lakeview, so if we take the side road into Pondview, and then just go straight down Lake Road, take a right, take a left, go up Nail Street, and then down Mead Road, take another right on Mead Road. Yeah. That would get the rest of this pocket, and then, unfortunately, once we get into this sector, a lot of it is going to be destroyed by the tornado. I realized that there was a tornado in Brandenburg in real life in this area, but the devs really didn't have to do that. They just, all that did was turn a bunch of real estate that they added to the map into fucking useless area. Leading them out of the way so I don't have to ram them. So there is a perfect step van right there, or at least a pretty looking one. Usually when it looks that pretty, you can trust that the trunk is now 100%. That's how they work now. A movie that teaches katana. Ah, man. If only Hollywood wasn't so fake. So there was our left and then right here, or right and then left. Not that I expect to see much in here. We're going to come out straight in front of the community center, I think. Last time I was here, it was looted and trashed. So, neat to see it not looted and trashed this time. What are we looking at here? Battery needs a charge. That's the gas tank. Parts are otherwise pretty good. Oh, look at that. Keys to it right here. Ooh, dub rods, propane tank. Found a good one early here, boys. Trying to do something if you don't mind. Key under the seat. How about that? Come back for it later with the charged battery. Otherwise, right now I ain't got nothing else in it. I'm supposed to empty this. Back. Right, take that out of there. Put that in there. come back when that's charged. Dump a couple of things on the passenger seat here. That works. Okay, I've never been in... I don't know if I've ever been in this building before, because most of the time I've been here, it has been looted and trashed. And my eyes kind of glaze over when I see a new big building that's been completely looted and trashed already. Wouldn't surprise me if there's a coffee machine in there, but I ain't gonna get into a ground war over a coffee machine yet. Okay, you know what? Just going straight down Mead. YOLO. We're now finally here for residential, so... Hey, mail van! Mail call! I'm just gonna steal this whole fucking thing. That is my privilege as the owner of a race car. I can steal any vehicle, anytime, anywhere. And none of the zombies around it have anything to say about it, because what are they gonna do? Stop me? Good luck! I'm behind 7 proxies. This might not be the best exit here. I think I've actually, you know what? I think I've been down this road once. You can tell by the zombies who are standing in the middle of the road. No blood yet. Remember, the goal is not to damage the vehicle, so I don't want to intentionally destroy zombies. Just nudge them at low enough speed that I'm not causing significant damage. I suppose we can continue exploring while we're doing this. I mean, it's actually safer to do that because when we're exploring new territory, the zombies don't always initially spawn right in the middle of the road. That particular road was so difficult because we already drove down it once. When we're exploring new territory, we see stuff like that where they're not immediately in the road. They will be on the next time we go down it. Fire department after the school in that direction, I think. Going up this road, we've got the school. That is a survivor house to the right. Why do I feel like I've seen that one before and failed to mark it? Did I mark it? Yes, I did mark it. Okay, so I've seen that one before and it got marked. Good. 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 What I was just describing. Roads being full of zombies because I've been down them once before. We're not going to be able to pull a maneuver like that very many times. There's, you know what? I'm actually thinking about just leaving the... I'm just going to leave the step van right here. Because it's going to be... I'm going to use the step van to pick up loot. And there's going to be plenty of loot in the police department. I also just wanted to get rid of the fucking thing. I took it out of sheer greed. And I ended up just taking it around the block, too, because there's the mail post office is right there. Alright, so here's what we're really here for. Residential. Now I can make these maneuvers much more easily. I can list lazily to the left. The emergency broadcast is useful specifically for knowing the weather ahead of time. In multiple times in B42 in my playthroughs, it's been wrong about the, sometimes it just wouldn't broadcast that the power outage is about to happen. I think they said they fixed it, and it worked for us last time, but I don't trust it anymore. The trust has been broken. I just take the power shut off. It's going to happen when it happens. Same as like the helicopter, for example. If the helicopter is still a threat for you, then you can get a little bit of warning from it if you start listening to the radio at 9 a.m. on any morning in the earliest first 2 weeks. You'll get some air activity detected on the day that the helicopter is going to come. But I mean, if the helicopter is no big deal if you know how to deal with it. Just have a car. You're good. Just have a car and don't get too attached to any specific base that you're in, because if you do, then the shakeup of zombies from the helicopter is going to result in it getting surrounded for a little while until you can clear it out again. That happened to us in our most recent play. Jones Fabrication. Interesting. So one of our primary targets is actually coming up at the end of this street and to the left. Ammo store right there. No way into this ammo store without a sledgehammer. It was one of the ones that the devs must have decided was too easy to get to without fighting a ground war, and therefore they added some unbreakable gates to it. Welcome to Project Zomboid. We have fun here. We also don't have too much fun though. No. Don't do that. Don't have too much fun. Stop that. You got to be miserable. You're not allowed to have too much fun. Stop that. Stop that. That's the Indy Stone right now. Airdrops. That's funny. That's 7 Days to Die brand right there. Absolutely. I'm here for it. So lots of houses, no boards on the windows. Sad. Perhaps even Sag. This house right here is a potential strategic asset. I enjoyed this house a lot. I have based in it twice before. I have enjoyed it every time. I may enjoy it again. Of course, the front yard is way more full of trees than I remember, but that's par for the course. Every time we come here, it's a different seed. There's a sheriff's in the Delilah parking lot. Is there? Did I completely miss that? You've activated my almonds, KTO. I must peek now. Did she just punch a guy with a car? I'm gonna do a thing here. It's a dangerous thing, but it's a thing. Remember, cars can fit down 2-tile roads. Just don't ever take it for granted, because you'll slide a little too far to the right, and then it won't work. Or there'll just be a single zombie. Like that. Oh shit, I've made a terrible mistake. I forgot the waterfront is always crawling. It's crawling in my crawl up here. These crawls, they will not crawl. Crawl is how I crawl. Crawling all I crawl. P.S. Delilah. Corvettes. Mercy Lang. U.S. Logistics. Sheriff. Meade County Sheriff. Hell yeah. Alright. That would make my second that I found. One... Watch this one have like an engine quality of 2. Well, the one that I restored from a wreck has engine quality 100. There's always that one guy who doesn't want to join the party. Fuck this guy. I'm gonna give him the nudge. I'm not gonna be able to make that. No. I was gonna try to ninja it. I was not able to ninja it. I think we've explored most of the real estate here. Most of the real estate that can be a survivor house. Because remember, the houses that are destroyed by the tornado cannot become survivor houses. They don't meet the criteria. The rooms in there don't have the proper definitions. I did not want to do that. That was legit hood damage right there. So you may have noticed we've bumped into a lot of zombies, but they've all been love taps. Light little love taps. But that one right there, that you could hear the squish of the brains because we got a kill. That meant we were going way too fast. See, one of the things that was keeping me from automatically going this way, I usually go this way first when I come in from Riverside. But I ain't living in Riverside this time, so... this road here connects to KY, or Brandenburg Bypass, also known as KY60. Which way, Western man? We can go in any direction and we'll still uncover territory. The goal of today is to explore. Yeah, that's only supposed to be a footpath. Probably looks beautiful walking around on foot at night with a lovely lady on your arm and not an apocalypse afoot. That'd be a lovely night. Night on Brandenburg. Absolutely. Yeah, I would take somebody on a date here. This is a pretty fun looking town. Minus the tornado. Wouldn't want to take anybody on a date here on the day of the tornado. This was an F5 if I remember right. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is a survivor zombie. That is now a former survivor zombie. So all we got to do is pull everybody away from that guy's corpse, which is not hard at all. Just got to do a little bit of that. Yeah. If I needed to level glass making. See, because this is a path of just complete tornado destruction, I don't care about leaving a bunch of Zeds here. I can do a little toot-toot and bail out of here and do so with a clean conscience. Now, that guy that we shot had not just a bag on him, but some weapons, too. Oh, I am not shooting for a 12-hour. No. Sorry, Zacto, if you didn't catch it earlier. I'm looking in the direction of wrapping up, possibly after today. I would have wrapped it up this morning if we had bad weather. But we have good weather, so I'm going to continue through today. Probably tomorrow morning in-game I will wrap things up. Wednesdays are usually... So, because I'm not supposed to be streaming on Wednesdays. Last Wednesday was definitely an exception. I went pretty far last Wednesday. But in this case, I know for a fact I'm not going to finish Brandenburg in one session. I could go for 12 hours today. I would not be done with Brandenburg by the end of it. So I'm not going to try, and therefore I have no problem splitting it up into a couple parts. But I also do have a couple things on the agenda today, so I cannot devote the entire day to it. Alright, so as you can see, they're still moving in the direction. But look at how many of them stopped. This is what I was talking about before with staying power. Horns have some surprisingly good staying power if you make a single toot-toot, but then some of them just stop. And it seems kind of random. But you know who never stops? The people who hear meta event noises. They hear that shit and they go on forever. And I feel salty about that, because why is it that the noises that the player makes always seem to lack the staying power? Why is it that the noises that the game makes just seems to pull their attention forever? What's going on there, Indy Stone? I'd like to know why that's the case. I don't know. I'm just gonna steal this guy's shit. Do a little sneaky sneak. That's didn't see those guys. I do want to do a sneaky sneak, but I mean, I'm not gonna be able to do that if I have to stand up and start fighting. So we're gonna stay in this area, nice big wide open area, cut some heads. You are making mistakes. Yeah, it is. He's right, you know. He's right, you know. Interesting. This is not a typical survivor zombie because he doesn't have any books on him. I don't know what's going on with this guy, but I'll take his stuff. I don't care. I believe some of the houses here might be intact. Yeah, Boyd and then Armory. Boyd takes you past the... That's the fire department right there. Yeah, fire department's on Boyd. You clear, Boyd? On the way. I quote Fury more often than is healthy. It's not that good of a movie. I like it a lot for some reason. I can't even explain why. I wasn't even moving. I wasn't even moving and that rat fucking died. That's really funny. The rat fucking died because it ran into me that fast. Alright, I hate doing this. Don't force me to. Yeah, that's right. I can drive between the cones. I passed my driver's test. I was always wanted to know if the hurricane or the tornado hit garages can spawn generators. I feel like anybody who would have survived a tornado would have probably taken the generators out of the garage afterwards, because those are valuable things. And taking them valuables out means the looters don't get them. Yeah. Look at that, an intact garage door. don't know if I've ever been in these before. These look unique. Yeah, I've not seen apartments with this exact layout. Oh, sorry, townhouses with this exact layout anywhere else in the map. I would definitely have recognized these doors that go in around the corner here. Yeah, I don't like that. I actually strongly dislike that because it makes it a little harder to come out the door and see if anybody's right outside. Yeah, I dislike this area. Just peeking inside to see if there's anything of interest. Some artwork there. Lily pond painting. Don't think anybody's got any basements, though. Nope, this is a non-basemental, whatchamacallit. I'd be curious if there's any, of these tornado-hit houses with basements in them. That is no house. That is formerly a saloon of some sort. Elevator shaft busted out. I have seen zombies get stuck in elevators before. Don't ask me how. I have no idea. Rizzler's last thoughts should be of Ohio. I'm gonna do a thing here. I passed my driver's test. I don't care what none of y'all say. I know how to drive. I can drive between cones. Big, bright orange things. They're in the walls. They're in the walls. No random growth here. Not in the tornado destruction lot. I feel like Brandenburg is actually a cone challenge. Yeah, you want to learn how to drive in Project Zomboid? See if you can pass through all the cones in Brandenburg without breaking any of them. Mission difficulty impossible. Damn! Damn it! That actually fucking made me mad. I don't know if that even was possible. I think that was not actually a full 2 tiles width. We got a fishing shack down here. Near the pond. And then I think a house. Possibly 2 house. Red house, blue house. Zed say I don't care. I don't care, Kitio. I don't care. I don't care. It's not what you think it is. I swear to God, it's not what you think it is. It never is. It's never lupus. I learned that from House. It's never lupus. Except for that one time that it actually was. It doesn't hurt to check, but it does hurt to hope. And so I won't. Hope not, lest ye succumb to cope. Oops. Hello. V, please. Hello. V. There you go. I'm tempted to do a thing. Hang on. Can I? I don't have enough room. I can't do the thing. I think we have enough towing force we can actually do it. But we don't have enough room. Once upon a time, back when you could kill zombies with a single touch of a vehicle. Shit like that would have been a one-shot. And yes, we did use vehicles as a Morningstar mace at the time. It was a lot of fun. But, diminishing returns now. Hang on. I've never tried this with a race car. I really should have. It might not kill them anymore, but it's still fun as fuck. I still love doing it. I just wanted to get this thing out of the road, but I ended up using it as a Morningstar because I can. I'm about to pick up the Niala, so we can try it again with that. But yes, if anybody joining was not familiar, I used to have a very, very, very fun strategy of using the advertisement trailer, the Spiffo advertisement trailer. I would take the wheels off of it, make it a very easy thing to tow, and then tail whip zombies, and it fucking worked amazingly. I called it the Spiffo Battle Axe. It was the single safest and most effective weapon against zombies at the time. And then the devs nerfed collision damage significantly. Problem is that even though it looks like that would hurt a lot, it doesn't kill the zombie very well. You can't even run them over like that. All you're really doing is creating crawlers when you do it now. And sometimes you fuck up and hit them with your own vehicle, and that's a failure. Crawlers are harder to deal with because you can't make them lunge at you. Come on, fuckbags. At least die in the middle of the road. Oh, it's already detached. Detach! Okay, I think that's most pockets of residential. Yeah, let's go down Broadway here and then Greer. Greer was not a good guy. I didn't like him very much. He was not a bad guy. I just didn't... He was not a good guy. He was one of those... I mean, Stargate Universe was just full of guys. There were no good guys. Literally, it was one of those shows, right? It took that show where, you know, Stargate SG-1, Stargate Atlantis, there was a lot of very white and black morality there. The Goa'uld and the fucking, and the Wraith were pretty black and white enemies. But SGU, of course, all the enemies are just humans. And so everything is morally gray and sludgy. Wasn't a very popular show, all things considered. There were other reasons for that. So we got a dude here with a crow bill on him. He's just a construction guy, though. Yeah, no, Ocean, you're 100% correct. You're objectively, measurably correct. Don't ever let anybody tell you otherwise. Do not kill the zombies in the middle of the road unless you have no other choice. In my case, I did not feel like letting those crawlers follow me all the way over this other side of the road. That would take forever. So I let them die in the median. Just like there were others already in the median here. I didn't even make it to Greer, did I? I got distracted. Whenever I think about SGU, I get distracted. It could have been so much better than it was. I really enjoyed the Stargate series, so seeing it end with Stargate Universe was a tongue-clicking moment right there. Let's go, let's go. I got this, I got this. Fuck, I don't got this. They're too close together. They're not placed so that you're supposed to be able to get through. I'm just going straight here. Yeah. Ridge and, we can catch Ridge and Greer from both here. Damn it, I didn't want to hit E. I'm making mistakes. Hey, KTO, I think we found your guy. Is that a sapling stuck in your chest? Or are you just happy to see me? You know what? Just for distracting me, I'm gonna cap this bitch. She distracted me by having big wood stuck in her. Oh, the show is amazing. 100 times better than the movie. The movie is not bad, but I mean the SG1 in particular. I liked Atlantis a lot, but 1 was pretty good. I really liked 1. Actually, they're kind of tied in my mind right now. SG1 felt more grounded. SGA felt more like what was it? Honestly, SG1 and SGA are kind of like the difference between the original Star Trek and Star Trek Next Generation. There's different appeals to both, and I like them both equally for the most part. Depending on my mood, sometimes I'll be in the mood for SG1 instead of SGA, but they're both amazing. No. That was no. That was not personal. That was deserved. When zombies distract me, I need to take personal vengeance on them. I don't know why this group was so tightly clustered. I was looking for somebody with a backpack, but yeah, no way. We're having fun today, Boris. We're having fun. We gotta. Some days things get boring here. I decided to make sure that was not going to be today because we got a new town to explore. I might be on Greer right now. Yeah, we're on Greer. Like I said, Greer wasn't a bad guy. He just, you get introduced to him. He's in the fucking brig. I don't even remember if they said exactly why he was in the brig, but that's how you were introduced to him. Young went down the fucking stairs and he's like, Ronald, it's time. And then he hands him a gun. And he's like, yes, sir. And he just walks out of the fucking brig with the gun. You're like, yeah, that's probably not a good idea. What are you in for? Arms trafficking to the Lucian Alliance. Yeah, no, we can't have too much fun. Just a little bit of fun, right? I already feel like they might nerf the race car. We're having way too much fun with it. Oh, speaking of having too much fun, that was another top right. The meta events really love the top right today. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. This one doesn't have a good loop track to it. I was hoping to check the trunk of that truck, but I don't see it happening. Can I... You know what? I've tried too many times. I feel like I can't thread these. Okay, y'all heard the sound, but none of them broke. I'm not going to question it. I'm not going to question it. I think that means we've explored the whole town. Double checking here. Kilray up there. Yeah, let's take a look at Kilray. If we stay kind of here. I forgot this is the Hungry German Woman song. She's just trying to Essen. Essen and Essen. Sounds a little generic at first, but then she starts Essen. We're going up Hill Street here. Propane and Propane Accessory Street. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Just gotta trick ya. Trip you up. Give you a fun little moment. That was my road, I think. Yeah, everything is now explored. No stones unturned, but we still have some daylight. I'm gonna spend the rest of the daylight closing up the. There's a little bit of unexplored territory between here and Riverside. We're just gonna close that up too. I want to narrow down on being done with this side of the map. It will be earlier on in this character's lifespan that we go to Louisville. Hello. That's a lot of zombie. Specifically, they're all following that meta event. It's more to the right than the top right, I guess. French horn, low notes, imperative. I'm Hans Zimmer. I actually like Hans Zimmer a lot. I can't talk shit. Easily one of my most enjoyed musicians. But boy, howdy, did he enjoy it. He enjoyed his French horn a little too much. Everybody told him the Inception, the use of French horn during the Inception soundtrack, the way it caught on to the popular consciousness. He kind of took that to heart a little bit. He took that to heart a little bit. I don't blame him for it. Next thing you know, everybody's using French horn with those low notes. South Park made fun of everybody for it, and they still do it. The fucking you explain it, and I'll provide background. He pulls the sheep's tail. Oh man, I miss old South Park. That was the good shit. Check the house in between. Now that's an audio mod I could get behind. Replace the jump scare noise in this game with a vine boom. Yeah, I would do that. I would turn jump scares back on if I could do that. I don't know who it was who killed Vine, but they were they made the same mistake I did when I spent 0.16 Bitcoin on World of Warcraft subscriptions. They just had no vision for the future. Imagine coming out with TikTok a decade before TikTok, and then just being like, no, it's not making enough money. Not yet. We're just gonna shut it down. The fuck is wrong with you, dude? Granted, there's some questions about whether TikTok is bullshit or not. I am almost 100% convinced it's bullshit. As in, like, the views and the metrics are completely bullshit. There's not actually 100 million people watching some silly video that you posted. It's actually more like a couple 100,000 tops. But they have no problem faking the engagement because it's Tencent. Or what the fuck is it called? ByteDance? I mix up the Chinese Communist Party's champions in my head sometimes. Didn't realize there was Zeds up here. No, there's not. Now, that's interesting. This one right here, that he heard me, and then he just completely gave up. He completely gave up. Sold it after a first major wave of Verizon price. Oh, yeah. No, Kraken, you made the exact same mistake I did. Exact same mistake. I don't think it was any specific price spike or drop that that made me want to actually spend it on something like that. It was just an overall lack of confidence It was right after GPU mining stopped becoming viable. That's a survivor zombie. That's a spear. And that's somebody coming up behind me. You hit them with it. So you're telling me you intentionally damaged your car. That's no good. When someone tries to hit you in a place or a way that makes you feel uncomfortable, that's no good. Time for a little shooting, boys. There's the survivor. I think I can still ID him. Damn. I'm definitely feeling aiming level 6. Just a little better than 5. Alright, let's see what we won. Thigh guards. I'm already happy. A small, simple frame pack. This guy was going long. Thaddeus Dove is his name. Bulletproof vest, forearm armor. Okay, yeah, no, that's why he died. Thoughts on XMR? I own point. What was it? Shit, I actually forgot my position. I own some. I don't know how much, and neither do you, and you never will. That's the best part about it. That's the best part about it. The XMR is the only thing that calls itself cryptocurrency that actually deserves to be called cryptocurrency, because it is cryptographic to the point of nobody actually being able to tell exactly how much you have unless you either, show them or you give them your keys. Transactions are not publicly viewable by anybody in the same way Bitcoin is. I like to think of it, Bitcoin might as well just be Fedcoin. I don't think Satoshi ever existed. But that's my conspiracy theory of the day. So we can take both that we found so far, but we are now definitively low on room. Yeah, I mean, well, Monero is... The problem with Monero is that almost... Because it's an actual, legit, genuine cryptocurrency, almost no financial institution wants to touch it. And that's how you know it's real. I think Kraken is the only one in the United States that will actually let you exchange US dollars for XMR, I think. I haven't even looked at the charts in forever. Should have it bookmarked right here. Next to my BTC. Yeah, BTC is currently at, what, 75 grand? Wow, it's been... I thought it was in the 60s. Goes to show how much I keep up with shit. But XMR. XMR USD. 370s. Okay, not bad. Apparently it briefly spiked up to 400. I always thought that Monero was actually kind of stable compared to other cryptos. Show me the 1 week here. So that spiked back in 21, where it actually got to the 500s for a brief moment. But then, I mean, look at the up and down in this range. For a cryptocurrency, that's pretty fucking stable, all things considered. And that's partially because it is not as easy to buy and sell. Definitely nowhere near as easy. Company made a bootleg GTA and they replaced the characters with anime girls. Nice. That's, what's it called? What's it called? I'll pay $50 for it. Depends on the GTA though. Is it GTA San Andreas? Is it GTA 5? Is it a generic GTA? Is it not actually GTA? Sup, Renzo? No, I have never been crypto scammed. Although I have made a very horrifically bad decision. I think I put that. Hang on a second. I think I put the photo that I was looking for in my public. What did I call it? No, I didn't leave it here. I should have because it's relevant. It's just a screenshot of a transaction receipt confirming that I paid 0.16 Bitcoin for 60 days World of Warcraft subscription. Oh, it's on mobile. Ah, no thank you. I don't do mobile games ever. Mobile games are scum of the earth. I have never seen a good... Well, in high school I played Tetris on my mobile phone, and I thought that was pretty fun. And then I witnessed them adding microtransactions to it. And I looked at other versions of Tetris that were available on the store, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Microtransactions in Tetris. What the fuck is wrong with you? I never touched another mobile phone game ever again. And I never will. Yeah, Ranzer, it's about 16 grand, I think. Something like that now. And the worst part about it is that was not just any Bitcoin. That was Bitcoin that I mined on my own GPU. That was Bitcoin that I mined on my own GPU. And I'll never get it back. That particular Bitcoin is gone forever. The GPU that I mined it on is currently powering my... I think it was my 1080, my 1080 Ti. Yeah, so it's currently powering my the server that's over there running my website. Anyway, we have successfully explored Brandenburg, and I was going to explore a little bit closer to Riverside, but I wanted to get back to this direction. So don't drive your vehicles into buildings, as a general rule of thumb, but also remember you can actually do it. All you need is double doors to be open. In this case, there's a billion zombies all over the place, so not the best idea. He drove his van straight into a middle school? Any vehicle can do this, by the way. Doesn't matter how big it looks. Technically speaking, any vehicle can fit through a double tile space. And even though it looks like door frames are not, like, fully accessible, they are. As long as they're both open on both sides. Then I got a website. It's not like a public website. It's not public facing. I'm pretty sure it's all done already. I mean, you see that school's looted and trashed. There was probably a lot of shooting going on there when it happened. I don't know why I'm going on a roundabout way to get home. I actually don't know the best way to get home right now. There's a part of me that's having a lot of fun just dodging zombies for no reason. That's how you can tell I've burned out most of my fuel. I will be going. I will go ahead and end the stream tomorrow morning in game. So we're gonna get things situated after we get home, and then we will be all set for next time. I do still want a coffee machine. Tell me this building has one. This is the Brandenburg Community Center. Door is blocked. Oops. I don't see anything immediately. There's probably one in there somewhere. But I ain't gonna... I'm not able to fight right now. I'm not... we have just got fatigued. And I actually don't have any coffee. That's one of the reasons I wanted a coffee machine. Yeah, no, Ranzer, you always catch up near the end. Richard does that sometimes too, but I think he's on the day shift now. Don't anybody ever voluntarily accept night shifts if you don't have to. It's never worth it in the long run. The sleep schedule fuck-ups are, yeah, it's like accepting restless sleeper IRL. I don't like it. I can handle it in a video game, because video games I can fast forward. In real life, I can't fast forward very easily. See, I wasn't even 100% sure if I was going to stream today. I decided ahead of time that I'm going to... I wasn't going to be on site today, but the fact that I need to do a couple of things... One of them is going to get postponed until tomorrow. But I will actually manage to get a few things done this evening. Okay, here we are back at my little shortcut to base here. Come up here, take a left. One of those trees was pink before, so some of the trees are actively changing. It is currently April 27th, 1994. It's been a while. I haven't had cough medicine or any sort of that anything in that chain for a while. All right, delicious roast. Sorted out our thirst. Let's go ahead and get to sleep. We actually made it to bed on time tonight. I'm pleasantly surprised. Do they have the same kind of regulations over there, KTO, where you have to, as a bartender, you have to actually, like, kind of almost take responsibility for people not getting too drunk? Because they do that here in the States. There's a lot of laws where you have to, like, make sure that you stop. You have to you're forced to cut people off after a certain point. That has always really triggered the libertarian side of me, where I'm just like, the fuck is that the bartender's responsibility for? That is the individual's responsibility. But, I am but a naive layman who, actually believes that people should be able to handle freedom. Reality tends to disagree with that. You did close tabs. That makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, once they get too wasted, you have no idea if they're going to stick around. I don't think I've ever been to a bar where I've actually been that messed up. And it's mostly because liquor is so expensive at bars. Like the if I want to economically enjoy myself, I'll just buy the booze myself. It's cheaper. It's like a hell of a lot cheaper. The only reason people go to bars is for the other people to hang out with. And very rarely has that been the crowd that I hang out with, the people who actually go to bars. On occasion, rare occasion. vast majority of the books we picked up here are things we already have. Hey, KTO, I found a copy of Longblade too. I wish I could send it to you. There was a functioning mail system that worked across realities. But yeah, Electrical 5 and Longblade 2. Set those aside as decorations. Small yeah, I agree. I agree. A napping tool. I've never seen that before. Apparently you use it for a couple of things. I guess you just use it as a replacement for things like hammer and chisel. Yeah. You can use a short bat instead. If I'm going to be doing napping, I'm probably going to be a short blunt user, so I would have a bat at some point. I'm not going to say exactly what that looks like. No, I don't want to get any age restrictions on my stream. I'm going to say that when I first see this, my head does not say napping tool. Actually, when I first see that, I see expired zucchini. Like very expired zucchini. That bulletproof vest forearm armor has got a hole in it. So that is to be scrapped for aramid thread at some point. Hey, look at that. Stale mac and cheese. I'm going to open it, and there's nothing stale inside, is there? Nope. Can't wait for the mac and cheese in the world to go rotten. Alright, I'm going to try that sleeping thing again, because it didn't work the first time we tried it. Maybe it'll work the second time. Alright, we've got some leather jacket with holes in it. The holes are in the upper torso and the upper arm and the left forearm. So unfortunately, this is not a candidate for intentionally ripped leather jacket like the one we're currently wearing. This is probably just strips. Yeah, this is just leather strips. Longblade 5 from a bag. Yeah, I believe it. I would definitely believe it. So we're actually pretty close to second bedtime here. I'm just going to give her something to read. I think we had a few books. Yeah, we got a comic book here. Get rid of that stress. And it's 5 a.m. Can I sleep again? Nope, can't get back to sleep. You try again later. This is just my bookshelf if I'm not 100% sure what to do with. There's a schematic in there. Survival magazine page teaches you a bunch of random stuff. Grind up plantain. That might have been something I missed. One of those first aid recipes. A little bit rare. How about now? Not tired enough to sleep. I hate nightmares so much. I'm gonna fast forward for a minute. This is the worst part of being a restless sleeper right here. Is just the time. There it is. We were like at 29 fatigue. Literally 29.5 fatigue. And I fast forwarded about an hour and now we can sleep. It's like restless sleeper is one of those things where it feels like it's a roll of the dice as to whether it's going to hurt your action economy or not. And in this case, we rolled a under 5. Possibly lower. Hey, we got a little bit of rain, so I can actually update my... I took a little note with me in order to keep track of the last time the crops have been watered. Holy crap, it's already 4:28. Okay, so it's already been 10 days since we've checked the generator. uh, I'm averaging 10 days a stream these days, so that's actually quite fitting, all things considered. But yeah, that is about it for today. You know what, gaming, you're 100% correct. I would like more combat skill books. But as you can see, the bucket is now filling up for the first time in a long time. Okay, yeah, I do have to get going, though. We have done good things here today. Quite good things. Got a lot of deforestation done. And got our field vehicles. We've got a couple of vehicles slated for pickup later. And we've explored everything that there is to explore here. No surprises on the map. That one right there and this one right here remain the only survivor houses that we've spotted, and both of them were found early game. So there's no late game survivor houses to be located here. These are annotated maps. We'll take a look at those. And of course the Pondview Shopping Center is always a target of some sort, Gigamart there. I shouldn't forget that there is a survivor house here on Bright Valley. Most of trailer parks there, I believe. But yeah, GG's, as always, we did good things here. I'm going to give this place a nice big fat B because it is a base and it's defended. And we'll take a base screenshot on our way out here. I always recommend taking screenshots of your bases as they evolve. Never know exactly how long they're going to last. Who knows? Maybe your character will pass on, or maybe your save will get broken by an update. Such things are known to happen in this game. So I'll have our girl Dani here bid farewell. And the last thing we always do here is back up our save. I didn't do it last time, so got to make sure to do it this time. If you want to back up your save in Project Zomboid, all you got to do is go to your C drive, go to your users folder, username, and then Zomboid, and then your saves folder. In my case, I go to Apocalypse, and then sorted by date modified, so the most recent ones right here on top. Control-C, just copy that whole folder and put it wherever you like. In my case, I've got my own backups folder, a couple folders up here, with the same name, and this is part 24, I believe. Yeah, last time was 23. So this is part 24. I created a new folder called 24, and Control-V, paste that entire folder. Our save files are up to 1.10 gigabytes across 438,000 files. But constantly getting bigger. All right, folks, I am going to peace out now. I'll be streaming next on Friday. So my regular schedule is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Today being Wednesday is a little bit out of range. Possibly more reliable to do Wednesdays in the future, but still up in the air on that. My on-site work schedule is still a little bit in flux. Usually I'm supposed to do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday on-site, but that little bit of that still in flux. So, all right, folks, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace out.